I talked about objectivity, I think, a little this morning or last night. I'm not really sure. I'm on page 7. Is it possible to be truly objective? From a larger perspective, or from the largest perspective, we could say that we could share a reality. In other words, where you and I would be perceiving exactly the same things, the same information, and the same possibilities inherent within that information if we had simultaneous awareness of everything going on at once. So in other words, if I could represent all possibilities as a finite line, and I can't, but you know, because it's infinite, but let's say I could represent all possibilities that exist in this line that has finite boundaries between here and here. The only possible way that we could share an objective reality is if all of us had the capability of perceiving every possibility and every distinction in any given moment, because we'd be experiencing exactly the same thing. Are you with me on this? We'd be experiencing exactly the same thing because all the information that was available we would be perceiving in the same way. We'd be perceiving all of it. Remember, beliefs limit what we perceive. Beliefs limit what we perceive. So if you and I are operating out of different beliefs, which we are, it means that although we assume that everyone's sharing our reality in any given moment, because each of us think that our reality is self-evident. Now think about this. In any given moment, each of us think that our reality is self-evident and everyone else has to be sharing it, right? Why wouldn't we? Sure. Which of course is not the case. And the only way that it could be is if, again, we could have the capability of having simultaneous awareness of everything going on at once. If we have not evolved to that state of that place where we can have simultaneous awareness of everything going on at once, it means that we are perceiving something less than what's being made available. What we perceive in relationship to what's available is based on what we've learned to believe. If you and I have learned to believe different things, then we can assume that in any given moment we are not going to be perceiving reality in the same way. It's that simple. And so from a macro perspective, we really can't be objective. However, from the individual's perspective, the micro perspective, we are the micro or the macro, okay? From the individual's perspective, whatever it is that we have learned to perceive out of what's available, we can be objective in the sense that, are we in a state of mind where we have access to everything we've learned? Is there anything about what's going on in this moment that's being blocked by some mechanism inside of our mental environment? If there isn't, then we are being objective. To the capability or to the extent that we're capable of. We are being objective to the extent that we are capable of. To any degree that we are experiencing fear, it starts shutting down this perceptual process. The greater the degree of fear, the less possibilities we perceive. Until we get to the point where if we're in a state of complete terror, we may not see any other possibilities at all except what's going on in that moment. In a moment where, if you're in a state of terror, in a moment that seems to never end. It could be 5 seconds and it could seem like 5 days. Euphoria is exactly the opposite. It's like there's no capability to perceive any limitations. You've lost your capability to perceive any other possibilities other than, in a sense, it's not really, I don't know if it's really shut down. In a way, I guess even euphoria is kind of shut down your perceptual process in a way. I haven't really thought of it that way, but I think, Yeah, in a positive sense, yeah, really, in a positive sense, you're in a state of mind that where you would be wouldn't be capable of perceiving really anything other than what you want. Success.
You don't see failure.
You're capable of perceiving any other possibility other than getting your expectations fulfilled.
Sounds like overtrading to me.
Oh yeah, it's a prescription for it. What? Yeah, you can't perceive the risk, right? Yeah, there is no risk. In a state of euphoria, there's virtually no risk.
No stops.
No stops, no nothing.
Yikes.
So does everybody understand the nature of objectivity and what's going on? Basically what you want to do, an objective state of mind for each of us as individuals is just making sure that we have access to everything we've learned. And our perceptual process isn't being shut down by some internal mechanism like fear. Or the potential to define and interpret information in a threatening way. So can we control our state of mind to experience greater levels of happiness and satisfaction in our lives? Yes, but to do so, we have to be willing to question and change our definitions to incorporate other possibilities that exist from the environment's perspective. In other words, we have to be willing to de-energize something that we've already learned. I've talked very little about this process of questioning, but it's something we're going to get into when we get into all the various techniques on how to one, identify beliefs and how to change them. A lot of it has to do really with just your willingness to question things. And what I mean by question things is most of the times people ask questions basically just wanting verification of what they already think is right and true. I mean asking a question from a sincere space of wanting an answer. Because you have to assume that if you knew the answer, you wouldn't ask the question in the first place. So to ask a sincere question, now think about this, to ask a sincere question, you have to be operating out of the assumption that you really don't know. That's a really important distinction. Because what I'm saying is that when you ask a sincere question, it creates a vacuum in your mind that will be filled with information. It opens up the creative process. Asking a sincere question opens up the creative process. And you start getting access to what people might normally define as even inspirational information. Inspirational in a sense that is not coming from a rational thought process. It's coming from out there in the universe somewhere. Hard to know where it's coming from. The best examples that I can give you of that is that The Disciplined Trader and Trading in the Zone were both written that way. You'll notice there aren't any footnotes in either of those books. And the reason why is because I did not refer to other people's work. I specifically stayed away from other people's work. Those books, both of them were written by simply asking questions. And the answer just got dumped into my brain. No different than someone writing a song, doing works of art. But the questions I asked were genuinely sincere questions. I really didn't have the answers. I really wanted to know. I had pieces. I had enough pieces to ask a question. And then I would just be in a situation where I was either doing some consulting or coaching work with somebody, and all of a sudden I would hear myself saying the answer to the question I asked maybe the day before or a few hours before. It's like I'm saying, oh my God, this is it. This is the answer. I've never said this before. I've never thought it before. And one of the things I did was I had this rule where I diligently wrote down. Anytime this happened, I always stopped and wrote it down, no matter where I was at. I don't care, the guy was paying me $200 or $300 an hour. I actually stopped the process, I wrote it all down, and then continued with the appointment. That always came first. I didn't charge him for the time I was writing, but the point is, it took longer. He had to stay. It might have taken me a half an hour to write all this stuff out. You will find if you get into this kind of process, you will find you can do the same thing with the market. You can simply ask where the next best edge is going to be. And find that the next thing on the chart that your awareness is drawn to, just, oh, and see what happens.
Back over just a second here.
Oh, I heard something good there, hey, Dave? No, I'm sorry.
When you're saying we're willing to question in order to change the state of mind, are you saying we're questioning the beliefs that are altering our state of mind? Is that what we're getting at here?
Well, no, what you're doing is just, it could be that. It could be any number of things. What you're doing is just, you're asking a question. You're asking a question because you want information. Now, a lot of it has to do with, just like you can say, asking a question for information that might be subconscious, or questioning a particular way that, particular belief that you might have, so that you can, like I said, you can experience. If you've noticed that there are reoccurring dissatisfying experiences in your life, that's the thing that I'm talking about. You can assume that that isn't the only possibility that exists under those circumstances. Make that assumption. And then as a result of making that assumption, start asking sincere questions so that you can dismantle the closed loop.
That's what
Okay. Okay, I thought you were referring to the trading things. That's why I kind of responded the way I did. Okay. About asking where the next best edge is.
No. I'll ask you later.
Okay. I do that all the time, by the way. I really do.
That's great.
Yeah, really. It's pretty cool the way it works.
It works for a lot of things. I've done it.
Yeah.
I've really done it from a belief standpoint, but in terms of like business and stuff, it's like, how can we grow this segment to the next level?
Sure.
If you ask yourself that enough times, eventually you can answer.
That's right. You really will. And where does the answer come from?
It pops out of your head.
That's right. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, where does it come from? It's just, it's just like it comes from wherever.
Your mind starts working on it because
Yeah.
You told it.
you put it for it.
Yeah, we
It's
do
supposed to
have
not be-
we do have the capability of garnering information and insight from out there somewhere that isn't inside our memory banks, okay? Not organized at the rational level of thinking.
Inspiration.
Yeah, exactly. But like I said, you have to ask a question from a sincere space.
Power of questions.
Yeah, the power of questions, it is really powerful.
You have to be worded properly. You can't put a lamp of failure.
Yeah, well, the wording has a lot to do with it. I mean, what he's saying here is that because I don't know if they picked it up on the mic, but he's saying, like, why am I a failure? You can ask a question like, why am I a failure? You really can. That's not a bad question to ask. However, but what you did say about properly wording the question, the wording has really everything to do with it. It really does. How you word your questions is virtually, well, I'd say, it's really important, I guess, because the answers you're going to get are going to be within the context of how you worded it. You're going to get something that pertains to the wording as opposed to maybe something else that you might have wanted, but you didn't word it properly, based on what you wanted. Go ahead, Greg.
It's kind of like if you want a better answer, ask a better question.
That's right. You're very good. So that's okay. If that didn't get on the tape, Greg said, if you want a better answer, ask a better question, because you will get an answer that corresponds with the question you asked. What time is it? 2:45. Okay, as soon as we get done with this, we're going to listen to the tape. We're going to take a short break and listen to the tape. How do we do this? We'll start from. I'm on section 4, page 9, and Roman, why don't you start with the first point and read that? We're going to go this way, like this. Just go ahead and read it.
Everything we have learned throughout our lives is structured energy.
Go ahead.
This structured energy will operate inside of our mental environment as a source of power, causing us to perceive and respond to the outside environment in a way that is consistent with this energy.
The environment can express itself in an infinite combination of ways. What each of us perceive and experience is very small in relationship with what is available at any given moment. In other words, instead of assuming that we already know, we can assume that we haven't learned to make every possible distinction that exists in each situation of our lives. Inherent within the distinctions we haven't learned to make yet is an opportunity to experience satisfaction.
Go ahead, John.
Fear causes us to narrow our focus of attention on the object of our fear, drastically reducing our perception of what is available or possible from the environment's perspective.
Many dysfunctional beliefs and fears operate at an unconscious level, locking us into cycles of dissatisfaction, frustration, and pain.
Learning something new is often blocked by the way the energy is already structured inside of us. In other words, once we learn a belief, it will forever shape our lives unless we unlearn it.
Or I should say, to draw the energy out of it.
Every advancement in human civilization, whether it be cultural, scientific, or otherwise, came from someone who challenged the status quo by questioning what he had learned. The act of questioning opens us up to perceive the existence of other possibilities. If we assume that happiness and satisfaction exist as a possibility, then it is up to each individual to find that happiness and satisfaction by discovering these possibilities. To discover anything new, you will have to be willing to question and look beyond what you've already learned to believe about what is true or available.
Now, the way that I like to illustrate that last point about the nature of questions is that if this circle, well, let's just say this circle, again, a very erroneous thing to do, but this circle represents the universe, meaning what's available to be learned in the way of distinctions about the inherent properties and characteristics of the whole universe, right? Okay? And you can say that, let's say 100 years ago, that the sum total of humanity, both alive at that time and recorded in some way up to that time, that was still in existence, might have made, in terms of knowledge or distinctions, this much in relationship to everything else that exists. And what's happened in the last 100 years is, let's say we've expanded that circle, let's say by something like that. How does the circle get expanded?
Questions.
Yeah. In other words, someone's willing to operate on the fringe. There's always somebody that's willing to operate out there on the fringe of what's possible. Go out, discover something, bring it back to the rest of us for us to say what?
Yes, sir.
Are you crazy?
Yeah, you're crazy. Not yes. Virtually always you're crazy. No, that's not possible. No, that's not real. No, that doesn't exist. And why? Because it's just the inherent way beliefs operate, right? It's conflicting information, contradicts what we already believe to be true. Not true. But it might intrigue someone enough, another person, to go out there and come back and say, hey, this guy's right. And then somebody else does, and somebody else does, and next thing you know, the circle gets expanded a little bit. All of us are in this circle. If you take the sum total of everything that's in everyone's mind alive today, everything that's in the mind of everyone alive today, plus what's been recorded from human history that exists, that by this circle, then each of us are a part of that make up the whole. Are some percentage of that circle. So how do we expand our own circle? The same way. Go challenging what we believe to be true and questioning things and see what happens.
Status quo.
Yeah, challenge the status quo. It does seem as if that's what we're supposed to do. We are evolving into something. There isn't any question about the fact that humanity is evolving. If that weren't the case, then we would still be living like most of the people probably in Afghanistan. The sum total of humanity is evolving. There are definitely cultures that are not in the same, we're all not in the same spot, but we are definitely going somewhere. And it does seem as if there is a desire on the part of the universe as a whole to expand. Scientists already know that it's expanding. Now, if it's expanding at the macro level, wouldn't it make sense that because we exist at the micro level of an expanding universe, that if the universe as a whole is expanding, that if we're going to live within this universe in a way where we can create, let's say, happiness and satisfaction for ourselves, in other words, create a really satisfying life, wouldn't it make sense that we have to be in harmony with that expansion? Yeah, that the less that the more that we resist evolving, the more it seems that the universe kind of conspires against us. It's in conflict with us. And that would make sense because everything is in motion. Everything is constantly changing. Nothing is staying the same. No two moments could ever duplicate themselves. Ever. And the only way that could happen is if every atom of every molecule was in the exact same spot it was in some previous moment. Now, from a practical perspective, I don't think that's possible. But the interesting part is every belief we've ever acquired can remain static exactly the way it was originally formulated for our whole lives. So we've got beliefs that remain static and a universe that's constantly expanding and changing. Beliefs that cause us to see the now moment as it exists in our lives instead of the way it really exists from the environment's perspective. And if we aren't willing to adapt our beliefs to correspond with this constant expansion, it will seem as if the environment is conspiring against us. And it will create stress. It will create anxiety. Because the stress and the anxiety is our own resistance to change. So let's take about a 15-minute break and we'll listen to the tape. From the Monroe Institute in Virginia, and they've been doing work in the area of how high-frequency sounds affect states of consciousness for probably over 40 years. They've got a real distinguished staff of doctors and PhDs, mostly from like Harvard and Yale and all your Eastern Ivy League colleges. And I started using their tapes many years ago, not only for myself, but to use in my workshops because I wanted a technique that I could give people that they could use to help them neutralize their fears. There's, specifically those 4 trading fears on being wrong, losing money, missing out, and leaving money on the table. That was effective. What's that, Jake? What? I don't know. It's on any page. That was effective, but at the same time met certain criteria, and the criteria was this. Instead of using hypnosis tapes or like specifically subliminal hypnosis tapes, one of the things that I found is that subliminal hypnosis tapes can be very effective, or even hypnosis tapes for that matter, can be very effective if what you're trying to do, in other words, whatever message that's on the tape, if the message itself is not in conflict with anything else that's in your mind, then the tapes can be quite effective. And so when you hear people talk about the power of self-hypnosis or hypnosis and how well it worked for them, chances are it was a circumstance in which whatever message they wanted to embed in their mind was not in conflict with anything else that was already in their mind. And so what you'd get is a glowing testimony or testimonial. However, when the message on a hypnosis tape is in conflict with something else that's in your mind, then what you're doing is setting up an inherent conflict, because what the tapes generally don't do, or don't, I've never seen them do, is help you neutralize whatever conflicting beliefs that you might have with the new message or the new way in which you want to express yourself. So in other words, this process of change is always a two-pronged process in many cases. One, de-energizing the beliefs that let's say you've determined are dysfunctional or are not useful any longer, and at the same time energizing and installing a new belief that compels you to express yourself in a way that's consistent with your desires or goals. So you've got to do both. So the reason why I picked these tapes is because instead of being passive, meaning that instead of you just listening to a tape, this particular technique requires you to be active. Meaning that what this tape does is it uses high frequency sounds to install what would, I guess, be commonly referred to as like an anchor inside your mind. An anchor would be considered a tool. And as a tool, like any tool, a tool that might be in your toolbox is completely useless until you pick it up and use it. In other words, it has no use or function until you actually pick it up and use it. And it's the same way with the tool that's going to be installed in your mind from this tape. It has to be used, or otherwise it does nothing. So basically what's going to happen is this. I picked a tape, and there are a whole range of tapes that you can get from the Neuro Institute that have different purposes in this HemiSync, in the HemiSync category. There are a number of different programs they have and a number of different types of tapes. But if you've looked at the catalog itself, has everybody looked at it? Just take a moment to look at the catalog and see the different uses they've designed these tapes for. The one that I picked was the boy, that's slipping where my brain is. What's that? The what tape did I pick? What? No, that's the name. Yeah, DHAB. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, DHAB. You'll notice what does it say about the DHAB tape? To neutralize habitual behaviors. Go ahead.
Eliminate or diminish undesirable mental, emotional, or physical habits. Use anytime you're about to follow a behavior pattern you wish to change. Break free of anger or old emotional patterns. Eliminate thoughts of failure, or move beyond a cycle of negativity.
Okay.
See John Daggett.
So what I've done is basically adapt this technology specifically for the purpose of helping people who come to this workshop neutralize their fear of being wrong, missing out, leaving money on the table, and being wrong. And we'll get into the actual techniques later on. In other words, the techniques of using, how we're going to use the tape, we're going to get into. Maybe not today, if not this afternoon, by the time you're done, tomorrow morning. However, the reason why we're listening to it today is because it requires 3 listenings, meaning that we're going to listen to it once right now. You're going to listen to the prep side of the tape. The prep side of the tape is just getting your mind prepared to get this function command installed when you listen to the other side of the tape, the DHAB side of the tape. You've got to listen to the prep side of the tape twice. We're going to listen to it now. I'm going to ask you to rewind it and listen to it again tonight. And then tomorrow we'll listen to the DHAB side. Now, all this tape is basically high frequency sounds, and you'll hear, I don't know if it's Bob Monroe any longer or a guy by the name of Mark, I don't remember his last name. But anyway, Bob Monroe's now dead, but he used to be the voice on the tape, and you won't hear him very much anyway. But there's a couple of things. One, the tapes are incredibly relaxing. I haven't had anybody yet that's come to one of these workshops that really hasn't enjoyed the experience of listening to the tape. Now, you can listen to this tape as much as you want. You can't listen to it while you're driving or anything else like that, because you'll probably end up falling asleep. You don't have to fall asleep. When Bob Monroe or whoever's talking on this particular version of the tape says, you know, for your hands and arms and legs to go to sleep, he's not telling you to go to sleep. He's telling those particular parts of your body to go to sleep. If you end up falling asleep, that's all right. It's no big deal. He'll wake you up at the end of the tape. And again, you can listen to this tape as much as you want. If you like it and you want to use it as a relaxation tape, listen to it all you want. this tape will do nothing to get rid of your fears by itself. Listening to the tape has no effect on your fears. Only consciously using the function command when it gets installed in your mind on the other side of the tape, when you consciously take the steps of using the function command, will it have any impact on your fears. Are you guys with me on this? I know maybe it can sound confusing.
Tools
Sean?
on the second side.
The tool's on the second side. Well, okay. What I'm saying is that listening to the tape in and of itself doesn't have any effect on whatever fears you might be wanting to neutralize. Although you can listen to the tape as much as you want. Bob Monroe doesn't know what your fears are. Bob Monroe, when they designed the tape, does not know what habitual behavior you want to neutralize. That's up to you to decide what habitual behavior you want to utilize by taking the tool out of the toolbox and using it in the appropriate moment, meaning that it requires a conscious decision on your part. That's why I picked this technology. It's not passive, it's active. You don't take a part in it, nothing happens. Are you guys with me on this? John, are you with me? All right. Okay, now, so put the tape in the machine. The prep side of the tape. Turn Dolby off if you've got it. If you've got an expensive machine and have Dolby sound reduction, turn Dolby off. When everyone gets their headphones on, I'm going to tell you when to turn it on, and everyone turn it on at the same time, so we're finishing at the same time. It'll last approximately 28 or 29 minutes. Sit back in your chair and relax and enjoy the experience. Don't turn it on yet. Wait till everyone's ready. And we might want to, I don't know if we want to turn those lights down, or can we do that?
Anybody bring any incense?
Yeah.
Sage.
Is everyone ready? Everyone ready to start? Yes? Okay, turn it on. Let's go. Where it weren't. Anybody sleeping? Where? Who fell asleep? What? What?
Heard some snoring.
Yeah, did you? Anybody got any feedback on the tapes? Was it generally a pleasant experience for everyone? Yeah. Your hand is numb? Yeah, these are really nice tapes in terms of, I mean, not only are they effective if you use them for the purpose for which they were intended, but you can also use them as just a general relaxation tape. As a matter of fact, how are you guys doing anyway? Does everyone want to go for another, let's say, half an hour, 45 minutes, or? Okay, good. Okay.
Oh, he said we're wide awake now.
Yeah, right. Yeah, great. Okay, good. What's that? What was that, John? I didn't hear that.
Oh, that's the wake up.
Every time you say 11, we have to send more money in.
Okay, I'm in section 5, but I'm going to go right to page. I'm going to go right to page 4. No, right to page 3.
Page 3 at the beginning of the book.
No, page 3 in section 5. Right at the bottom of the page, it says using the Monroe tapes to neutralize your trading fears. Since we've just done this, you just listen to the tape. I'll go right into how this works. The way you're going to do this is when you, well, you see, you haven't got the function command yet. Maybe we ought to do this tomorrow. No, I take that back. We'll do it tomorrow. I'm sorry.
Go to section 6.
Yeah, really. Problem is, I don't feel like getting into this right now. Hold on. What? No, hold on. That's all right. Hold on. Let me.
I'll make some comments about the self-hypnosis statements.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've done a lot of work in that area.
You have?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
Um,
Take you to note notice that you weren't following your normal routine? How many days, weeks, or months?
I don't know, it's been a year, it's been a process, you know, where it's been a challenge to make any money. It's not the market, it's in me.
Okay, so what we're going to learn, there's a particular, just a real simple meditation technique that we're going to do tomorrow. That will, if you practice this around 10 or 15 minutes a day, what it'll do, it'll help you become an objective observer to your own stream of thoughts, so that you can start to notice when you're not doing, or when you're not thinking, or when you're thinking, saying, or doing something that's inconsistent with your goal, so that you're not unconscious of this moment-to-moment endeavor for of how we're creating our lives and the choices that we're making. Because if you want to be a consistently successful trader, then what you want to do is collapse the amount of time that it takes for you to notice that you're not doing something that's consistent with your objective of becoming consistent. And hopefully, by doing this kind of exercise we're going to do tomorrow, what it'll do is it'll collapse the amount of time that it takes for you to notice that to virtually instantaneous. That you're aware that let's say your distracting thought. Because anything that you do that deviates from what your objective is a distraction, right? Well, doing is the last step. The first step is always a thought. You're going to think about it before you do it. You might even run something through your mind. You might even talk about it with somebody. But it's first going to be triggered by a distracting thought. Now, if you really want to become consistent, what you want to do is be able to catch yourself in the thought. Catch yourself at the point where the thought and the awareness of the distracting thought are virtually simultaneous. Instead of it taking, 5 minutes or 10 minutes, or looking back days, weeks, or months later, saying, hey, you know what? I'm not doing what I know works. That's basically even what you were saying. You're not doing what you know works.
And I'd add one other thing, because you mentioned it yesterday, and I don't remember in what context. I used to keep track of every day before I started trading. I'd write down a number from 1 to 10 or 1 to 100. And it was rate yourself on how you feel that day.
Right.
And if you feel like you're an 8 or a 9 or an 85 or a 95, and if a trade comes along, have the courage when you're at the higher end of the scale to put it on and go for it. Don't hesitate as much. And if you feel like maybe you're a 3 or a 4, put the trade on, but don't go balls out on it.
Or scale back.
Yeah.
In other words, it's a rating system to use money. You can use in conjunction with money management. So that if let's say you normally might trade 3,000 shares, if you rate yourself a 10, then you're going to trade 3,000, or maybe even a little bit more if you get a real primo signal.
Yeah.
But if you're rating yourself as a 5 that day, then you know what? You want to scale back proportionally. You might only trade 1,500. You might only trade 1,000.
Yeah.
Because what it really gets down to is like at least what I had before, is that if you're not in the most ideal, if this is positive and this is negative, okay, and you're not in this most ideal state of mind to be trading, because that's what it really boils down to, and that's really essentially what you were talking about. He was rating, he learned, or at least he involved himself in a system where he was basically gauging or rating his state of mind. In essence, his capacity to make money, or his capacity to make money in the sense of how clearly am I going to be able to perceive the market and how well am I going to execute my trades. And in advance, he's saying, you know what, I'm a 6 today. And you can learn to do this, and you can learn to be honest with yourself about it. And as a result, have your money management, in other words, the amount of size that you put on, correspond with how you're rating yourself.
Yeah.
In that scenario, would you also take a moment, say 45 minutes or an hour into the market, to rate what the market's doing to make sure that you're in conjunction?
Oh, you could, sure. Yeah, you could let the market define itself. And not trade the open,
Well,
let it go.
If you're a 9 in the market,
And the market's a what?
2.
Oh, I don't know what you mean then. I misunderstood. You mean in terms of symmetry? In other words, if you're going to rate the market in terms of symmetry? Is that what you're saying?
If you're trying to determine what your strength is as of that morning,
Uh-huh.
either mental clarity, physical clarity, whatever it is, on a
Right.
scale of 1 to 10,
Right.
wouldn't it also make sense at some point after you've seen the way, not trading the open or not trading, just somewhere in that first hour, determine what your opinion of the market is that day on a scale of 1 to 10 to make sure they're in sync? Because if you're trading at a 9 but the market's reacting at a 2,
Not really. I don't really. Yeah.
How are you trading the market?
Sometimes you're more, maybe you can put into perspective. Sometimes I have a very strong, I feel that they know what the market is doing good. I feel
Yes,
confident about that. Maybe that's
Is that what you're
going
saying?
to the rating.
Is that you felt confident about how the market's unfolding, and yet the market isn't unfolding that way? Is that what you're saying, or? Because look at it this way, John. Even if, whatever assessment that you might have about the way the market's going to unfold, okay? Whatever assessment you might have about that or what the potential is, even if the market isn't doing what you thought, isn't that significant? So when you look at it that way, it's like,
and you'd see it sooner if you were trading at an 8 or 9 as compared to if you were...
exactly, okay?
It's all
So,
rolled into it.
yeah, so it's like you could say, hey, what's significant? Is the market following, the projected symmetry? And if it is, that's great. But if it isn't, that's telling you something too, isn't it?
Right.
And you're also going to get signals. You can also get a lot of signals out of that. You get sometimes more signals about what it's not doing in relationship to these significant reference points of symmetry as opposed to what it is doing.
More would agree that we don't know what the market's going to do anyway.
What's that?
Do
Well, we don't have to know. Well, but we're kind of mixing. We're kind of mixing it. We might, mixing a little bit in the sense that it depends on the context in which we're trading. If we're trading mechanically, all this kind of discussion would be irrelevant. If we're trading subjectively, it's not. It's just like, for an example, if you're trading mechanically, you're going to have a predefined, a definite predefined entry point where the variables are specific. There's no subjectivity whatsoever in terms of, the conditions under which you enter the market. Those variables are either present or they're not. It's black or white. They are present or they are not present. If they are present, you're obligated and committed to enter into a trade. If they aren't present, then you do nothing. But when you evolve into the subjective stage of trading, then you can use anything you've ever learned about the nature of the market to generate a signal to get in or out. So for an example, what we're talking about, Roman, is that in the mechanical stage of trading, let's say for an example, the market's doing this and you've got a stop down here. You entered the market long right here at this point, okay? At this point right here, and your stop is down here. If you're trading mechanically, you can't do anything with that stop, meaning that the market, your market either goes in your favor, stops you out, and that's all there is to it. Either or. If you're trading subjectively, if the market, let's make it a little bit easier to illustrate if I made more distance, but if you're trading subjectively, if the market's trading around in this area and as a result of the kind of patterns that it might be producing, you could say, you know what, I don't need to keep that stop in the market. I'm going to pull it and either move it up, move it further down based on your assessment of what's happening now. See, in the subjective stage of trading, you can do that. You can even get out before you get stopped out, even if it wouldn't have stopped you out otherwise. In a subjective stage of trading, if you make that assessment of what the market's telling you in that moment, that's all right. Did you see the difference?
I can see the difference.
In the subjective stage of trading, you can do anything you want under any conditions that you want. If you put a stop in the market, you want to take the stop out, then take it out. You want to move it, then move it. In the mechanical stage of trading, there's no discretion whatsoever.
Starting to change the rules.
What's that?
Are you then changing the rules?
Yeah, you can't.
Going from mechanical to subjective.
Yeah. In other words, you're either on one stage or the other. If you're trading a mechanical stage, you can't change your rules in the middle of a sample size. You can only change your rules after the end of a sample size. So whatever you determine your sample size of trades to be, whether it's going to be like 20 trades or 25 trades, you are committed to take all 20 trades. You can't change anything in the middle or until you're done. But when when you've moved into the subjective stage of trading, I'm assuming that you won't do so until you have worked through whatever resistance you may have to thinking in probabilities. When you've worked through all that resistance and you're confident that you've learned to think in probabilities, then there's no reason why you have to continue to trade mechanically unless you want to, or unless you know that you have, let's say, a plethora of self-sabotaging beliefs that you don't want to get into, you don't really want to do anything about. Then what you do is you stay in the mechanical stage so that you can make a clear distinction between what you need to do based on your methodology and what your mind may be telling you to do based on the fact that you've accumulated too much money and you might start sabotaging yourself. Because at least in the mechanical stage of trading, you can make a clear distinction between what you need to do in any given moment and what you can't do. Whereas in the subjective stage of trading, that line is really blurred. And it is very easy for self-sabotaging beliefs to enter into the equation. Okay? You get the difference? So other than that, if you guys have any questions, because I'm not going to give I just don't want to do it. I'd rather do it tomorrow morning. What? Well, what stories you want? What do you know?
Trading.
Well, what, you know.
What was your best day?
Well, there's probably one of the most interesting traders that I ever worked with was in the bond pit, and I worked with him for quite a while, and I'll give you something. I'll give you an example of when I said that it's your state of mind that'll determine your results as opposed to the amount of time that you expose yourself to the market or the opportunities. You could say that, I mean, this guy, he loved to trade, and he was back in the early 90s, one of the biggest traders in the bond pit. I don't know if you know his name or not if I said it, but he wasn't as big as Baldwin. But there would be times, his largest position he'd put on would be about 5,000 contracts, futures contracts. But his normal position was between 300 and 500 contracts. So one contract in Treasury bond futures, a one tick move, the smallest incremental move in Treasury bond futures is worth $31.25. So 100 contracts would be $3,125 or $33,125, and 500 contracts would be over $15,000. So his normal, let's say if you put on 500 contracts, his normal position between 300 and 500, one incremental change in price was worth about 15 grand in or out of his account. And you know, the bonds, especially back then, they could easily move 10 ticks in a matter of seconds. So you're talking $150,000. And you could easily be subjected to 8 to 10 tick price vacuums, either for or against you. So you're talking $150,000 in a matter of moments. And like I said, there were times where he'd put on thousands of contracts, not just hundreds. So, you know.
Was he a scale trader?
Scale trader?
Did he scale into his positions as differentiation from scaling out?
Well, sometimes he'd take on the whole pit practically. Okay. And it was, I had many other clients in the bond pit who watched him and said that there were times it would be like watching Michael Jordan trade bonds. He was good. He was really good. And it was also that he just loved what he was doing. He loved being there every moment. It was hard for him to leave. And he really didn't give a shit about the money. And the money was truly irrelevant to him. In fact, out of all the people I've ever worked with in my life, I've never met anybody who was on the extreme, I mean, way over here in terms of how little money meant. Just didn't matter. But he had other problems. When I met him, it was in May of 1992. He had a real bad day. Someone he ran into had come to one of my workshops and said that he should call me. He did. We had an appointment. Didn't really. In fact, we had a couple of appointments, and not really much happened. He just, you know, I tried to explain some of this material to him, and he wasn't really into it or even grasping it for that matter. So I didn't hear from him for another couple of months, and I actually didn't hear from him at all. I heard from his wife, who called me. I never even met her, and she called me and she was hysterical because he was gonna have to mortgage the house because of a bad day that he had. And when I met him in May of that year, 1992, he had approximately $10 million flow in and out of his account from January until May. That's the kind of swings that he was on, okay? $10 million in and out like this, okay? The most he'd ever accumulated at the end of any given year was about $600,000. That's the most he's ever been able to keep up to that point anyway. So she was really hysterical and wanted to know what I was going to do to, you know, fix her husband. And I wasn't even really working with him. And so we started working together on a real consistent basis, virtually every day. And that was in July of '92. And so from July of '92 until the end of December, he had $5.5 million. And then he went on vacation with his wife, and on vacation bought this book called The Coming Collapse of either the Bond Market or the Interest Rate Market, and bought into the concepts in the book. And from when he got back off from vacation that year, bond market was in one of the biggest rallies that had ever sustained of all time, and every day he was going in thinking the market was going to collapse based on what he read in this book. That wasn't an accident, by the way, in terms of everything else that was going on in his life. And by the middle of March of 1993, he was so desperate over the fact that he'd lost just about half of the $5.5 million. He was down to about $2.2 million. And I was telling him virtually every day, because we were talking almost every day, sometimes for an hour a day. You know, this is the way you need to think. This is what you need to do. This is how you fix the situation. He just wasn't listening until one day he called up and he said, "Okay, I'll do anything." And he meant it. I'll do anything. And so, and I said, "Here's what you've got to do. I've noticed that you're capable of staying properly focused about a half an hour a day. That's it. And so if you want to fix the problem, you only get to trade a half an hour a day."
What was his first response?
Well, that was really tough because he just loved doing it. And it wasn't just a matter of him loving to be in that pit because of the way of life that it provided him. It was like there's a work ethic in the futures pits. There really is. I mean, it's like where you stand in that pit is very important. There are territorial constraints and territorial, let's say, dynamics involved, because if you're not in your spot and you're not in your spot all day long, it means someone else is going to take that spot, and these guys do get into territorial wars all the time. I mean, I've worked with traders who get into these territory wars about where they want to stand, and each one of them gets there, like 10 minutes earlier every day until they're like getting there 3 or 3:30 in the morning, until one of them eventually gives up, and they go through this a lot. I mean, this is not uncommon at all. They're basically got this range war going for this one little square foot of where to stand. So there wasn't just that. It was also the work ethic. In other words, when you trade, when you have access to order flow. In other words, the kind of order flow that's coming from off the floor. A lot of that order flow is not really trading. It's virtually free money. Do you know what I mean by free money? It's riskless. That's really what most of the locals in the pit are looking for. They're looking for the riskless free money. In essence, what you're doing is that, and they're not always legal trades, by the way, because all trades are supposed to be open outcry. But if you're standing next to a floor broker that has access to order flow of both buys and sells, and there are market orders coming into the pit, and there's a spread of 1 to 2 ticks between, the bids and the offers. Well, if I've got an order to buy 100 contracts at the market, and the bid is 08, and the offer is 10. Well, I'm going to be selling them. I'm going to be selling them or buying them at the bid and selling them at the offer to my buddy standing next to me. Now that's a 2-tick spread on 100 contracts. You just made 200 ticks. Was there any risk? Because he's going to take the other side of both orders. All you got to do is cart it up. His buddy's okay. Cart it up 100. Okay, you bought 100 at 8. You sold them at 10. Where's the risk? See, that's not trading. That's just basically free money. Now you got to pay a price to get into those situations. It's not as easy as you think, because the guys that are controlling that kind of order flow, they expect favors in return. It's just not that simple. But you name it. You name it. It's an extreme environment. You name it. Anything your imagination can think of was about what it entails. But anyway, but it's not just that. It's not that. And I'm not saying, even implying that he had access to a lot of those trades. He really didn't even need that, because he was really just a good trader in terms of his ability to be able to perceive, where the direction of the market was and what he needed to do.
Was there a particular time that he traded?
Oh, I'm going to get into that. Okay, and that's really part of the whole story. As a matter of fact, it's an important part of it. In that, like I said, he loved being down there. He loved doing what he was doing, but at the same time, his ability to remain properly focused was about a half an hour at the very outside. The rest of the day, he was just all over the place. So, and you got to keep in mind one thing: when you're trading at a level where each tick might be worth $15,000 or more, it doesn't take much to screw up. Now you're standing in a pit. You've got literally, I don't know how many guys can stand in the bond pit, over 1,000, I think. And they're all screaming. They're all in close proximity to one another. They're jostling with themselves. They're screaming in your ears. You're getting pencils poked in your body, your face, or whatever. There's all kinds of bodily smells going on. There are guys who do not want you to make money, okay, and will purposefully distract you. There's a lot of things that the order fillers do to suck people into a trade, big locals, to take the other side of a trade, where they know for a fact that that someone's going to hit the market with a huge bid or offer. They're sucking you basically what they virtually know is a losing trade. So, and not only that, it's like, if you're in one of these trades and there are bids and offers that you're leaning against to get in or out of a position, and let's say you're in a position and there are bids and offers available that you can hit to, let's say, get out of a trade, out of a 500 lot trade at a 2 or 3 tick profit, and then all of a sudden, just someone says, hey, and you turn your head and those bids or offers disappear. And next thing you know, there might be 2 or 3 ticks lower. Now you're looking at a scratch where you had like on a 500 lot trade, you had 1,500 ticks available to you. Now you've got 0. You're going to scratch a trade, or you're going to think you're going to get your 3 ticks back, okay? Or now it's 1 tick against you. Now you got 500 ticks against. Now you got a 500 tick loss, 1,000 tick loss, 1,500 tick loss. So yeah, okay. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? And you're thinking about, if I just hit that damn bid for the 3 tick profit. Okay, all it takes is just this momentary, that's all it takes. And so his ability to stay completely focused in what he needed to do and when he needed to do it, like I said, was about a half an hour a day. And so that's what I said. You want to stop this, then just trade a half an hour a day and find something else to do with the rest of your day. And he was so desperate that he did it. No, wait a minute. Go ahead.
For most people to stay at that level, it's just your body's working on it's such extreme sense of awareness that it is hard for a lot of people to
yes. Oh, absolutely.
Longer than that.
Oh, absolutely. It would be the equivalent. The kind of stuff that he did was equivalent to if you can imagine being in the 7th game of an NBA playoff. Okay, the score is tied and there's 1 minute left. Okay, you're talking intense.
Every day.
Yeah, this is every day, right? This is every day, all day long. Intense. So, and in trading in the zone, there's an analogy that I use where it's like someone building a bridge over the Grand Canyon, okay? Like when you're trading just one futures contract, you build a bridge over the Grand Canyon, it's like, okay, the bridge is, the bridge could be as wide as this room. What's the possibility? What are the possibilities? I'm going to walk over this bridge, I'm going to fall off. Even if I'm staggering, okay? It's like I got a lot of room, a big margin for error, right? Now I could fall off, and next stop is a mile down. But as you start trading in higher volume, meaning that as your contract size grows, that bridge, the equivalent of that bridge, basically narrows. Narrows to the point where you're trading 500, 1,000, 2,000 contracts. You're basically on a tightrope. Okay, now you're on a tightrope over Grand Canyon. And what does it take to knock you off? Well, if you're on the tightrope over Grand Canyon, it could take just not even a very hard breeze, but a relatively gentle breeze might cause you to lose your balance and fall off. That gentle breeze in the pit is the equivalent of one distracting thought. That's it, just one distracting thought. He went ahead and did this. And he said, well, what half an hour of the day should I trade? And I said, you'll find it won't make any difference. Pick any half an hour that you want. Because regardless of what half an hour it is, regardless of how much volume is available in that half an hour that you pick, whether it's a lot or whether it's a little, based on your ability to trade and the fact that you're trading, that you know that you only get a half an hour to do this, and you have the skills to do it, and the fact that you have maximum focus going into it, you will extract the maximum amount, whatever it is, in that half an hour. So it won't make a difference. It just won't. He didn't believe that. He really didn't. He found out that it was true. It did not make a difference. He averaged, while he did this, he averaged $180,000 a day, almost every day, for just a half an hour. Changed the whole character of the bond pit. The whole character of the bond pit, because all these other people in the bond pit who are there grinding it out all day long are watching him stroll in, stay a half an hour, and walk out with a whole boatload of money. And they're thinking, hey, what am I doing? Now go ahead and ask your question.
How did he maintain his position? Meaning his 1 square foot.
It really wasn't a problem. Just the fact that he was a half an hour. They did just he was such because of his stature. They stepped aside.
It's a pecking order now.
Yeah, it's a pecking order, right?
Was he able to keep his profits after a while?
Well, he ended up in a really one of the bitterest divorce proceedings you could imagine, and his wife actually got him enjoined from even going into the pit. He couldn't even trade for almost 2.5 years.
Wow. Oh, because she didn't want him to lose the money.
That's right. Well, they spent it all on attorneys anyway, so it didn't make any difference.
I've seen a guy, his wife used to come up at 9:15 in the morning, and they were going through they had problems, and eventually got divorced. Just rag and rag and rag on him. The guy just kept
Nice way to
trading,
start the day.
and it had an effect.
How could it not?
Yeah, we think his wife would, and he'd say, don't call me now. I hang up on people at times. I can't talk, bye.
There you
They
go.
understand.
No. I did that once.
Go ahead, John.
Do you ever get traders that are trading well that then come to you? No.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah. Right.
If A is, Wayne Dyer talks about this, says A is perfect health, and B is where we live, and C is death. Most of us go see a doctor when we're at C to get back to B.
Right.
Very rarely are we at B happy or pleased or satisfied and take the step to get to A to a higher level.
I get two kind of traders. Okay? Or I don't really do much of this anymore, but I used to get two kinds of traders. The ones who were really successful and just wanted to become more successful, and the ones who were in a state of absolute desperation. Everyone in between, pretty much no.
If someone's trading at the high end of that, Is there more room?
Oh, there's always more room, absolutely.
So are you looking at their behaviors and finding out that they're successful in spite of some negatives? So if we pull the negatives out,
Sure, absolutely, yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
But you can't see it as a trader until someone observes the patterns.
It's difficult unless you've acquired the kind of skills that, would take a long time to acquire. It's a lot easier for someone else to, to spot it. It's difficult to do even with the skills. When you the kind of self-analysis that you're talking about, it can be difficult, to do on your own. Some of the beliefs that we have are so entrenched and create such create these kind of closed loops that are really difficult to see into on our own, because our lives are in a pattern that is so self-evident that it's almost inconceivable that we could even question the pattern, because it's been a pattern that's existed all our lives. So therefore, it is a fabric of reality instead of just something that I learned and I'm perpetuating it over and over and over again. Is the guy on the tape, does he have a real rough voice?
I think it's the same.
It sounds like him.
Is it Bob Monroe?
It sounded like an old.
Okay,
Yeah,
and
it
then
does sound like an older guy.
and at the end of the tape, wake up! Does he do that?
No.
Oh, he doesn't?
Fortunately, he doesn't do that. I'd be kind of panicked. You're all mellow.
That wouldn't be very nice.
Get up, Pledge.
Well, the tapes that I used to listen to, is what he did.
I'm glad you didn't give us
Wake up! Wake up! Yeah, really, yeah, really. It seemed like it anyway. I mean, you're in this kind of deep, real quiet space, and, Oh.
So how do you, if you want to buy one of those other tapes?
Well, I gave you the catalog.
No, there's no price list, there's no place.
Oh, there isn't? Oh, just call them up. Look, we're distributors. You can call us. We don't really. I mean, that's not something we do. I mean, we'll order them for you, but you can order them direct, right from the.
I just wondered,
Yeah, no, it's no problem. I thought there were. The catalog included price lists. I'm not. The tapes aren't very expensive. I don't really remember how much they are, but I think they're like, I don't know, maybe $20 or $25 or something, or I don't know.
Just there's prices for those.
Yeah. And that's not the only. I mean, they have a number of different types of tapes to do a number of different things. Some would be considered pretty bizarre, but and I've been down there as part of their professional group a couple of times, and for a whole week with other people in other industries. Mostly, I would say, people in the psychiatric industry that use their products. And they get together and talk about, how the products can improve and other uses for them, and just, sharing a lot of ideas. It was mostly like a summer camp for adults, basically, is what it really amounted to. It was really a lot of fun. Well, let's kind of review from yesterday. We went through a lot of material yesterday, and we're going to go through a lot again today. Anybody got any comments or ideas about some of the stuff that we talked about yesterday? Everybody's really just just at peace with all this and ready to go, huh? Go ahead. Go ahead, John.
No, I think if you, on the way home, if you think outside the box, I came here with different agendas other than trading. Is what I challenge myself with every day, trying to think outside the box, how to look in the mirror and become better. And if you take the time to do that, and you have the courage to actually look in the mirror and look deep, I mean, some of that stuff yesterday was life-changing. And you're just not going to get that. I mean, you get access to that information with yourselves. Just if you're open to it, they can take a wound and heal it immediately.
That's right. Absolutely. I mean, we're going to get into in just a little bit, what I call like a practical philosophy for change, and just a real practical way of looking at why consciously altering ourselves and changing ourselves and adapting ourselves can be so rewarding, because I think it's really one of the keys to happiness. But it does, you know, the fundamental component is what John just said. A willingness to think. A willingness to think, what he, as he referred to as outside the box, but basically just a willingness to think. Because nothing constricts what we can think about. Nothing. Only one thing. Let's put it this way. Nothing can limit what we can think about except for one thing. And what is that?
Beliefs.
What?
Beliefs.
Nope.
Fear.
Fear, which would mean which would mean what? What are the implications of lack of fear? Or what are the implications of a fear of thinking in a certain direction?
Because you limit yourself to things, you're not open to all the data that's available to you.
Okay. Well, I was just thinking like just a lack of willingness. That's the only thing. No desire.
Lack of desire.
Yeah. Because that's really what it takes. That's what all of this takes. It all boils down to, what do you want? What are you willing to focus your energy on with conviction? Because regardless of what technique you're comfortable with, if you choose to go through a process of transformation, it really doesn't matter what technique you use. I shouldn't say it doesn't matter. I mean, it can matter if you're using it inappropriately and you don't know what you're doing. But technique is not as critical as desire. So there's really only one thing that stops anybody from thinking outside of what they've learned to believe. And that's a lack of willingness. Correspondingly, all it takes to tap into creative or inspirational information is a willingness, desire. If the desire is genuine, you'll get the information. That's an absolute fact. It really is. And I know maybe for some people who you know might not have experienced this or experienced it on a regular basis, that's all it really takes, is a genuine, sincere desire. And if you try it and you don't get the information or don't get any information, then I would say that your desire was not genuine and sincere. It's what would commonly be referred to as lip service. You're saying the right words, but you know, the sincere energy isn't behind the words. And that's really what it takes.
Along that same line though, if you've never had change in your life to where you can see an A-B situation, to actually put yourself to think that it could change is a huge gap.
It really is, yes.
But once you find someone that actually gets that A-B and can say, I was a different person yesterday, I had a different thought process yesterday, if that accelerates, you can have just a dynamic curve straight up.
Oh, yeah.
It's just that first huge step that makes all the other steps smaller along the way.
Right. Yeah, good point, John. I would say those kind of changes, those kind of first step changes for me came in years. Years.
Yeah.
But you know, that was a long time ago, and didn't have access to the kind of insight material that's available today too. Or let's say it was available but not readily accessible like today. Put it that way. Things have changed a lot in the last 20 and 30 years. They really have. I mean, when I was writing The Disciplined Trader back in, you know, starting in 1982, and you know, in dissecting the dynamics of beliefs and belief systems and things like that, I mean, at the time I thought I was really way out there and really afraid to even share the material with people because I thought they'd think I was crazy. Really, I'm serious. especially the trading community.
I see that all the time. Not all the time as much, but there's a certain degree of people I've come across over the years as traders who kind of think that this aspect of learning about yourself and thinking that that's going to help you as a trader is a little bit unmanly, I think, is the way that most people think about
Oh,
it.
sure.
Amen to
And
that.
not as much now as what it used to
No,
be.
right.
I mean, but certainly back in, when I was working predominantly with floor traders in Chicago, back in the 80s, I mean, I would say the vast majority of floor traders looked at Mark Douglas like, whoa, get away. I've spoken at conferences. There was the first conference I actually spoke at. Tim Slater invited me to speak at CompuTrack in 1980, April 1983 or 1984. I don't remember. And down in New Orleans, and it was kind of amazing how the chain of events occurred to even me getting that invitation in the first place, because it was just really bizarre circumstances. Or synchronicities that were really that were kind of mind-boggling to me. But anyway, I was invited to go down there to speak, and one of the and at the time, I mean, I had no credentials at all. I had nothing. I really did. I had absolutely no credentials to be doing what I was doing. But Tim, and it was all really just based on a conversation that Tim and I had at dinner. And I just happened to sit down next to him because some woman broke a date with me. And, or I wouldn't have even been at that particular banquet. And, she broke this date. I was waiting for her, and I happened to sit down next to Tim Slater. Didn't even know who he was. And we talked, and then I found out later on that, he did these conferences, and thought, well, since I was working on the psychology of trading and he had technical analysis, let's put the two together and do a workshop or something. Well, when I called him up, and he said, well, yeah, I'm doing a conference, and he said, well, think about, maybe adding you to the schedule. I'm thinking, oh man, so he called me back like 2 or 3 days later, and he said, okay, you're on. And from that moment on, this was like January. And the conference was in April, and from that moment on, I mean, I just obsessed over this presentation. I mean, totally and completely. I scrutinized it. Sometimes it might have taken me a week to get a sentence. I mean, literally, I'd go over, just over and over and over again. So when I got down there, I mean, it would be a huge understatement to say I was really, really nervous. There were 850 people at that conference, and there were probably, I don't know, maybe 18 or 19 speakers or something like that. And of course all the other speakers, they'd written books and all that kind of stuff, and had reputations. And so Tim had a general meeting for everyone the first day of the conference in the morning. It was like, I think around 9 o'clock in the morning or something like that, before everyone started. And one of the first surprising things that I found that when I got down there is that Tim had me speaking like either 6 or 7 times in a 3-day period, and all the other speakers were only speaking like twice. I'm thinking, well, there's got to be a mistake here, and and I didn't want to say anything to Tim, and I'm thinking, there were some things that just weren't adding up. One, the number of times he had me speaking. 2, the material that I had submitted for the the big book that you get when you go to these conferences wasn't in the book. And it wasn't much material, but because I didn't really have any material, but it wasn't in the book anyway, and it was just in the packet. In other words, you get one of these huge satchels and the books in there, and my stuff is separate. So I'm sitting in the middle of the audience listening to Tim talk about some of the restaurants to go to in New Orleans. In fact, I think it was even, was it Mardi Gras? No, it wasn't Mardi Gras. Anyway, what to do in New Orleans and what to watch out for, and be careful of this or whatever. And then he said, and then he did this disclaimer thing about, what the speakers say, CompuTrack has no legal liability and all this kind of good stuff. And then he said, but I want you to pay particular attention. Now I'm sitting there, I'm just sitting in this chair, right? So I want you to pay particular attention to this material that we didn't put in the book specifically because we want you to pay particular attention to Mark Douglas. And I'm like, and I'm just like, I was like, tell you, my heart almost exploded. It really did. I was like, what the hell is going on? And I mean, I didn't even hear the rest of what he said because it just freaked me out. So I had to speak not really too much longer after that, maybe 2 or 3 hours after that, and I'm thinking this whole time that I'm down there, or before all this, that okay, nobody knows who I am. It's like psychology of trading, not something that people are even paying much attention to. How many people might end up in one of my sessions, right? 5 or 10 people. Okay, I can make an ass out of myself in front of 5 or 10 people. It's all right. Okay, I can do that. And so I'm standing in front of this door where where the sign says Mark Douglas, Psychology of Trading, and I'm talking to another one of the speakers. I don't remember his name, and he was just he was being real nice, and when I say that sweat was literally dripping off my hands, I am not exaggerating. It was dripping off my hands, and I'm even getting nervous even talking about it a little. I mean, it's just but the memory of going back into that experience is putting me back into that experience and that state of mind. So we're talking, and I'm watching people kind of stream into this room, and I'm getting upset. I mean, I'm watching people walk into this room. I'm standing, maybe 10 or 15 feet away from the door, and I'm thinking, why are they doing this to me? Why? No, why are they doing this to me? And I don't understand it. And I'm, I kind of glance in the room. There's like maybe 70 or 80 people in there, and I'm really pissed. I'm thinking, come on. I wouldn't go listen to me talk. Why are they going to listen to me talk? And so the other speaker left because he had a session himself. So I was standing there by myself, and it was a real defining moment in my life because I was more than seriously considering bolting. I was going to bolt. I really was. I was standing there thinking to myself, I knew this would be it. I knew that Tim would never ever invite me back to another conference. I mean, that's what I was contemplating at that point, whether I could accept the deep sense of regret that I would experience by bolting, and what I was going to say to Tim. And I was running it through my mind, and just like checking the probability out. And like I said, it was I don't know if 50-50, 60-40, whatever, in terms of 60 in terms of bolting. But just at this right moment, I mean, like I said, this defining moment as to whether or not I was literally going to run, this person came up to me, and someone was going to walk into the room. He walked over to me. He saw the name tag, and he says, oh, he said, you're Mark Douglas, right? And I said, yeah. And he said, well, shouldn't we get going? And I said, okay. And I walked into the room, and it was really weird because once I walked into the room, and because they didn't have anybody introducing you or anything else like that. It was just, you just did it on your own. Once I walked into the room and got in front of everybody, I was fine. And not only that, I didn't even use my presentation. I just spoke spontaneously off the top of my head. And I had to, because that first presentation was a little bit shorter than the 2-hour presentation that I prepared for. Well, anyway, I did a really good job, and did such a good job that the next time that I spoke, there were like even more people in the room. And then by Saturday afternoon, this was on Friday, by Saturday afternoon, I literally almost had the whole conference in the room. They were lined up around the walls and out the door. And I mean, it's just, and there was the same people that were coming to these presentations over and over and over again. And I was just like, I was really astounded, absolutely astounded. Until Sunday morning, I was in an elevator with somebody, and then I figured out what was going on. Like, what was this phenomenon? And some guy, he looked at me and said, oh, you're Mark Douglas. You're the guy that's making us all feel good. Now, that was not my intent for my presentation. But, I mean, that wasn't the goal of my presentation. But as it turned out, I was giving people information about the nature of trading that they never ever heard before, meaning that there isn't anything wrong with you. Because back in the early 80s, especially futures traders, everyone lied about their results. Everyone was losing, literally everyone was losing, and everyone was saying that they were winning. And so all the people that were saying to their friends, oh yeah, I'm doing great, but they were losing their ass, and their friends were saying, oh yeah, I'm doing great too, they all thought it was just them that was lying. they didn't know that everyone else was lying too. And so, and because I had worked at Merrill Lynch, and I saw how virtually everyone, and I worked at one of Merrill Lynch's biggest offices in Chicago. I had access to the printouts of their customer base, where I could say that 99% of all their customers were losing money, and I said that in the conference. I mean, I just said that to everybody. It's like I just lifted this huge weight off their shoulders to think, okay, there's nothing wrong with me, and there are specific reasons why I'm losing. And so as a result, everyone wanted to hear this presentation over and over and over again. Now, the next year when I went back, and Tim invited me back to speak, I thought, okay, this is really good. What I'll do is I'll really give them the meat. Okay, I'll instead of, because that first one I didn't really get into a lot of depth. So I said, okay, I'll really put together a presentation and give them some real substance. I would say the first presentation that I did, I had probably 300 people in the room, and I lost 200 of them in the first 20 minutes. And it's been like that ever since. So, Dave, when you're talking about people, and I have found it really, the industry, the industry is evolving. Back in the early 80s, this message just was not very well received at all, especially if there was any depth to it. But, things are changing a lot. They really are. Which reminds me of the very first time I ever did a 2-day workshop. It was sometime in the late 80s, not the late 80s, maybe 1986 or 1987. I was doing 1-day workshops, but I never expanded it to a 2-day. So I'm thinking, okay, I'll expand it to 2 days. And I had probably 11 or 12 guys in the room, and they were mostly all floor traders. Actually, mostly all from the S&P pit at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. And so it just so happened it was in October, in the weekend where you have to turn your clocks back. And I'd forgotten all about that because I was preoccupied with the workshop. And so I got there, I got to the workshop about a half an hour early. And of course nobody's there. And I think it was supposed to start at 8 or 9 o'clock. And at the time it was supposed to start, nobody's there. So it's like, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I really did it this time.
Nobody's coming.
Nobody's coming. Until somebody finally showed up and I figured out that I didn't do my clock, so So, see, the thing is, and what this all really gets down to is something that we talked about Friday night and yesterday, is that you still don't need to have any of this to put on a winning trade. That's the whole point. None of this is necessary to put on a winning trade. None of this is necessary to put on 2 winning trades or 3 winning trades. But eventually what we all find out is that we can put on winning trades. But there's a huge difference between being able to, or let's say, getting a few winning trades here and there, or even on a consistent, a fairly consistent basis. There's a huge difference between that and, of course, and what your bottom line results are when you experience huge drawdowns or a series of drawdowns as a result of mental errors. And when you become dissatisfied with that, you start looking for something to remedy the situation. And that's what takes a lot of work. Because, like we've been saying all along, it has everything to do with the way you think and in essence, the way you live your life.
So I'm clear on kind of where we're probably going to be going today, I think the essence of what we were trying to bring out up until this point was getting comfortable with the whole notion that it's your belief structure that may be limiting you in whatever aspect of your life, or perhaps more specifically your trading. I'm under the impression that what we're going to try to do today is that we're going to try to not only identify those beliefs, but also work on pattern or work on techniques to neutralize them or redirect the energy, however you want to phrase it.
Exactly, right. That's exactly what we're going to do today. Remember that the kind of problems that we face as traders are going to fall into pretty much two basic categories in terms of what's going on inside of us. We have a like genetically encoded ways of thinking, meaning our minds are wired to think in certain ways that cause us to believe that what we're experiencing in this now moment is identical to something that's already in our minds as a memory. That's a problem. Because we know what's the reality of the situation. What's true? What's really true? Every moment is unique. And see, because of our mind's inherent, propensity to associate, it's that mechanism that we have to compensate for. So we have to do something specific to compensate for that mechanism. That's one of the things we need to do. Because the reality is, every moment is truly unique. That is the truth. Our minds make it seem as if this moment can be identical to something I've already experienced. Sometimes there'll be a correspondence, okay? There will be enough of a correspondence that we'll experience some degree of satisfaction based on what decision we make, because our minds associated this now moment, this unique moment, with some memory that we have. But as traders, there's too much of a capability. I mean, there's too much of a potential, let's say, to make catastrophic errors by allowing this mechanism to cause us to think that we know what's going to happen next. See, so what we want to do is take that gap away between the reality of each moment being unique and what our memories say, and say, you know what? I need to install a mechanism in my mind that will not let me think that this moment is anything other than unique. That's what we're doing. I need to install a mechanism in my mind that will not allow me to believe or think that this moment is anything other than unique. That way, my mind is now open to receive anything that may be of relevance in terms of what could satisfy my desires or goals. So that I can make a decision based on all the information that's available, not just what might satisfy my expectations. And remember, my expectations are going to be what? Based on what? What are my expectations always based on? Well, beliefs. Yeah, because an expectation is a belief projected out into some future moment. So that's exactly what we don't want as traders. We do not want to be basing our decisions on our expectations, because when our expectations are fulfilled, we feel satisfied and happy. And that's something that we all desire. And when our expectations go unfulfilled, we experience emotional pain. This is a universal characteristic of humans. Probably of anything that's alive and can think. I mean, we've got cats, and when they don't get to go out, they're in emotional pain. So what we don't want is, we don't want to be perceiving information based on this limited kind of this limited filter, so that only the information that makes me happy gets filtered into my mind or gets allowed in, and all the information that has the potential to make me feel anything other than happy gets filtered out in some way, either completely ignored or altered or distorted in some way. So we need that mechanism. So this is what I was saying before. What I was saying before is that we're going to use our trading. We're going to use the actual, let's say, process of trading to create these mental mechanisms that will cause us to think that, no, this moment is really unique. And that doesn't mean you can't feel or sense or know what's going to happen next, because you can. But it'll be from a different context. It won't be from a rationally based context. It'll be from an intuitively based context. These are worlds apart. Because if it's genuine intuition, it seems like as if I'm going to maybe contradict many of the things that I've said earlier, but if it's genuine intuition, you'll always be right. Because in essence, you're in the zone. That is, that you spontaneously tapped into that framework where you are in complete harmony with, say, with the market consciousness, that collective consciousness of everyone who's participating, and you are in the zone. So it's not a rationally based knowing, it's an intuitive based knowing. But it's our rational mind that'll always, one, keep us from getting into it. Because if I think I know what's happened, if I think I know or believe what's happening at a rational level, it means that my knowing is coming only from my past. Are you guys with me on this? The knowing is coming only from my past. My past cannot. What's that? Well, you can predict the future. You can. Anybody can guess the future, and that's not. I'm not saying you can't predict the future, but let's put it this way: my past, based on what's already in my mind, can't know a truly unique moment, because a truly unique moment is something that never existed. My past can only know it afterwards, or my rational mind can only know it after the fact.
So how do you reconcile that with intuition? So if your intuition is saying go, 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 and
Your intuition won't say go, 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 go. Intuition doesn't work like that. Intuition isn't compelling in any way. Your rational mind is compelling. You feel compelled to do anything, it's coming from your rational mind. Your intuition is just spontaneous. You just find yourself doing things. Your rational mind is the one that's going to pull you out of doing it.
so how do you?
It's like it's doing something without weighing and judging. You see, your rational mind weighs and judges everything based on your past. When you're in that kind of a zone and acting spontaneously and intuitively, you won't be weighing or judging anything. In essence, you'll just be finding yourself doing something. It's like your rational mind will wake up and say, "Hey, what am I doing?"
Mark, it's kind of abstract. Can you just show me? Can you show me a trade that's rationally based versus?
It would, John. It wouldn't make any difference. Okay. You see, in terms of showing you a trade, I mean, I could pull up a whole bunch of charts.
I'm just thinking. Tell me a trade that's rationally based, versus. I mean, an example.
Any trade that you think, any trade that's based on a pattern that you know at a rational level, would be a rationally based trade. Meaning anything you've already learned about, and it's in your mind as a memory. Whereas something, have you ever had kind of a gut feeling about something, but didn't really have a way to judge it from a rational perspective? That's what I'm talking about. It's. I'll give you an example. I don't even know if I have that chart with me, but there was a chart I was doing a typical pattern I'm going to show you guys later, an ABCD pattern where AB equals CD. It'd be something like. This would be like a 618 retracement, and like this. And these two lines right here, these two waves are exactly equal. And one of the reasons why I use Q charts is because I can click on this line. When I get this wave, when I get this low and this high, and this retracement right here, and I get an isolated low right here where it looks like it might start doing this, what I do is I clone this line, click on this line, I clone it, and I can actually move it here, put it on this low, and see how the market reacts coming up to point D. Okay? Well, I don't remember exactly when it was, but there was what I thought was a perfect ABCD setting up in the Dow. It was last year sometime, and it was on a 60-minute chart. And of course, the higher the time frame the chart, the more significant the move. So I put on my chart buy D. I'm supposed to sell D. Didn't even realize. Buy D, okay, that would be, okay, buy D, okay. So when the market, I actually didn't trade the day that this happened, but the market came up to D and literally just, blew right through it. It was like a 150, 200 point move. So that would be something, you know, it's like, see, I don't look at that as being an accident that I made, that I made that kind of an error on the chart by saying buy D instead of sell D.
You know, that has happened to me, and then I spend the next week trying to quantify it. How did I do that? And I can't I don't know how it happened. So I'm in that like, trader's hell.
Right.
That you talked about.
Right. You know, we're talking about, you know, trading intuitively, and it's really intriguing. But keep something in mind that, you know, Sean just said, is that one of the things I'm going to suggest to you is that even when we get to the point in the workbook where we talk about it, we're talking about it now, but if you haven't trained your rational mind to trust intuitively based information, the best thing to do is just notice it and not trade intuitively, not act on it. Just notice it and write it down and pay attention to it. That every time it happens, so you can start building a backlog or repertoire of rationally based information saying, I can trust this. And there's a reason why I say that is because you can manufacture, you can get so excited about the idea that you can, you know, have this sense of knowing of what's going to happen, that you can, at a rational level, manufacture a feeling that's very similar to that kind of intuitive sense. And the problem is that that manufactured feeling isn't intuition, and you will virtually always be wrong when you're operating out of that sense of, let's say, I call it like a hope that feels like intuition and genuine intuition. What you really have to do is get yourself to the point where you virtually have no potential to hope whatsoever. Like, why would you have to hope for anything? Once you really trust yourself, you don't have to hope for anything. So if you still have the potential to hope that the market does something for you, and that's in essence what you're saying. I'm hoping that the market does this. I'm hoping that the market does this for me. And the only reason why you could hope that the market does anything for you is because you don't feel like you have the resources to trust yourself to do it for yourself. Otherwise, hope wouldn't exist. So as long as you have that potential to manufacture that sense of hope that feels very much like intuition, where you'll find it very difficult to make the distinction between the two, the best thing to do is just not trade intuitively. In other words, don't act on it right away. Let yourself work up a nice repertoire so that you can start trusting yourself. Trusting it, put it that way. And that might take a long time.
You took the example of buying pullbacks,
Mm-hmm.
right? You get a narrow range day or something and you're looking to buy over the top of that. And you say, okay, the rational idea is it's pulled back, we found another level of buyers at this price, and so I'm buying over that resistance prior day. That would be a rational thought,
Mm-hmm.
correct?
Yeah.
The intuitive side would be, it's pulled back 3 days, I'm gonna go bid here because my gut is, or I intuitively think, most pullbacks last 3 to 4 days, and I'm hoping that I get the bottom.
And I would say that's not intuition.
Right.
Based on the way I define intuition, that's just another rationally based.
That's that manufactured.
Yeah, that could be manufactured, rationally based
Well, if you're
thought
thinking-
process.
it's not like if you-
See, you're thinking about it. You're not in it anyway.
Right.
See, the whole point is that you're really not thinking. You're not weighing or judging anything. You're finding yourself doing something. It's like looking at a chart. I'm looking at a chart, and I might have asked myself, 2 or 3 minutes before, where's the next best edge? And all of a sudden I get distracted. And I'm not thinking about where that next best edge is. Then all of a sudden my attention is drawn to a line that I would normally have not paid attention to because it's not part of my repertoire of what the market does. But see, intuitively based information is creative. Creative, think about the definition. Bringing forth something that didn't previously exist. I wouldn't have paid attention to that particular line or that particular level. And all of a sudden I've got my attention drawn to it and I think, oh, okay, well, let's put an order here. No weighing, no judging, really no thinking. If you're weighing, judging, and thinking, it's not intuition. It's something that's spontaneous. It's just like when I'm writing the Disciplined Trader and Trading in the Zone, and a technique that I'm going to give you in a few minutes. I'd ask myself a question. Now, if think about this. If I ask myself a question, if I thought I really had the answer, I wouldn't have asked the question in the first place. Meaning that I really believe I don't have the answer. I'm not trying to figure out the answer. I'm not doing any analysis, like going through all my memories and trying to work something out, trying to figure out a problem. I'm not doing that. I don't have the answer. And then I forget about the question. Or in that moment. I mean, just you get distracted, you start doing other things. Then all of a sudden, it's like, boom, the information just gets dumped into my brain, or I find myself speaking it without knowing it. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. I didn't think about the information that's in my brain. It's now there, and I got to write it down. And I find that if I don't write it down, it evaporates, and I can't reconstruct it. I can't tell you, how many times. It didn't happen that many times because it was just too painful. But the number of times it did happen where I didn't either write it down right away, or I put it in my computer, didn't save it right away, and something happened to my computer and I lost it. That was like, and then try to reconstruct it at a rational level, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it because it wasn't in my brain at a rational level. It wasn't part of my memories. It didn't have anything to stick to because there wasn't really a framework, because it was new information, new for me. So I'm not weighing, I'm not judging, I'm just asking a genuine question because I don't have an answer and I desire the answer. And if the desire is genuine, you will get an answer that corresponds with your question.
Are you saying that a rationally based trade is something that isn't good?
No, I didn't say that at all, Jeff.
Okay.
No, not at all.
Just want to make sure.
I'm not saying any of this is good or any of this is bad. It's just all a function of what you desire, where you want to go, what you want for yourself in your life.
Because the ABCD that you were talking about is a rationally based trade.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
Jeff, I trade rationally. Okay.
Okay.
I'm not.
Okay.
Don't get the impression that this is what I do here. Okay. Not every trade is intuitive.
Okay.
I'm just giving you examples of times that it was. Okay.
Ask one question.
And also, I'm not at a level in my life where I completely and absolutely trust it either. As a trader. I'm still working on it.
The example you gave, that was really an error in your technique. I mean, you made
No.
the mistake of buying instead of selling.
No, I didn't. First of all, I didn't put an order in the market. Number one. All I'm saying is that I write on the chart what I'm going to do, and what I wrote on the chart was what I should have written.
Was
Sell D, and I didn't even notice until the next day where I actually wrote buy D.
Okay. That's not intuitive thinking. That's
Oh yeah, no, that to me, yes, absolutely. That's not an. See, I don't look at it that way. I don't look at those kinds of errors as being errors, or I don't look at unconscious mistakes as being as not having significance. I don't look at them as sort of a random thing at all. That was let's say at a subconscious level. This information we're gonna talk about in a minute about where information can come from. 1 second, Jake. Let me just really do one thing. About the different levels of information, you can say that that there's the conscious, the subconscious, and I'm looking at the intuitive or spiritual. Okay, I would say that particular whatever what caused me to type buy and sell came from down here. and I didn't notice it at a conscious level until the next day. Go ahead, Jake.
I was just going to say, you know, if you have an unconscious belief that makes you trade incorrectly, how do you separate that? Like, what, you know, like, in other words, it's causing you to make a mistake unconsciously, right?
Mhm.
How do you separate that from what you describe as intuition?
I'm not sure. Okay, ask me the question again.
Like, in other words, your intuition made you right, sell, buy D.
Yeah, my intuition told me to buy D.
Right.
Okay.
What if, you know, there's something in your brain, you know, which was a bad belief, it caused a trading error that made you say buy here or whatever.
Well,
And
what about
and
it?
it didn't work.
Okay, what about it?
I just say, how do you separate intuition from unconscious belief? You know, it's not aware of. That's really the question.
Well, very easy. I shouldn't say very easy. It's just that you know, the criteria is if it was the perfect thing to do, it was intuition. Anything less than that, and it was rationally based. And I'm not saying that you can't make a decision at a rational level that can't be perfect. All I'm saying is that your intuition will always, based on my definition and the way that I look at it, you can look at it and define it any way that you want. All I'm saying is that in my framework, in my context, intuition will always cause me to step into an experience in a way that's in complete harmony with the environment that I'm in that moment, based on what my desire is. Would that be a good definition of it? Do you think? Does it make sense?
Basically, it's your goal.
What, Roman?
Basically, it's your goal.
Yeah, it'll cause me to step into an experience in a way that's in perfect harmony with my desire and the environment that I'm in that moment, and the environmental forces I'm operating, let's say, in, or the environmental forces that are attendant upon that situation. Anything less than that, in terms of an outcome, would not be intuition. I know this is really kind of hard and abstract stuff, but you know, you guys can listen to the tape over and over again, or watch the tape, and as a result, you know, start doing your own explorations in terms of how this works in your life and how you might use it. And let me say something else too. That about 5 or 6 years ago, I was invited to speak at the first annual Intuition conference that was in San Diego. And there were, I don't know, about 200 or 300 people there, and people from all over the world who investigate the nature of intuition. And you know, one of the things that I came out of that conference with was that nobody could agree on a definition of intuition. Not that there was argument. I'm not saying that people were fighting each other. They weren't. I'm just saying that all the different definitions were mind-boggling. Okay. So you know, I'm just giving you one. I'm not saying there aren't more. You know, do your own investigation and go on your own path and find what works for you. But and I was amazed too at all the different ways that intuition worked in people's lives. You know, I was stunned. So to take a phrase out of anybody read Conversation with God books by Neil Donald Walsh? Mine is not the only way; it's just another way. So I would say that. And for some of you, it could be a good start, you know.
What I've found over the years is and I'm guilty of, not being consistent with it, but what I try to do is always ask, certain questions, how you can do things better, whether it be business, trading, or other parts of your life. And I definitely find that when you stay on that type of a regimen, it definitely makes a difference. Depending on what you're trying to go, maybe it's the bottom line, maybe it's a relationship, maybe whatever. What ends up happening, at least for me, is, you start noticing a change, and then you suddenly forget that regimen was what got you to that point, and you kind of stop doing it.
Sure.
It's so easy to fall off, but if anybody hasn't done that type of stuff here,
To do what? To be asking questions?
just always ask yourself,
Sure.
areas that you're not satisfied with, or even you are satisfied with and want to make better. It for me at least, it definitely makes a difference. which I think is the whole kind of where we are at this point
Right.
in the conference.
Yeah, we are. And what Greg said yesterday too about, just writing early in the morning, it's a really good technique. Just write anything. What are the techniques I'm going to give you? We can do it right now for even identifying a belief. It's the exact same technique. Only what I do is put a time constraint on it. In other words, you've got a specific purpose. You could say, let's go here, go to page, go to page 1 of section 5. One of the first things I say here is when it comes to doing mental work, your attitude is everything. Meaning whether you think you can or whether you think you can't, you'll be right. And that's really true. When you're doing mental work, your attitude about it is virtually everything. So the more you believe in the possibilities that you can do this kind of work, the more benefit you're going to get from it. So if you want to find out, if you want to find out what's in here, okay? First of all, this is at the conscious level. These are the things that we have conscious access to. There may be, you may have conscious beliefs that you have that are in conflict with your desire to accumulate money as a trader. There may be some subconscious, okay? Remember I said yesterday that I think this line between conscious and subconscious is really artificial? In some ways even taught because, when we're children and there are things going on in our mind that our parents can't explain, not only can they not explain it in us, they can't explain it in themselves. They're going to say, just forget about that. Just kind of put it in the back of your mind and just forget about it. And what ends up happening is that the things that we can't explain and we can't deal with, they do, and the things just automatically, in many cases, will drop down to a subconscious level of operation anyway. Okay, but it's like you don't. I'll put it this way: the more you do this kind of work and ask questions, the more this line between conscious and subconscious starts to get perforated and weaker until there really isn't any definition at all. I mean, there isn't any declination between the two at all. You can have access to anything that's in your mind. Not only here, but also here. And it's just a matter of the kind of work that you do. And that work is in essence asking yourself questions. So for an example, I just gave you one example here. You want to find out what's going on? Say to yourself, why can't I accumulate vast sums of money? Now, if I knew the answer to that at a rational level, I wouldn't have to be asking the question in the first place. Now, keep in mind, I'm going to keep repeating this because I don't know if I have the right words to really convey how important it is that this question be genuine and sincere. Because any lack of sincerity, and you won't get an answer. It's like the forces that exist in the universe, let's say, or exist at these deeper levels. You can't. It's like you can't fool God. If you really don't want an answer, regardless of how much you might say to yourself, yes I do, yes I do, yes I do, if the asking the question isn't genuine and sincere, then you won't get an answer. In other words, you have to be completely honest with yourself. And you will get an answer that corresponds with your level of honesty. So if you're asking a question that you sense you're afraid to get an answer about, then, ask another question that you might not be so afraid about getting an answer. That you can say sincerely and genuinely that I really do want an answer. I really want to know. Then write that question at the top of a piece of paper. and then give yourself about 20 minutes. And what are you going to do for that 20 minutes? You're going to write. Well, what are you going to write? You already said if I knew the answer, I wouldn't have to ask it in the first place. So what are you going to write? What do you think you're going to write? Just whatever. Write whatever thought comes to your mind, uncensored. Write your stream of consciousness thoughts, whatever comes to your mind, uncensored. Don't censor anything. Don't judge anything. Don't stop and contemplate it. Don't think about it. If the word or the thought or the feeling comes into your consciousness, write it down. And after 20 minutes, you can go back and reread what you've written. In other words, hopefully, once you get used to the idea of writing uncensored, you're going to find that you lose this kind of conscious thought process of judging what you're writing. In other words, you won't be judging it. You're just going to so busy trying to write your stream of thoughts that you're not thinking about what you're writing. And then when you go back and reread it, what are you going to be reading? You're going to be discovering yourself. You're going to be reading something that came from your mind onto that piece of paper, and you should have, what'll hopefully end up happening is that you'll read something that corresponds to the question that you wrote. You'll have at least an answer or part of an answer, and there should be enough there for you to ask another question, or to stimulate another question, and then put that question at the top of a piece of paper. And keep on doing it until you get to the source of the original question of why can't I accumulate vast sums of money? Because it may be, that's a big one, by the way. You can do smaller ones, but working on one like that could take quite a long time. Yeah, more than 20 minutes.
So it's like songwriting. It's the same thing. That's how I wrote I Love Rock and Roll. It wrote itself in 20 minutes.
Okay, Jake, say that so people can hear it. Okay,
It's like, I'm saying this whole thing is like songwriting, basically. Like I Love Rock and Roll is an example of the biggest song I ever wrote. It was like a complete inspiration. It wrote itself. I was taking dictation. It wrote itself in 20 minutes. It's like automatic. I have no idea where it came from. Actually, I do have an idea. I was listening to the Rolling Stones. It's only rock and roll. I like it. And I had like a knee-jerk reaction to it. I said, what do you mean it's only rock and roll? I love rock and roll. Whoops. 20 minutes.
Wow, cool.
Done.
And you're still getting, how long ago did you write that song?
Over 20 years ago.
And you're still getting a pretty substantial income from it, aren't you?
Well, Britney Spears just covered it, so next year will be a good year.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And if you're posing a very deep question like this one, and you can't, as we're talking about it, I'm trying to think of, we have A, B, C, D, E here. I'm trying to think of what things could be inside me.
Those are just examples, by the way.
Right.
Okay.
But when we've been talking about asking questions, and sometimes while you're talking, I'm thinking of things.
Right.
And asking questions, and not coming up with even like the first thing. So you're just a technique to try to uncover that would just
stop
be...
1 second. I would ask, what's stopping me from getting an answer? You said you're not coming up with the first thing, right? Then I would do the technique based on, what's stopping me from coming up with an answer? And then do that exercise for 20 minutes and write down every thought that comes to your mind. Break it down break it down to its, you know, to like the most fundamental or basic components. I mean, just break your questions down as you know, as far as you can. In fact, kind of a rule of thumb, I'll give you a rule of thumb that I use when you know, in my consulting work and my coaching, is that one, when people when people call up, I help them identify the challenge. That's going to be in relationship to whatever they desire, their goal. Create a process. In other words, how are we going to get there? And then break the process down to its smallest incremental steps. And then just take one step at a time. And so that particular formula you can use for any particular trading skill that you want to learn. Any trading skill at all. If you put it within the context of that formula, if you can think to yourself, you know, I'd like to be able to trade breakouts. I'm not a good breakout trader. That's something I haven't spent any time really, you know, any time teaching myself how to do. So at the time when I'm ready to, you know, to get to the point where I want to, you know, acquire this skill of being an excellent breakout trader, I will create, that's my challenge, I'll create a process, I'll break the process down to its smallest incremental steps and take one step at a time. Another example of that would be a trader that comes to mind that I worked with many years ago. He owned some construction companies down south. He was a guy in his late 50s at the time. You can imagine the kind of guy that would own construction companies, let's say in Dallas, okay? And he'd been trading bond futures and just getting wiped out. So he thought, you know what, he's going to come up to Chicago and show these bond traders something. And bought a seat at the Chicago Board of Trade. I'm sorry, I'm laughing. Anyway, he bought a seat at the Chicago Board of Trade and went into the pit to trade and found out that it was just a little bit more violent and athletic than what he could have imagined. But anyway, I'm sorry. But another one of these situations where someone told him to call me, and so we did, and we spent probably, I don't know, maybe a week or a week and a half, where one of the problems he had is he really didn't even know how to define support and resistance, and I was using point and figure charts at the time, which I think are really good, by the way, but there isn't really much software where you can, I don't know of any software that really does true point and figure charting anymore. But anyway, so what I did is I helped him be able to identify support and resistance within a 8 to 10 tick range, okay, in the bonds. So when we got to the point where he was comfortable and we thought he could do this, for the next day, we had support, we had resistance here, support here, and here was the deal. Okay, this guy's a multi-millionaire. Here's the deal. This was the task, and we broke the process down, smallest incremental steps, right? The task was, fortunately, for him to buy one bond contract at support, and hold on to it until if it came to support first, and hold on to it when it came up to resistance, sell it out for the profit, and then sell to, and that was it. Okay, he was supposed to risk 3 ticks, $100. Okay, that's all he was. Now that was the task. He just had to go in, and unfortunately for us, in this particular exercise, the market opened up somewhere in the middle right here. And so when the market was coming down to, I don't know what this price was, let's just say it was 09. The market's coming down to 09. He starts getting panicky and thinking that it's not going to get there, number one. And so he bought them at right around 11. And then when it hit 09, he's thinking it's going to keep on going, of course. He sold it out for a 2-tick loss. It bounced off 9, went back up to 19, okay? And then he did the exact same thing, came back to the office and was thoroughly exasperated and frustrated with, with what happened, right? So the next day he went down there and did the exact same thing. And then after that, I didn't hear from him. And I didn't hear from him because he didn't want to have to account to me for the fact that he couldn't do this. Because, what are we talking about here? We're talking about $100 risk. That was it. This is really genuinely less than chump change for this guy. So I didn't hear from him for about 2 weeks. And then I get a call. Well, as it turned out, after 2 or 3 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, after 2 or 3 weeks, what had happened is that he had gotten pretty good at identifying support and resistance. And he'd also gotten pretty good at buying them at 9, let's say, or selling them at 19, but he was still getting out at 10 or 11 and not holding on, for the full range. So he's only getting a 1 to 2 tick profit. And what was really exasperating for him is that in many cases, it turned out that 09 in this example was the low of the day. Or he'd look back at the end of the day and say, you know what? I bought the low of the day and only got 1 tick. I bought the high of the day and only got 1 tick. So his solution to the problem, what do you think his solution was? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, not double up, triple up. Okay, he's a 1 lot trader. Now he's going to be trading 25 or 50 lots, okay? And actually, he'd made some money. He'd made some money in that 2 or 3 weeks. He'd made maybe a couple $1,000s doing this. So yeah, now the problem is, going from a 1 lot trader in the pit to doing 20 or 25 or more, you're dealing with a whole different range or a whole different set of people. And, it's just not easy to step up from 1 to 20. It's just based on the dynamics of the way the pit itself works. And I knew he was going to get his ass handed to him. There wasn't any doubt in my mind about it. I didn't say anything to him. And I said, hey, go ahead. And so it wouldn't have made any difference if I said anything to him or not. So, and that's exactly what happened. He lost all the profits he made, plus another $2,000 or $3,000, and then he said, okay, like this, okay, I'm ready, what do I need to do? Based on the formula I just gave him, what would you tell him to do? You tell me now, if you're in this situation, you're in my shoes, and he's asking me, what does he need to do to resolve this problem? What? That's right. Why can't he wants to stay in his winning trade? What's the process? We know the challenge. Create a process. Break the process down to the smallest incremental steps. Because this is stuff you're going to need to do on your own anyway. You tell me what I told him.
Sydney tell him to do what you told him in the first place. You can't do that.
Well,
he's not at that point. He hasn't done what you asked him to do.
You're close, but I added one other dimension. Louis close. What other dimension, let's say, or factor or criteria did I add to originally what I told him to do that would solve this problem if he'll do
Maybe
it?
move his stock.
Sell half.
The stock.
So what?
Sell half.
Sell half?
Well,
No, we're going back to what Louis said. Go back to trading 1 contract.
oh, right.
Okay?
You move the stock to a level that you're comfortable. You trail the stock as the stock moves, so you don't risk giving back everything. It's supposed to be.
That's a real tough thing to do. We're talking about a pretty small range in the first place, and a lot of the up-down movement in an 8-tick range is just going to be noise. So you'll end up getting. You can't. I don't think you could do a trailing stop in this kind of a situation. You trailing stop, you got to give the market a little bit of room. Use trailing stops when you're trading higher time frames. So that would be. I don't think that would be difficult. And I'm not a big fan of trailing stops anyway. But we'll tell you why later. Go
Gotta
ahead.
do it 20 times. That's what he ingrains at.
Well, yeah, but if you add one other factor to this, that would not. What we want to do is this. Keep in mind that what we're dealing with is mental energy. We're dealing with conflicting energy that conflicts with his desire or goal to hang on to that trade, right? That's all we're really talking about. When he buys support, we do not know if it's even going to get up to resistance. But the whole idea was it doesn't really matter because all he's really risking to find out is $100 anyway. So it's either it gets there or he gets stopped out. If it gets there, he reverses, and it gets down here, or he gets stopped out, one or the other. But if you add one other dimension to this, that could force him to confront these conflicting forces. Because in essence, all we're really talking about is petting the dog. This distance right here is the dog. Now we know the kid, as a child, you know, it would be almost impossible to teach a kid this kind of a process where not impossible, but it would be difficult because they wouldn't understand the underlying dynamics. But with an adult, at least, you can say, okay, here's the situation, here's the resistance, let's say, that you want to neutralize. That means you're going to have to confront it. What would cause or force him or cause him, if he wanted to confront that resistance on a moment-to-moment basis? Add one other factor, one other rule in here, and the process goes really quick. Can you think of anything?
Write down what his thoughts are.
No, he's in the pit.
Fully accept the laws.
Well, that's something we're going to work on. That's something that's going to happen as part of this process.
He never dealt with the belief that he has conflict with, right?
Not really, no. But we really, in this case, we don't even have to know what the belief is. We don't even have to know why he can't hang on. I mean, I know why he can't hang on, but it doesn't make any difference. Whether he knows or I know, it doesn't make any difference. You can actually think of a process that would cause it to all go away by doing something. Anybody come to anything come to
Walk
mind?
out of the pit until his price comes back.
Close. Very good.
Stop order?
No, walk out. No, I didn't tell him to walk out of the pit. Quite the contrary. However, you're close by adding time, adding a time dimension. In other words, the market comes down to 9. He gets in. He doesn't get stopped out. He's got to stay in that trade for, let's say, 10 or 15 minutes, or it hits his point, or whatever comes first. So in other words, what I wanted him to do was actually get into this trade, turn around and look at the clock and deal with his uncomfortableness, moment by moment, second by second. And the more that he could do it, the more that he could, let's say, be in that uncomfortableness, the faster the energy neutralized. Because if he didn't get stopped out, then basically he was in a winning trade, and he was letting the market unfold in his favor. And the more that the market unfolded in his favor, he was actually creating an experience that directly conflicted with his resistant energy. Just like remember yesterday the example that all dogs are dangerous, not all dogs are dangerous. Okay, we got energy dynamics. So the more that he faced that clock and faced his uncomfortableness second by second, minute by minute, the faster the energy dissipated. So if he could only do it 5 minutes the first time, well, great. Maybe the next time he could do it 6, and the next time he could do it 10, and the next time he could do it all 15. And then at some point, it didn't matter. He could do it. It was simple. It really was. It was a simple exercise. Not easy to do, but it was a simple exercise. That's basically what you guys are going to be doing for any trading skill. You're going to think of a process, break the process down to its smallest incremental steps, and do the steps. Because you don't have to know, in many cases, you do not have to know what the conflicting energy is. On the self-sabotaging beliefs, these are exercise, the kind of things you're going to need to do to neutralize self-sabotaging beliefs. In some cases, you're going to have to know what it is. But in some of the trading skills that you need, the basic fundamental trading skills, you don't necessarily have to know. But you do have to create a process to neutralize it. And this is a perfect example of what I mean about using your trading to accumulate skills. He was trading, but he was trading for the specific purpose of being able to hang on to a winning trade. Now, if you have a problem hanging on to a winning trade, you know what? This exercise would work for you too. Jake?
15 minutes. What was it? The maximum is 20 minutes.
Could I ask you what typically?
Oh, yes, you may.
What is the belief, I mean, I have the same damn problem, but what, and we'll try that, but what if you dealt with the belief? What is the typical belief that keeps people out of winning trade? You know, it's simple as what you have.
Well, in his case, it's because he'd been burned so many times, you know, where the market came back and took his profits away, where he didn't take it, because he never had a consistent or methodical way of taking profits. That's all it really was for him. It's just his past experience of being burned so many times. Where he thought the market was burning him, of course, it was his inability to trade consistently or have a consistent methodology that was burning him. Go ahead, Greg.
Being patient is one of my challenges. Let me use this example. If it starts going up to 15, you know, I have this.
I got a solution for you later on.
Okay.
What time is it, John?
9:15.
You know, I'll take a little break. Okay, where'd we leave off? Anybody remember?
20 minutes.
20 minutes. Oh, I left off with the exercise. That was it. About creating processes.
You know, your bond trader friend.
Yeah.
Stay in for the second trade.
Anyway, he went on to make quite a bit of money trading bonds, and then went to Thailand in the late 80s and early 90s to trade their stock exchange, and took advantage of a lot of people down over there. And I kind of lost touch with him probably about 8-9 years ago, so I don't really know where he's at right now. Okay, you've got information. Now, I want to precede what I'm about to tell you right now with kind of a caveat or warning. I'm just exposing you to technologies or ideas, or let's say methodologies that you can use, but I suggest that you don't, until you've acquired some sophistication in working with us in these areas and expertise, that you do this with somebody who knows what they're doing, a professional.
I don't know what to talk about.
Well, I'm going to tell you, you'll see in a minute, okay? What I'm doing is, all I want to do is I want to give you an idea of what's possible and the kind of things that you can do. Again, these are things you're certainly under no obligation to do any of this stuff, but if you do decide to do it, I very strongly recommend that you do it with a professional, someone who knows what they're doing. Here's what I mean. We left off doing journal work, writing questions, getting answers, discovering yourself, and discovering things that hopefully will pique your curiosity to ask another question. You're accumulating all this information about yourself. What are you going to do with it? Where are you going to go with it? Well, there's a number of different things that you can do, a number of different techniques or technologies. There are all kinds of self-help books that you can buy. One of the things when people even ask me to suggest certain books, I'm a little reticent to do so. What I suggest that people do, instead of me recommending what book might be good for you, you find out what book is good for you by going to a pretty large self-help bookstore and finding out by just what book resonates. Okay, as you're going, as you're perusing all these books that tell you what you can do and how you can do it and everything else like that, which books resonate? Which books are you attracted to? Books in essence, because once you open yourself up, here again, this process of opening yourself up by asking questions, you will be naturally guided from this area right down here. You will be naturally guided to pick up the book that's right for you in that moment. And that's the one you buy. And that's the one you start with.
But it's how I got my first book. I met Larry Williams. I went to one of those bookstores because I was interested in training. And Larry's book almost fell off the shelf, hit me on the head.
Somebody pushed
How I
it.
made $1 million first year of training.
What I'm saying to you is that in many cases, the kind of stuff that's going to happen once you open yourself up will seem quite magical. It really will. They'll just come into your life. You'll be attracted to it. You're not thinking about, not analyzing, not judging. You just find yourself picking up this book and go, oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, this looks good. That's the one you buy. The one that feels good is the one you buy. See, so for me to recommend a book, it's like I'd have to, tap into where you're at and I mean, not that I haven't done that sort of thing, but it's just that you're better off just doing it on your own. Does that make sense, everybody? So, one of the things that you can do, and this is an example of a trader that I worked with a while back, and who had a pretty abusive relationship with his father, and it hampered. He was I'm not going to tell you where he traded or what the deal was, but anyway, he found a lot of the things that he had learned as a result of his relationship with his father quite troublesome, not only in his life, but of course for his trading. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to read you an exercise that I gave to him. And basically, this exercise, you can see, this is his work right here. It's about 20-some pages or more. It's all single-space typewritten. And these are experiences that he wrote about with his dad. Okay? And the exercise was to write the experience and then boil the experience down to, in other words, distill it down to like a couple of sentences about what he learned about the nature of his relationship with the world as a result of these experiences, and then boil it down to a one-sentence belief, if possible. Because what we want to do when we're working with these kinds of with these kinds of beliefs that we want to neutralize, we want to distill it down as much as possible so that we have something tangible to work with. Because when we've got something tangible to work with, there's even another exercise that I'll give you, again, that I'm going to caution you to use, not on your own, but with guidance and with help, that will help you neutralize that one sentence concept when you get it down to that. But basically, what this exercise is about is this, is that you're not going to change your memories of your experiences. It's not the actual memory that you're changing, but you're going to change the context of the memory. In other words, you can put the memory into another framework from negative to positive. Because remember that life, the universe, life, offers us a range of experiences. And this line cannot represent that range of experiences because those experiences are virtually infinite. Now think about this. Those experiences are infinite. And every moment is truly unique. But if we start out with, a particular experience in a particular category from a negative perspective, we will continue to perpetuate that negative cycle over and over and over again until we break the cycle, which means it's something that we have to choose to do. We will think that cycle is reality, just like the boy and the dog example. Dogs had a range of experience, a range of possibilities to experience happiness, joy, satisfaction. These are all states of mind. This child can only perceive one possibility out of a range of possibilities. That one possibility was his reality, and something that he would vehemently defend as being the true and only reality. So I could say that every negative cycle that exists in each of our lives, and all of us have them, because none of us grow up pain-free. Nobody grows up pain-free. Everyone gets hurt emotionally. Everyone. And the problem is, if we don't reconcile our own pain, we will pass it on to our children. We have no other choice. As much as you might want to try not to, and even be conscious of it, unless you have a way to reconcile the pain, you will pass it on. And then your children will pass it on to their children. And it'll keep on getting passed on until somebody decides to break the cycle. And the cycles don't get broken until somebody, like I said, decides, until makes a conscious choice to work on it. Now, you don't have to, again, you don't have to change the memory, because you couldn't anyway, really. I mean, I guess people can. They can, they can create another memory and try to deny the original one. But you can put it into a different context. You can put something from a negative into a positive context. If, for an example, as in this case, as in this particular person, if he were to go back and had a way, let's say, or even imagine a way of accessing the child, the person that he was when these experiences happened, and explain these experiences in a different context, in a context that wasn't emotionally painful, well, you think that might be helpful? Because that's in essence what he's doing. He's explaining these experiences in a context that would help this, let's say, 8 or 9-year-old create a set of memories about this, that even though the actual experience themselves didn't change, the context of the experience changed from negative to positive. Because there's something else, another dynamic here that you need to really understand, and that's the dynamics of forgiveness. People generally think of forgiveness as doing something like to forgive the kind of pain that someone else perpetrated on us. Now, there's no doubt about the fact that, let's say, we interacted with someone in a very painful way, and let's say even if it was intentional on their part, that the pain exists, it's there. But here's the problem, or here's the way that. But here's the way that I'm going to give you a way to think about this that would help you work through some of this pain, so that you can clean your mind out of negative energy, so that you can live your life in a more happy and satisfying way. Because people will say, well, they don't deserve to be forgiven. And as much as that might be true, there's something that everyone needs to consider. And that's, let's take an example of a person in our lives, okay? Let's take mother, father, brother, sister, whatever, a relative. We can say that that person has a range of expression. That let's say that for the sake of this argument or this discussion, that particular person exists in a finite way. All their inherent qualities and characteristics can be described in some sort of finite way. All their memories, all their experiences, all the energy that's inside of them. They exist in some way that can be described. So we've got them that exists outside of us, and then we have our representation of them. Okay, the representation of them that exists in our mind. In other words, some component part of our identity that we would describe as them. First of all, I would ask you, is our representation of them, them? Is it who they are?
No.
It can't be, right? Right. In other words, it's something less than, because for us to know them as who they are, we'd have to know them as their consciousness. We'd have to literally be them in every aspect or every component part of who they are. So any way that we would represent somebody else is less than who they are, and usually much less than who they are, some small part. But it is a component part of our identity, meaning that representation of that person, this unique representation, it is a unique representation of that person, exists nowhere else in the universe. Now think about that. You've got brothers and sisters or other relatives that have their own mental representation of that person that may have similarities to yours, but your representation is unique. It exists no other place in the universe other than your mind. And the problem that people have is that we have this tendency to think that our representation of another person is that person, when in fact, if it's the only representation of that person, in other words, the only place that it exists is in our mind, it's really part of our identity. It's not them, it's us. That's the way you need to think of it. Any representation that you have of another person in your mind is part of your identity. And if that representation is a negatively charged energy, then it's having a negative effect on your life. We're the ones that are going to be suffering. Because what do we know about the nature of beliefs? They demand expression. See, so we grow up, let's say, with parents who are, let's say, inflict their own style or whatever of abuse, whether it was intentional or not. We say to ourselves, I'll never do that to my kids, and find ourselves doing just exactly the same thing to our kids. Why? Because all beliefs demand expression. And find ourselves being, in many ways, exactly the same way. Matter of fact, if you go to a relationship kind of a conference, there are certain relationship, conferences that you can go to, or workshops you can go to help you, understand the nature of relationships and get more intimate and all this kind of stuff. Well, there are some that you can go to that once you get there, let's say there's a room of maybe 100 people or so, when you get there, they'll give you these extensive personality inventories or characteristic inventories. And not only of yourself, but also how you would describe your mother, your father, your brothers, your sisters, your husband, your wife. And then after you take all the inventories, after everyone's done with all of that, you're in the, you're a part of the audience, and you're asked. Everyone has a turn, and you're asked without knowing anyone else in the audience now. You really haven't. Let's say you might have just maybe briefly met a few people, but otherwise, you are asked to go into the audience for the sake of the work that you're going to do later on, and pick a dad, pick a mom, pick a wife, pick a brother, pick a sister, pick a daughter or a son. And then what they do later on is they compare your description of your relatives that you picked with the description of the way these people describe themselves. And people, you will find that you will just naturally pick. You will be attracted to the energy that's inside of you. Meaning you will pick a mom and a dad that has characteristics almost virtually exactly like what you described your mother and father to be. And these are perfect strangers. People say opposites attract. No, that's not true. Likes attract. Like energy attracts like energy. It may seem on the surface as if people are opposite, but it isn't the case. I've worked with enough couples where it's like it just blew my mind how on the surface two people looked. If you were to ask me to describe it, I'd say there is a far apart as what people could be, and then the more that I worked with them, the more I found that underneath the facade and underneath the surface, they were two peas in a pod. They were exactly the same. So what I'm saying is that the idea, the notion, or the concept of forgiveness is that you're not forgiving that person outside of you. It's not for their benefit. It could be. You could make it for their benefit, but I'm saying you don't have to. It's for your benefit. Because any negative energy inside of us has the potential to express itself in negative ways. Not only in the way that we see the world, not only in the way that we interact with other people, but also just the effect that it has on our own physiology. Does this make sense to people? Other people are not other people. Anyone that we perceive in our environment is some limited version of who they are, which means that we can't perceive in other people what's not inside of ourselves. It's impossible. We cannot perceive in other people what's not inside of ourselves. Otherwise, that characteristic or trait that may exist in them is invisible to us until it's inside of us, so that we can then, it acts as a force on our senses so that we can recognize it. So I'm going to read you a little bit of this to show you just how this works, okay? One time my father grabbed me by the neck and the head and slammed my head into the front door. I remember that it hurt and that I was feeling the top of my head because a bump formed. I remember that, that John was there also, that's his brother. I think we were being punished for making a game out of sliding down the stairs. So this is what he says to, you know, his previous self, you might say, to kind of help reconcile the situation. He's saying, I say to him that it's all right to slide down the stairs. In fact, it's great that we have fun, that I have fun with my brother. Let's see, that I have fun with my brother John. We talk about which blankets to use and the best method of sliding. I agree that I did nothing wrong to deserve the punishment. I also think about why my father hit us so hard for having such innocent fun. I say that my father does not know how to have fun. I say that my father does not have any play friends and that he did not know how to play. So he saw me doing something that made himself mad at himself, and that by smashing my head into the door, it was like he was punishing himself. I say that his father beat him even harder and that he just did not know better. I say that some people do not have to have reasons for doing the things that they do. I tell myself that there should not be an association between having fun and being punished. I tell myself that being totally wrapped up in the moment of fun does not mean that something will happen to punish me for being me. I tell myself that I accept me and that I've learned to accept my father for being insensitive and acting like an animal. And that because I love, and I tell myself that because I love such an abusive person, I love myself and all the richness that life has to offer. Now, keep in mind, who's he loving? It's really not this representation. It's really the representation of his father inside of him. That's what he has to accept. It's a form of self-acceptance because it's inside of us. And then he's got I resolve that play and fun and accepting and loving myself have no correlation to physical and emotional hurt. And by loving, and he's got stupid, angry people, which he's got a little bit of work to do here. I grow as a person. Anyway, he had to do this exercise. By the way, I had to do this exercise about 5 times. You know, to go through it and rewrite it over and over and over again. This is one of the first versions. Anyway, and there's a bit of a discussion here. When I was a child and I was happy and having fun, I learned that I had to always be on guard and careful and hide the fact that I was having fun. When I was having fun, I learned that I could be hurt by the seemingly randomness of my father. I learned to associate feeling good with expecting pain. Now he boiled these experiences down to one sentence. With the sentence he used here was, I learned to hide my feelings. I'm going to give you one more. You want one more? Is that all right? Because I won't. If you guys don't like this, I won't do it. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. I remember sitting at the dinner table and my father telling me that I had to eat my asparagus. I said that if I ate it, I would get sick. He told me to eat it, and I did. I immediately threw up all over the table. I think he hit me and sent me in my room without any more food. This is the discussion that he said to himself. I know what is best for me, I know what is best for me in this moment. My instincts are excellent. My father is not as aware. My father has the awareness of a sea slug. I did not do anything to deserve to be punished. My father's reaction to many things is like an animal, to strike out at whatever's there. I tell myself not to associate my father's angry actions with my beliefs and actions. I tell myself that there is not another son who could have been better for my father. My father beat whoever was his son, and therefore I do not feel guilty for being me. I do not feel guilty for being his son. I tell myself that my father must have a total lack of self-esteem because he hit a small child for such an insignificant thing. I tell myself that my father does not know how to relate to children, that he never learned to be a father. I tell myself that I've learned to love myself and learned self-respect so that I won't act like my father. I tell myself that I will continue not to eat things or do things that will harm me or make me sick. I tell myself to use this as an example. To tell myself to believe in myself. I explain that what a metaphor is and say that I must not swallow what others tell me, or I may be sick. So I resolve in the face of stupidity, anger, and ignorance, I love myself and have high self-esteem. I cannot feel guilty over another's attitudes and actions. Here's the discussion. I spoke my thoughts, I expressed my feelings of what I thought was best for me, and I was punished. The incident involved food. I was forced by the threat of physical punishment to do something that made me physically ill. A combination of mental stress, physical punishment, and physical illness. I was given a choice of physical pain or eating something I thought would make me sick, and when I went against my best instincts, I was still punished. There was no escape. I felt helpless, powerless. I turned inward. I learned that when I speak up, I'm slapped down. And then the one sentence belief is I learned to act against my instincts. Now I don't have to read the rest of these. Just by reading the beliefs, you can kind of extrapolate what was going on. I learned to create an expectation of pain. I learned to punish myself. I learned to pretend to act against my feelings. I learned to be erratic, getting like his dad. I learned to be inadequate. I learned to be insensitive to others. I felt guilty and embarrassed about not having enough money. I learned to carry my fear with me everywhere. I learned to bury my feelings. Eventually I replaced them with things. My thoughts didn't count. I learned to sublimate my feelings. I learned how to lose respect for myself. I learned to distrust. I learned to hate. I learned violent thoughts. I learned not to be intimate. I learned the dark side. I learned to lie. Now, what are you going to do with this? Anybody got any ideas? Yeah, how are you going to do that?
Forgive yourself.
What?
Forgive yourself.
You know what? What Greg is saying is actually quite good, because what did we say yesterday about the power of making up your mind?
You can do anything.
That's right. You can do anything. Actually, when you really get right down to it, you could really wipe away all the negative energy associated with these experiences by making up your mind with enough force and conviction. It'll move all that energy out. That's not something that most people are willing to do for a lot of different reasons. There are a lot of other beliefs that come into play. Beliefs about right and wrong, and in other words, there's all kinds of judgments that come into play that would keep people from doing something like this. And typically, when they are ready to do something like this is when they start getting involved with, usually some sort of spirituality or religious beliefs that are consistent with, let's say, their desire, and how to put this into a context that it makes sense for them. And one of the only ways that you can really do that is through a lot of times spiritual beliefs. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. But with enough conviction, you can move this energy out. Without enough conviction, you'll go through exercises. One of the exercises would be something like this. This is an exercise for collapsing painful experiences. You'll get it on the tape. You don't have to write it down. I don't really want you using this exercise by yourself anyway when you get right down to it. In most workshops, I stopped even giving people this exercise. But I'm going to do it for the sake of this tape, and just with the caveat that just do this with professionals. So you take an experience like this, okay, and then the exercise would be write 20 times. I resolve that the experiences I've written about on this paper no longer have any power in my life. Then write 20 times. I resolve that these, it's not in your workbook, Greg. I resolve that these experiences no longer make me feel guilty, powerless, or unworthy of success. Then write another 20 times. I resolve that it is time for the effects of these experiences to vanish from my life, both inside of me and outside of me. And then take the piece of paper that you wrote the experiences on. I am now burning these experiences as a symbol of my willingness to let go of the effects. As I watch these experiences turn to ashes, the energy they contained inside of me is also collapsing into ashes. And then pick a new set of beliefs that correspond to the way you really want to feel, and say, I'm now installing these new beliefs in my mental environment as a new way of expressing myself. Sean, you're kind of looking at me like, does this make sense to you?
Yeah, I was just wondering, what's going through my mind is, when you're working with a professional, what is the outcome that you need to have someone with you? What is so powerful about that was what I was thinking.
Oh, that's a good question. I'm glad you asked it, because I found that when I did these workshops and gave people this exercise and I got some feedback, some people didn't really understand how to distill these experiences down into one sentence beliefs, and what they were trying to collapse. I thought might create additional difficulties for them.
Never mind suppress things that may come out that weren't even there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. And some of this stuff can be really overwhelming. I do believe that nobody's going to get in touch with any information they can't handle anyway, as difficult or as painful as it may be. But even so, it still can be really overwhelming, and you really want to do it with someone who can help you through it. For some people, it won't be an issue. It really won't. For some people, they will be able to do it on their own. But that's not going to be the case with a lot of people. Another technique that's in the workbook that you can use for identifying beliefs is just follow your emotions back to something. In other words, if you're feeling a negative emotion about something, you're angry about something, just ask yourself a question, follow it back. When you think about the nature of anger, anger is a natural expression, is it not? It not only exists in humans, but it exists in the animal kingdom. So it has to have some sort of meaning in our lives, just the mere fact that we're expressing anger. Or frustration. I define frustration as simply an indication that I'm following an inappropriate set of steps to my goal. Does that make sense? I'm frustrated, and since I know that what I'm doing in any given moment is a function of what I perceive, in other words, the information I perceive in relationship to what's being offered, what I expect, what I decide to do, and the actions I take, if I'm not getting an outcome that I find satisfying and I'm feeling frustrated, well, that's just telling me I'm following an inappropriate set of steps to my goal. Change the set of steps and try a new path. Anger, to me, is a denied reflection. When I feel angry, I know that I cannot perceive in another what's not inside of me. It's that simple. I cannot perceive in another what's not inside of me. And if what I'm perceiving in another is making me angry, whether it's what they're saying, what they're doing, their behavior, whatever way they're expressing themselves, then I know that to some degree or another, that same tendency or characteristic also has to exist in me, whether I'm aware of it or not. I know this is a tough one. This is a hard one. So for an example, if I said, I hate liars, I hate them. They make me so angry. What would that tell you about me?
You have an issue with lying.
That's right, I have an issue with lying. Now, does that necessarily mean that I might consciously lie? No, not necessarily. Not to somebody else, but if I don't lie to somebody else, then I would say that I'm lying to myself. In some way or another, I'm lying. It might not be to the same degree that the other person that I'm perceiving, but the point is, at some level, there has to be something like that going on inside of me, or otherwise it wouldn't make me angry. See, because once you resolve all your issues about what it means to lie and understand that everyone's doing what they feel is in their own best interest at any given moment, even if they're misrepresenting what's going on in their mind or misrepresenting their intentions, that everyone is doing the best they can. And if I trust myself to be able to perceive someone's capabilities to either do what they say they're going to do or not do something they say they're going to, that they won't do, and always act in my best interests, then what do I need to be angry about? In other words, once all those issues are resolved inside of me, then it doesn't make me angry outside of me. Because I accept it. It's fine. They can be who they are. And if that's their capability to misrepresent things, then that's just who they are, and that's fine. I just take that into consideration when I interact with them. But if for some reason it were to make me angry, then I'd follow that emotion back to something that's inside of me. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to perceive it. Because what is anger? Okay? What is it? It's a self-defense mechanism, is it not? Anger is a self-defense mechanism. I can't feel angry unless I feel threatened. Don't tell me that. I don't want to hear that. No, you. You're this, you're that, you're. See, when I talk about these denied reflections, keep in mind, it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to be expressing ourselves in exactly that way. But it has to reflect something in our mental environment, that is composed of the same kind of energy. That's negatively charged. Or otherwise we wouldn't feel like we have to defend ourselves against it. It's that simple. And the reason why we defend ourselves against it is because we don't want to feel that negative energy. We don't want to feel bad. Okay, let's get into some better stuff. Techniques for neutralizing a belief. We've already talked about focus intent. And this relates to self-discipline. By the way, who's our guest here? What's that? Vincent? Yeah, you're going to help me with the cue charts, right? In case I have a problem. Aren't you glad you showed up, Vincent? Poor Vincent. I mean, you've missed like a whole day and a half of underlying material that would, help you put this into a context that, yeah, interesting, right? I feel like I've got to apologize. I'm sorry. Oh my. Anyway, okay, self-discipline. Most people think of self-discipline as actually a technique for changing. Okay? Most people think of self-discipline as a personality characteristic. In other words, he's so disciplined. And the reason why people think of discipline as a personality characteristic is simply because they are doing something that so effortlessly that we find difficult. Are you guys with me on this? Someone else is doing something effortlessly that we find difficult, and so therefore it seems as if they're so disciplined. But that really isn't the case. That doesn't mean that they don't have the capability of being disciplined. But what I mean by it isn't the case is that when someone can do something, express themselves in some sort of effortless manner, what is that indicative of? What would that be indicative of? Not self-discipline, but what?
Their beliefs.
Their beliefs. Yeah, they're just expressing themselves in a way that's natural to them. That's simply natural.
Would you also say that they're in harmony with that whole process? They're just doing it as a natural extension of themselves?
Exactly right. Right. And so self-discipline is one of the more powerful techniques. Remember, what is the most powerful technique for change that I've given you so far? What's the most powerful technique?
Asking a question.
Well, yeah, asking a question that gives you the information. What's the most powerful technique for change?
Taking the energy out of the belief.
Taking the energy, desire, okay? Focused intent, desire, conviction. That is the making up your mind, what it means to make up your mind. When you guys watch this tape later on from yesterday, because we talked quite a bit about what it means to make up your mind. When you make up your mind without any conflict, you're completely resolved about what you want, you can move an enormous amount of energy. That is the most powerful technique. I'll give you an example from my personal life. Probably the best example I could give you from my personal life. And that's, I grew up, when I was a child, I had an allergy called rose fever. Just like hay fever, only you get it in the spring. So usually around the first week in May of every year, from the time that I could remember, I would get, this allergy would come on, and my eyes would puff up, and I'd be constantly congested, my nose would be running, I'd be sneezing. Sometimes I'd even miss like days of school because I'd wake up, my eyes were so puffed up I couldn't even open them. Now, I went through this all my life, just something I accepted. It would be May, June, and sometime in August when people started getting hay fever, the rose fever would subside. So I was taking, in the late 70s, I was taking this class kind of in self-awareness. And I was in commercial casualty insurance at the time, and the class was after work. And in one of the classes, in one of the weeks, the instructor was talking about conditioned response. How whatever stimulus or experience, whatever forces caused you to, let's say, react in a certain way under certain circumstances, the actual stimulus can be gone, but you're going to continue to act that same way even though the stimulus doesn't exist any longer. Like I said, psychologists call that conditioned response. Anyway, so the next week I walk into the class and I was late, and I had my briefcase and I had a box of Kleenex because the rose fever had started. And so the instructor, I walked in and said, well, Mark, what's going on? I said, well, I explained, with the box of Kleenex, the congestion and everything else. And she looked at me and she said, do you think that just might be a conditioned response? And you know what? I know, because it's hard for me to get back to that state of mind that I was back then, because it was like 25 years ago or 20-some years ago. It's like, for some reason, her words hit me like a ton of bricks. I just knew that whatever reasons that I had, or whatever conditions existed when I was a child, when I got that allergy, no longer existed. They were long gone. And the only reason why I was suffering every year is because it was the first week in May, and that's when it was supposed to start. I just knew that. There wasn't any doubt in my mind about it. I just knew it was just the kind of thing, oh, it's the first week in May, I'm supposed to get rose fever now, and so therefore I get it. When I went home that night, and this I do have a vivid recollection of, when I went home that night, I was so angry with myself. I can't, the anger was really intense. I was angry because of all the suffering that I'd done up to that point in my life, almost 30 years of suffering that I knew that just was completely unnecessary. And what I did is I focused that energy and I directed it and said to myself, when I wake up, this is it. It's over with. It's done. I am not going to experience the effects of this any longer. And when I woke up, it was gone. And I have not experienced the effects of it since. But I'm telling you, I was pissed. Really pissed. And I can also say that there isn't really anything that's really come up in my life since that, I could say that I've had to generate that much energy about. Where normally the kind of exercises I go through, the one I'm going to give you right now, as a matter of fact. But that is the most powerful way to change. It really is.
Strong motion.
Making up your mind with conviction. Making up your mind with conviction. See, yeah, it's the conviction part. See, people think that change is a function of time. Time has absolutely nothing to do with it. Time doesn't exist in our mind anyway. Close your eyes or go into an environment where you have absolutely no sensory stimulus whatsoever, where you can't even feel or hear your heartbeat. Go into a non-sensory environment. You can't see anything. You can't hear anything. You've got no way to measure anything, not even your heartbeat, and you will not be able to tell the difference between 1 second or 1 week. There's no way for you to know. Think about it.
That's trippy.
There'd be no way for you to know the difference between 1 second or 1 week. 1 second or 1 day. All I'm saying is that time doesn't exist. And the other way to really know that is that all you've got to do is tap yourself into something that you forgot 10 or 20 years ago. Completely forgot the pathway to. Nothing ever triggered it, if you do remember it. And you can go back into that experience and relive it as if it just happened. Or it's happening. Everyone's had that kind of an experience. Everyone's been with somebody who was having that kind of an experience and explaining it to you in a way as if it was happening now or just happened. Same intensity, same memories, vividness, everything. All that energy will remain static until we do something to move it. Or it gets moved inadvertently. See, we can move it consciously or it can get moved inadvertently over time. That's why people say time heals all wounds. Time heals physical wounds because our body's made of atoms and molecules. Atoms and molecules are spinning over time. There's movement over time. Mental energy is not made of atoms and molecules. It can remain static. Now, something can move it. We can move it based on our own conscious direction, or we can have inadvertent experiences over time that cause incremental changes in what we believe that move this energy. In other words, inadvertent experiences. We're not thinking about it, but we have like a nice, surprise, positive experience, causes us to think a little bit differently, then another one, then another one. Then all of a sudden we kind of look back on our lives and say, I don't think that way anymore. I remember when I used to be afraid of that. Or I remember when I used to think that way. So it makes it seem as if change is a function of time. It really isn't. It's just a function of movement of some sort. And the movement can take place instantaneously or through a process. In other words, if you can direct enough force in some way, you will get movement. Just like when people have an aha experience. Another example. The first time I got hired by a commercial casualty insurance agency, I was like one of these kind of where I did auto and homeowners and life insurance for teachers, and then I got hired by a commercial casualty agency, and it was kind of strange because I didn't know what casualty insurance was, even though I was selling it. I mean, this is kind of bizarre, but I really didn't. It was a mystery to me, and I was young. I was in my 20s, and this agency that hired me was a real fast track agency that did commercial accounts where we're talking where the people paid $500,000, $1 million or more for their insurance, big corporations and that sort of thing. I didn't have the slightest idea what I was doing. I mean, not the slightest. And And so when I started working for them, they didn't really pay much attention to me in the beginning anyway. But I thought to myself, you know what? I want to understand a casualty policy, because I didn't. I didn't really know what it was all about. And so I read one. I read a typical casualty policy for liability insurance, and I didn't understand any of it. Hardly a word. And I read it again. Didn't understand a word. I read it again. Now the reason why, I ended up reading it about 100 times, and that's what I did during the day. I went in, and I said, okay, I'm going to read this until I understand it. Now, here's what's interesting. The reason why I knew to do that is because of another experience that I had when I was in college. I took Evelyn Wood's Reading Dynamics. And it was a speed reading course where when I went in, I was reading like maybe average of 250 words a minute or 300. And by the time I was done, I think I was reading at like 5,000 words a minute. And the interesting part of this process was that what they did was, first of all, teach you how to turn pages fast enough where you can read at that speed. But the other thing is that as you practice doing this, you got nothing out of it. Just absolutely nothing. You're just looking at these pages with words, looking, boom, just looking. And it was different for everybody, but everybody at a certain point had a breakthrough. Some people is the first couple of weeks, other people is like 4 or 5 weeks into it. But what was interesting is that the breakthrough happened instantaneously. It was from nothing to everything, like that. From nothing to everything. So all of a sudden, you know, you're running your finger down the page at a pace that they told you was like at, let's say, 3,000 words a minute. And you're getting nothing out of it. Nothing. And you keep on doing this for weeks, right? Then one time, you open the book to do the exercise, and you run your finger down the page, and it's like you saw every word. And you understood it. And I mean, you may not understand the material, but at least you read it. You knew what you read. It was really bizarre. It worked. It was very bizarre. Now, because of that experience, when I got into the insurance situation, I thought, okay, I'm going to read this policy until I understand it. And it took about 100 times. I remember exactly what it was, but I did. I read it word for word about 100 times. But the understanding and the comprehension came not gradually. I didn't understand it a little bit more after 25, and then from 26, understand a little bit more. I didn't understand a word of it. Let's say from the 95th time to the 96th time, it was like I didn't understand it, and then the next time I read it, I understood it. I felt like I understood it completely. And as it turned out, I did. Because then I could go through these things and see where the attorneys were really screwing people over and how they contradicted themselves. And I mean, it purposefully contradicted themselves so that when they go to court, you know, they had the means and the grounds to deny claims. I mean, you know, I understood it. I understood exactly what was going on. And then I understood the corruption of the insurance industry.
So you went to the market instead.
Yeah. All I'm saying is that these kinds of changes usually happen instantaneously, not over time. So as a result now, even now in my life, when I get a book that I'm really attracted to, that I know that there's insight in, that I haven't integrated that insight into my mental system in a way that I'm satisfied with, if I have to read a book 50 times, I'll read it 50 times. And there are many books that I've read that many times.
That goes back to conviction.
Right.
Or the desire to make sure you get
Sure.
out of it what you want to get out
Exactly, right. And just an understanding of knowing that until that kind of aha, that shift happens, you know, I just do it until I get the shift is basically it. However many times it takes.
It's interesting. I've read several books over the years, and I've read it once, and I didn't really gather everything from it. I just put it down to, I just can't comprehend it, as opposed to saying, well, I'll go back and read it 2 or 3 more times. That's interesting.
It works.
In terms of going back?
Yeah.
And I've never done that. The only books I reread are the ones that I've really thoroughly enjoyed.
Yeah. And I would say that if it weren't for that Evelyn Wood experience, I probably I don't think I'd have done it either. But see, it not only happened for myself, I saw it happen for the whole class.
Right.
Right.
It didn't happen in, and everyone, it was in different stages. Like I said, some of the people, like after the first week, they were comprehending everything. And I'm like, hey, well, what's going on? It's like I'm getting nothing, they're getting everything. It's just like it was really bizarre to me.
Do you still read at that level?
No, you got to practice. You got to keep it up. It's not you stop doing it and you lose it. At least I lost it. Put it that way. Maybe somebody else didn't. I don't know. I'm saying that I stopped. I lost it. So I'd have to go through the whole process again. So, in the absence of extreme conviction, we'll use self-discipline. Okay? And self-discipline is simply a technique. I define self-discipline as simply a technique to stay focused on the object of your goal or intent when that intent is in conflict with something else inside of you. Does that make sense to everybody? It's just a process of continually refocusing. In other words, making another choice, making a choice, being conscious and making a choice that's consistent with your goal. The example that I like to do is just one I wrote in Trading in the Zone about when I decided to become a runner. It was like it was in the late 70s and up to that point in my life. My life wasn't going exactly the way I envisioned it when I was a kid, and I can look back on it now and say I probably would have been assessed as being clinically depressed. And although I didn't think so at the time, if you just said, "Mark, you don't look happy," I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm a happy guy, But I wasn't. I was really depressed. But anyway, something just triggered about I wanted to become a runner. I didn't know why. I just did. And it was a pretty strong desire. And so what I did is I went out and ran. Hey, I found out I couldn't even run a couple of blocks. Now, and this is coming from, my late teens, and, in high school I played hockey and football, and in college I did some sports. I mean, not a whole lot, but I was real athletic, and the fact that I couldn't run more than a couple of blocks I found very disheartening, extremely discouraging. I thought it was really bizarre, and as a result, I didn't run again for a while. I didn't even try. And then maybe 2 or 3 months later, however long it was, I tried again. Got the same experience, although I had enough, let's say, conviction to do it a couple of more times to find out that your body really, really adapts quickly, and that you get, better results. That the more, in other words, like I couldn't, maybe the first couple of times I only ran a couple of blocks, but then I found I could run 3 blocks and 4 blocks. I thought, hey, okay. So I went out and bought a set of, running shoes and a stopwatch, and got pretty encouraged about the whole thing, and set a goal for myself that I wanted to run 5 miles by the end of the summer. And I set up a 5-mile track where I lived, it broke it off into like quarter-mile increments, and that seemed insurmountable to me at the time. At the time I couldn't even run a quarter of a mile. So the idea of running 5 miles really did seem like it was impossible. But anyway, here's what I found, is that, after I bought the running shoes and did the whole bit, I found that every time I decided that I wanted to run, my mind would get flooded with all these conflicting and competing thoughts. Mostly what I did was watch TV. And that was the big one. The big one was, well, there's a good program on, I'll go after the program, and of course I never went. Or I had, it's cold, it looks like it's going to rain, nobody else I know does this, and just anything. I would say that in the beginning, I was only able, or only managed to get through my conflicting thoughts about a third of the time. That every time I said to myself, I want to go out and run, 2/3 of the time I didn't do it. And I'm not even saying I said that to myself every day. So that was a problem. But I did but by getting out enough and improving myself enough and getting enthused about the fact that, let's say I'm now able to run a mile, I'm getting close to running a mile, I found that I was running into another problem. And that's my enthusiasm for how much I'd already done would not take me to the 5 miles. I mean, as inconsistent as that might sound, I'd be so pleased with the fact that, let's say I'd run 1.5 miles or I'd run 2 miles. What would compel me to run 5? So I knew that I needed another rule, and I called it the 5-mile rule. The 5-mile rule was, if I managed to get my shoes on and get through my competing and conflicting thoughts, that I always had to run 1 step further than the time before. And I had a journal. I mean, I still have that journal, where, you know, the date, how the time, in other words, the amount of time that I ran, how far I ran, and usually some notes about what was going on. And I never broke the 5-mile rule. I really didn't. If once I got out, I always at least ran 1 step further. Many times it was more than 1 step, but I never let myself run less than 1 step, no matter what. Now, here's the interesting part about this, and here was the kind of breakthrough that I had, is that there was a point in this process, and I don't remember exactly where, in other words, whether it was at the 5 or at the 3-mile mark or the 2.5 mile mark or whatever, but there was a point at which the energy inside of me, in other words, I don't know what my conflicting beliefs were at that time about why I had so much resistance to being a runner. I don't know what they were. Even to this day, I mean, I could go back and probably figure it out, but I haven't, there's no point to it. But the point is, there was conflicting energy that was keeping me from fulfilling my desire. In other words, you would think that if I decide I wanted to run and I'm capable of it, that I'd be able to do it. Well, I wasn't able to do it because of these competing and conflicting thoughts inside my mind. But what ended up happening is that every time I created an experience of running, by getting out there, I was building what? Was I not building a positive belief structure in my mind that said what? I am a runner. Meaning every time that I went out and ran, I added energy, positive energy, to this belief. As that belief grew and became more and more of an inherent part of my identity, the conflicting thoughts correspondingly dissipated until there came a point at which I had no choice but to run. Now think about that. Instead of there being any conflicting thoughts about running, I was then compelled to run. The belief said, I am a runner. Uh-oh, I got to run today. Are you guys with me on this?
Yeah. You had no option.
I had no option to run
was...
until I got to the point where I was then starting to do damage to myself and to my body because I wasn't paying attention to what my body was telling me in any given day. Some days my body just did not want to run. It didn't matter, I ran anyway, because I am a runner. Then I had to create another belief about what it means to pay attention to your body and that I don't have to run every day just because I am a runner. You see, I felt compelled to run. So someone could look at me and say, oh, he has so much discipline, he's running every day. I didn't have a choice. Now, does everyone understand what I just said? What if we had a belief inside our mental system that said, I am a What if there was a strong belief inside your mental environment that said, I am a consistently successful trader? And all the principles that made up that definition of what it means to be consistently successful. What then? You would have no choice but to be consistent because it's a function of your identity. It is who you are. In other words, once you integrate those principles into your mental system in a way that's consistent with this definition, this will be your results because you can't be any other way. This is what this workshop is all about right here, is getting to this. Just this belief that says, I am a consistently successful trader. Because the principles, which we'll go into in a minute, the principles that make up this belief, once integrated, will not allow you to act in any other way that's inconsistent with those principles. And so you will have no other choice but to be consistent. No other choice but to create consistent profits. It will not be an option. And that doesn't mean you'll never have a losing trade. All I'm saying is that anything other than consistent results will not be an option. Guys with me on this?
Ready.
And so what does it mean to be self-disciplined then? What is discipline? How did I describe discipline? It's just a process, right? It's just a technique. It's a technique to refocus. In other words, in any particular exercise that you may adopt or devise for yourself to install the principles of what it means to be a consistently successful trader, whatever conflicting energy that may be inside of you that distracts you from the way you need to be focused, all you need to do is simply make another choice. Become aware of what you're thinking, what you're saying, and what you're doing, and I'll give you an exercise to help you do that. But as your awareness grows, then what you do is you stop yourself in the middle of a thought and say, you know what? This thought leads to this when this is my objective. My objective is consistency. Therefore, I'm going to redirect my thoughts, and this is what I'm going to do the best I can. And even if you don't do it very good, that's all right, because the next time it comes around, you're just going to do it as best you can again until all the conflicting energy is gone. And then it's simply acting in this way is effortless. It takes no particular energy because it's simply a function of your identity. It will be effortless. Even if you're trading mechanically or subjectively, it will be effortless, which is the way trading should be anyway. It should be really an effortless endeavor. Except for the amount of energy it takes to work your mouse.
Do you find that the desire curve changes inversely as you get closer to your goal?
Well, it can. I mean, it can. That's why.
As the conflict becomes less, getting there, the desire doesn't have as much energy because you're not fighting such a negative belief pattern.
Well, that's why I set up the 5 mile rule. That is exactly why I set that 5 mile rule up, because I recognized that while I was in the middle of it, because I'm thinking, you know what? I'm so enthused with my results at this point when I hadn't reached my goal yet, that I'm thinking, well, what's going to get me to my goal? Because I know I'm going to quit.
So basically what you're saying is you need to
I'm not
set a
saying
higher
you need to
target.
do anything. I'm not saying you need to do anything. All I'm saying is that keep in mind. So when you use those words, you're using them in a definitive way, implying that I'm saying that this is all individual, Dave. Okay? So go ahead. Now say what you're going to say.
If I understand then what you're saying, I would want to, in order to, what John had just mentioned, in order to keep that desire at 100%, you would want to make the goal something that is far enough out so that you're constantly achieving it. Is that what I'm understanding? As opposed to something that's achievable with ease? Maybe I'm missing something here.
I don't know that you're, well...
Baby steps.
These hypothetical things. What about Bob?
No, I was going to say, baby steps.
I love that movie, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, the principles being, you need it far enough out, right? But you need it enough that you don't get distracted.
Right.
No, I think what you guys are maybe also implying or talking about is reaching a level of comfort, and that comfort can be insidious. In other words, we reach certain comfort levels, comfort plateaus, and it's very difficult at that point to even even generate enough desire to
That's
formulate
what I'm-
another goal.
That's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, that's, yeah. And these are, you know, these are kind of difficult questions to answer hypothetically. They really are. I mean, the reason why I say that is because unless you can give me something specific in the moment that you're working with, it's really hard for me to come up with like a hypothetical answer.
I understand.
Okay?
Would it be like analogous, you know, I want to be a successful trader, but you had the 5 miles in front of you. Maybe you say that I want to average X amount per day or week.
You can do that too.
That would be similar to your 5
absolutely,
miles?
sure. As long as you don't let yourself get obsessively focused about that amount of money. In other words, you don't know how much the market's going to make available to you based on your methodology, and you got to be willing to accept whatever's there. Some days it might be more, some days it might be less.
That's why I said average, you know.
And I've worked with floor traders. One second, Jake. I've worked with floor traders where we've done these kind of goal settings, you know, where we're specific dollar amounts. And one guy in particular comes to mind where, you know, we went through this process and said, okay, he wants, you know, I think it was $5,000 in his account at the end of the week. Okay, so we projected that goal out there, $5,000 at the end of the week. He forgot all about it. He really did. He just went about his business. And then at the end of the week, he looked at his statement and he virtually had $5,000. And it's like it freaked him out. He wouldn't do it again. He didn't do it again, right. The implications were too powerful for him. He didn't want to know that he had that much power to control his life and the destiny of his life and what his outcomes were.
It's empowering.
It was empowering, but too empowering for him at the moment.
Yeah, what I was thinking is, you're saying that, you know, to install the belief, I am a consistent, successful trader, not make it a goal, though, aren't you? I mean, or are you saying?
Unless that belief exists inside of you now, Jake, that is your
That's not
goal.
really a goal. You're saying that that's the belief you have to instill in yourself. And if there
Jake, no, I'm saying that's your goal, to instill that belief.
All right, the goal is to instill.
What?
Okay.
No, say it again then. How are we
The
misunderstanding each
goal
other?
is to instill that belief.
Yes, that's the objective. The objective is to get that belief. You want to get that belief with as much positive energy in it as possible. Okay? And how do you know it's there? When you act effortlessly, you behave, you express yourself effortlessly, that's consistent with what that belief means. We together on this?
Say again. I think I had a brain freezer. I nodded, I'm thinking, I can't even recall 30 seconds. I'm sorry. I was listening to Jake, and suddenly you said something, you're on the grid. I nodded, and I went, no.
Yeah. How do you know how do you know when that belief is present? Is when you can act effortlessly out of the principles that make up that belief.
Okay.
Okay? Now this is a complex belief. It's not like, you know, petting the dog or becoming a runner. You know, this is very complex, which is multi-stepped. In many cases, I mean, and maybe not as many steps for some people as others, but the point is, there's a lot of steps involved here. There's a lot of principles that make up this belief to be consistently successful. But the point is that when it is installed at a functional level, you will simply express yourself in this way as a natural function of your identity. You won't be able to do anything different because it won't let you.
So how we install it?
Jake, come on. That's what we're doing right now. Okay, we're getting there, okay?
Take a
What?
5-minute break for restroom.
Yeah, we're going to take a break anyway. You're right. I'm glad you did, because I was going to take a break anyway. Jake, come on. You're all right.
I'm telling you, patience is one of my feet.
That's right. I know. That's why I'm holding this off, Jake. Did you know that?
Yeah.
So I have to feel that this comes out.
That's right. I'm doing.
No, it was a big store that had a lot of snow.
Are we ready back here? Are we all set? Okay, everyone understands discipline, right? Self-discipline, not a personality characteristic, just simply a technique to refocus. Now, the whole idea is that you know, you want to get to a point where you can pay attention to what you're thinking or what you're saying or what you're doing, like to become an objective observer to your own life process, you might say. So for an example, when I told you that, many times when I'd ask myself a question about, when I was writing The Disciplined Trader in particular, like the answers might come, hours later, days later, or whatever. I mean, they just came when they did. And, but in many cases, these answers were coming while I was in a situation with like another trader, where I was acting in the capacity of a coach, and I heard myself, or in essence, listening to myself say this answer that I didn't know at a rational level. Now, unless I was paying attention to myself, I might not have even noticed. What I'm saying is that I had become like an objective observer to my own stream of thoughts. And that's what you also need to do. You also need to learn how to do that, so that as you're listening to yourself, as you're listening to your own self-talk inside your mind, you can redirect your focus of attention onto the object of your goal when you find that you're experiencing conflicting and competing thoughts. So I'm going to give you a technique to learn how to do that. And this technique is simply to learn how to become an objective observer. That's all. And we're going to do this in a minute. And by the way, for the video guys, when we do this, you can shut the camera off, because we're going to be doing this about maybe 7 or 8 minutes. But you can leave it on if you want. It doesn't matter, but we'll end up cutting it out probably. But
is the technique written out?
No, it's not. It just says the counting exercise. That's where we're at right now. We're on page 3 of section 5. We're at the counting exercise. That's what I'm giving you. I'm sorry, I should have pointed that out. It's like it's called. It would almost be like in my previous workbook, I called it the coach and quarterback technique. It would be like, the coach and the quarterback, years ago anyway, used to formulate game plans together in a football game. It probably isn't like that now. Probably it's the coach, the offensive coordinators, and all. It's very sophisticated now. But back, probably 20, 30 years ago, it was a function of the coach and the quarterback. They get together, formulate a game plan, and the coach is standing on the sidelines. The quarterback is in the game, supposedly to execute the plan, right? Well, let's say the quarterback gets emotionally involved in a game that can be particularly destructive, in that, let's say, he gets sacked a few times, and as a result of things that are going on, he gets completely distracted from the actual plan as it was agreed to by he and the coach, right? The coach, on the other hand, is standing on the sidelines watching him. Well, the quarterback himself is oblivious to the fact. He's so caught up in his emotions at that moment that he's virtually oblivious to the fact that he's not following the plan anymore. Coach, on the other hand, is looking from an objective perspective and sees, hey, okay, he's screwing up. So what he does, he grabs the guy by the collar and says, hey, get your mind right or you're going to be out of this game, right? Okay? We as traders don't have the luxury of having somebody in our minds, as an objective observer saying, okay, you're not focused in a way that's consistent with your objective. You've got to make another decision, make another choice, think something else, make a choice to think something else, think something that's consistent with what you want. We've got to learn to do it ourselves. And so this exercise will help you learn to do it yourself. And when we do it, it's very simple. The objective is simple. I'm saying the task is absolutely, it couldn't be simpler. The task will be this. I'll sit down and do it with you. I'm going to say, take a deep breath, let it out, close your eyes, breathe normally, and all I'm instructing you to do, or you're instructing yourself to do, is count your breath. So that when you inhale, say 1, and when you exhale, say and when you inhale, say 2, and when you exhale, say and when you inhale, say 3, and when you exhale, say and then back to 1. So you're going to go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And we're going to do this probably for 6 or 7 minutes. I would suggest that you do this for about 10 to 15 minutes a day. At least 10 minutes a day, preferably 15 minutes a day. Now, there are going to be some inherent problems. Number one, if there's so many thoughts swirling around in your mind, in other words, your mind isn't very quiet, you will probably experience bleed through. What I mean by bleed through is that you cannot make a distinction between counting and distracting thoughts. You're not doing one or the other, you're doing both. If you find that's the case with you, then I'm saying that you will probably have to do this exercise for 2 or 3 weeks before you even get to the point where there is a clear, definitive distinction between your counting, when that's the only thing that you're doing, and a distracting thought. Because the object of the exercise is to stay focused on counting, and that when you find yourself in a distracting thought, you just simply acknowledge the distracting thought and go back to counting. Just make another choice. Okay, I'm distracted, I understand that, and go back, okay, I'm going to count. Oh, I'm distracted again. Oh, I'm going to count. I'm distracted again, start counting again. I'm distracted again, start counting again. Now, as you do this exercise over time, you will find that you'll be able to go through more and more cycles of just staying. You're training your mind, basically, by making this choice to go back and count. You're training your mind to stay focused on one thing, the objective at hand, whatever it is. In this case, it's just counting. And what you'll also find is that when you do make this clear distinction between counting and being distracted, you will find that sometimes you're in a distraction that you could be in for several seconds, if not several minutes, and not even know it. In other words, you're not even conscious of the fact that you're distracted. Then all of a sudden, your mind kind of wakes up and say, oh, I haven't been counting. Now, how long was it? Was it a second? Was it a minute? Virtually impossible to know. So as you continue to do this exercise and you continue to practice, what you will find is that the amount of time that it takes for you to recognize and acknowledge the distraction starts to collapse. It gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it gets to the point where the distraction and the awareness of the distraction become virtually simultaneous. At that point, you have become an objective observer to your own stream of thoughts. Because you're constantly and consciously aware of the stream of thoughts that are running through your consciousness in any given moment. Which gives you the option of making a choice. Is this what I'm going to think, or is this what I'm going to think? Right? The best way to catch a trading error is your thought first, right? Instead of after the fact. Does everybody understand what's going on? Okay, so what are we going to do? I'm going to sit down. We're going to take a deep breath. We're going to close our eyes. We're going to breathe normally. And we're going to set this task for ourselves of just counting our breath by cycling the inhales by counting, the exhales by saying and going from 1 to 4 and back again.
We're doing it silently or out loud?
Oh no, silently. You can visualize the number, or you can say the number to yourself, whatever. That doesn't make any difference. What makes it but the object is just keep your thoughts focused on counting. And when you find, if you do make a clear distinction between counting and distraction, then whenever you notice you're distracted, just simply acknowledge it and start counting again. Make another choice. Okay, again, does everyone understand what we're doing? Okay, let's do it.
Like it was on the last day I traded. You got 3 positions, 5 minutes to the close, and you're watching each one go bing, 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 bing. And it was like the focus and the concentration was just there as I'm counting.
So it was a good experience. I mean, yeah, you did real well, is what you're saying. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Because it's something you're used to doing anyway.
Yeah.
How'd you do, Jake?
Good.
Yeah?
Towards the end, I started losing a little bit.
Getting impatient, wondering when I was going to wake you up?
I really like ready to fall asleep too. Well, I actually did.
Can everyone see the benefit of doing this? Do you need any further explanation about this?
I think I know what the benefit is, but I'm trying to see how it would translate into when you're trading or doing any other task for that matter. You're trying to get yourself to be objectively focused on one thing, in this case the breathing, correct, and the count.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say after 2 or 3 weeks you've become pretty proficient at it. What do you do then? What is that?
Oh, you'll
You're
find
just saying that
you'll find it
allow-
automatically. You'll find it
You'll just
automatically.
flow
Yeah.
through the rest of your-
Oh yeah,
I see what
absolutely.
you're
You see, you're becoming more aware, and in the exercise itself, you're forcing yourself to stay focused. But what I'm saying is that what ends up happening is that as you're just going through your daily life, you're just finding yourself paying attention to what you're thinking.
I see.
So when you're trading, it's going to translate into you notice that you're not focused properly to accomplish what you intend to accomplish as a trader. Because ultimately, I said what? Your results are a function of what? Remember what I said that was? What are your results a function of? I don't mean ultimately this right here, but remember, your results are a function of what?
Beliefs, desire.
What?
Desire.
No. No.
Give yourself money?
Well, yeah, but even more so. Remember there was a statement I made yesterday. Your results are a function of your state of mind. State of mind.
The object of this is to do this exercise frequent enough that you find yourself not getting sidetracked.
Well, you can,
I mean,
the thing is, it's not a matter of how often you get sidetracked, as much as you're acknowledging and being aware that you're sidetracked.
And being conscious of it.
And being conscious of it. Because once you're aware that you're sidetracked, then you can make a choice of staying sidetracked or refocusing.
Should I keep trading right now or should I take
Yeah,
a break?
exactly. Remember I said if you're not in the most appropriate state of mind to trade, what are you going to do? Scale back in a way that's consistent with the state of mind you're in, or not trade at all? Because not trading is like putting money in the bank. Just because you want to trade all the time doesn't mean that if you want this, if this is your objective, guys, remember we can have other agendas for trading other than this. You can be trading to have fun. You can be trading to be a hero. You can be trading to, in essence, subconsciously lose your money. There's all kinds of other reasons you can be doing this. You may not even be conscious of some of those reasons, but I guarantee you you wouldn't be sitting here right now if there weren't other forces inside of you that were in direct conflict of this belief right here. How are you going to become aware that you're acting in a way that's inconsistent with this belief unless you become aware of the fact that you're acting inconsistent or thinking in a way that's inconsistent with this belief? Awareness is the key. So if there's something going on in your life where it just makes sense that you shouldn't be interacting with the market, then don't trade. I'm sure everyone's read trading books. They said, you get traumatic experiences in your life, deaths, divorce, moving, a lot of things that cause a lot of trauma. Well, you know what? They said don't trade, right? It makes sense. Don't trade. If it's having a negative impact on the way you see things. Now, those are the big things, okay? Those are the things that are easy, okay? The things that aren't so easy are the subtle little things. That's where you need increased awareness. Because, remember, you don't need to do any of this to put on a winning trade. Winning trades come whether you're aware or not, totally oblivious or not, make mistakes or not, you can still win. But if your desire is to be consistent, then you have to have a way of knowing whether or not you are thinking or acting in a way that's consistent with this objective. And you can see the implications of doing this kind of work there could be some pretty profound implications in our lives, which is why so few people ever get to the point where they break through that threshold of consistency. What time is it?
2012.
20 of 12? Probably just enough time. Greg, you wanted some things, you want to share some things with us? That enough time, just Greg can do that before lunch and we'll break for lunch.
Yeah, that's fine. I guess I just wanted to acknowledge the power of this I am and whatever follows. I made mention yesterday, I was a marginal trader. I was probably breaking even, losing. I don't really exactly remember. But there's power to this I am. I made mention that I went to this meditation type class or whatever. It was a session, over 6 weeks or whatever it was. And one of the things, in addition to meditation, was you had to identify I am blank. And it's whatever, and you had to, whatever the blank was, you had to identify it in the positive frame and it was basically part of who you are. There was, some mothers there, so it's like I'm a good, loving mother. My own, I will share my own, and I'm going to share them twofold because that's how I have them in me. And, I think this made me the 200,000 in 6 months. And I know that I need to get back to...
Well, first of all, they don't know that, so why don't you state that? State where you were and where you ended up being. In other words, you just assumed we knew that.
No, he mentioned
I mentioned that yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mentioned that yesterday.
Okay.
That's right. I was just...
I'm sorry, I forgot.
I would find myself, driving down the highway, and I would go through my I ams, so you can do it there. And what you find yourself doing is, you may come up with one of them that it's like I want to argue with him, as I want to put it, because this is the way I used to say it, is I'm a consistently profitable trader. And I can see now where maybe successful is better, because successful encompasses a bigger, because profit is one of the functions of success, and there are other pieces to success. So if you find yourself saying this and arguing with yourself, well, no, I'm really not. I didn't make money this week or last month. That's fine. Argue with yourself, and maybe he can put it a little differently. But the point is, we'll then get to the point where what are you successful about? Maybe you're back to your questions. And then answer those. And it had an effect on me. So if I could ask, when I get to my trading ones, I just want to, the ones I'm leaving out, I have my own little list I wrote here on the train, or I should say on the plane on the way out. If I could have someone, maybe after they've heard mine, maybe we can go through and check them off, because I want to find the ones that I'm missing. But these are mine. And I'm going to start with my personal ones first, and then get into my trading. And it's going to start, my personal one's going to start with I am, and then all these adjectives, and then I'm going to say the nouns, the 4 nouns at the end. And then I'm going to do my trading ones, and I always say them a little differently, because I don't know why, I just do. It's I am an adjective trader, I am an adjective trader, I'm a blank trader, I'm a blank trader, I'm a blank trader. So here I go. I am Greg. I am a warm, loving, caring, happy, positive, optimistic, opportunistic, grounded, centered, balanced, extremely wealthy, healthy, wise, easily releasing, physically strong, awesome trader, husband, father, friend. I am lightning fast on the keyboard trader. I do perfect keyboard work. I'm a consistently profitable trader. I'm an intuitive trader. I'm a quality trader. I'm a skillful trader. I'm grounded, centered, and balanced trader. I'm an opportunistic trader. I'm a positive trader. Because I haven't done them in a while, I'm kind of forgetting some of them. Give me just another second here and they'll come back to me. I'm goal exceeding trader. I think I already said this. I'm calm and relaxed, grounded, centered, and balanced trader. I'm concentrating trader. And now I'm kind of blanking. And I'm looking at them. Big one I'm missing, and this is probably affecting my trading lately. I'm a flexible trader, meaning I'm not seeing necessarily the turns. Or I'm seeing, okay, it's time to short, and no, it's not. It's all it is, a little pull in, and they're going up still. I'm an adaptable trader. I'm learning and transforming trader. I'm a valued trader. One I guess I got a little problem with is I'm a hard-working trader, because I don't know, because trading should be easy. And I love it. I'm a love it trader. I'm friends with the market trader. I'm a patient trader. That's the one thing I'm working on. I'm a patient trader. And I'm easily releasing trader. Make a bad trade and I just want to let it go with love so I can get on and be ready for the next trade rather than, why did I do that? Why was I so stupid? I don't want to go there. It's just give it away so I'm ready for the next trade. Those are the ones that I use. So thank you for allowing me to share, because it'll anchor them into me more.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Can you have too many IMs? I mean, I'm just asking that as my reaction was, can you be too many things and lose focus? Or would you be better off?
I've wondered that. And I guess I think you can, because the woman who instructed me in the beginning, you can, and I think I probably have a little bit too many, and I maybe have resolved it to, I'm going to use the ones that I need at this point in time. And it's a function of maybe the ones that I can't remember, like I am patient and I'm flexible. Those are the things I need the most.
That's right.
And so I need to move those a little higher on my list. And maybe initially you'd want to keep it to 3 or 4 key ones.
I'm going to give you 7, by the way.
Oh, okay.
You say that that's what you go ahead. I'm sorry, Greg, but yeah.
And I think I've gotten away from these lately, and so I'm dedicated to putting myself back in my circle, my IMs and my trading, and just be there, make it happen.
I've got another one for you, but it's not an IM. One that
Okay.
popped into my brain as you were talking.
All right.
Market loves giving me money.
Yeah.
Market loves giving me money.
Oh, one other one I wrote, the new one I put down, I'm a grateful trader. I'm
Good.
grateful for the
Sure.
success.
What time is it, Michelle?
Oh, it's a quarter to 12.
1:45? Okay. Well, you know what? We don't have enough time to listen to the other side of the Monroe tape at this moment. But you know what? What I do want to do though is I do want to go over how to use the Monroe tape. When we listen to the, because we've got just about enough time to go through that just before lunch. When we listen to the other side of the Monroe tape, Bob Monroe is going to install in your mind this function command. It's called plus no more, no more. And what he's basically saying is that whenever you notice yourself, see now you've got the skills, you're acquiring the skills to be able to notice when you're thinking in a way that's inconsistent with your goal or objective, especially something particularly negative, something you want to neutralize, then you can use the plus no more command to dissipate it. That's what it's there for. It's a tool. That's exactly the express purpose for which it is in your mind. Now, like any other belief, the more you use this tool with conscious conviction, the stronger it gets and the easier it becomes to neutralize any, let's say, negative or unwanted beliefs. Right, conflicting beliefs.
Whenever it comes
It will
up.
work if you believe it. It will not work if you don't. It's that simple.
I'll believe it when I see it.
That's right.
I'll see it when I believe it.
That's right. So everybody, what John's saying is the title to a book that Wayne Dyer wrote, which I really love. Instead of, I'll believe it when I see it, he turns it around is, you'll see it when you believe it.
That's right.
It really is. It's an awesome statement. It's a great book title. And that's true for this. If you believe it, it's going to work. If you don't believe it, it ain't going to work. It's that simple. And it doesn't matter how many times you listen to the tape. Again, you can listen to the tape as much as you want for other purposes. All I'm saying is that Bob Monroe doesn't know what you want to neutralize. You have to make up your mind, and you have to do it with conviction. However, what I have done is I've given you, starting on page 3 of section 5, I've given you a way to at least work with the 4 primary trading fears that that cause most of the errors that we're going to be inflicting upon ourselves. So when using the Monroe Institute tapes to neutralize your trading fears, to neutralize any fear, first and foremost, you have to decide to step through it. You want to step through a fear because you are attracted to the results, meaning an expanded freedom of expression, or as a trader, being able to trade without fear. So the way you'd use this plus no more command would be when every time you notice yourself thinking or feeling the fear of being wrong, what I want you to do is capture the thought or feeling and use the plus no more function command to dissipate it. Then purposefully redirect your thoughts to a new belief you want to energize. Now when I say capture the thought, you know what I mean by that? Make it tangible in your mind. And you can do any number of things to make thoughts tangible. Just use your imagination. Like one technique or exercise that I used to give people years ago was to imagine that particular fear being a battery with all this negative energy in it. Like imagine a battery inside your mind and label the battery being wrong or what it means to be wrong. And then see yourself attaching these lead wires or ground wires into the ground and watching all the negative energy just flow right out of that battery. While you're saying plus no more, no more. But most also, what is just as important as going through this exercise of using plus no more is to also redirect your thoughts to what you want to believe. What do you want to believe? I want to believe my success will come from a string of trades. Not this next trade, but a string of trades. Because if I've got an edge, that edge is going to play itself out in my favor over a string of trades. Or trading is not a right or wrong game. I'm committed to staying focused on the skills I'm attempting to acquire. Or I don't need to be right on this next trade. I don't need to know what's going to happen next to make money. Those are all positive beliefs that can replace trading out of thinking that it's a right or wrong game or has anything to do with being right or wrong. It's just a probability game.
Dave, go back to that bottom fellow. If you didn't follow your rules, you consider that wrong. Right? Let's say you didn't follow, you want to follow resistance and support. You didn't follow it. That would be wrong, though, right? That would be okay to say you're wrong because you didn't. You just.
Well, John, I don't see. The thing is like I don't know if that serves you. Okay, you can do whatever you want. To me, if it depends on the context of the word wrong. For most people, the context of the word wrong is that it's extremely negative. Now, and the problem is that if it causes you to experience a negative state of mind, that's something you're going to want to avoid. And as a result of wanting to avoid it, you may not be completely honest with yourself. And so therefore, if you can take even that out of a wrong context, it's just something that's there. It's just something you did. It's just, it's just like looking at the nature of mistakes. Mistakes don't have to be mistakes in the negative context in which we're taught. Mistakes just point the way to what we need to learn. So if you didn't follow your rules when you're doing that bond exercise, what is that saying? It's just saying, okay, I'll just do better the next time. Instead of saying, I'm wrong, this is wrong, I'll just do better the next time. Just the same thing you'd tell a kid or something that was, Do the same thing to yourself. Give yourself the same break, okay? Losing money. We're going to go through the same process. Repeat the plus no more procedure from above, then purposefully redirect your thoughts to a new belief that you want to energize. So, these are the new beliefs. I truly accept there's a cost associated with trading. Therefore, I have determined what it would cost me to find out if this trade is going to work, and I'm willing to spend the money. Now, if you really have a problem with spending the money, there's another technique that I can give you that's really pretty powerful. Keep your checkbook by you and write a check out as a symbolic gesture for your willingness to spend the money on this trade. So if you're willing to say, if you've determined that the risk of this trade is $500, you write a check out for $500 as a symbolic gesture saying, okay, this money I'm willing to spend to find out if this trade's going to work. You can't write that check. You're having, what are they telling you? Okay? Now, what's important here is to participate, right? So if you can't write the check, then what are you going to do? What? Oh, okay, maybe not take the trade. There is something, that's the last resort, not taking the trade. What's that?
Lower the numbers.
Lower the numbers. Lower the number of the shares. You don't necessarily want to trade what you have determined the actual risk is of the trade. In other words, whatever that dollar value of the distance is, you don't want to move the distance just to accommodate the fact you can't write the check out. Trade smaller.
If you're only trading one contract, you've got to
That's a problem.
No trade.
That's one contract. If you're trading futures, you're a one contract trader. That's a problem. Wheat. Yeah, wheat. Yeah. Go to corn and wheat. Right. Mini contracts and corn and wheat. Yeah, mini wheat, $12.50 a penny, and the range is only 2 cents a day. So it's like
Scale out.
yeah, and scale out, right? Or trailing stop. Here we go. Greg.
I guess the way my style is sometimes I'm accepting of the risk being a nickel, accepting of the risk being a dime or 15 cents. And due to market conditions, it's a quarter. It's like I think to myself, gee, I never thought I was going to lose a quarter or 30 cents. That wasn't my goal. But it just, due to the function of the market at that time. How do I get around that?
You mean because you misassess the actual risk?
Yeah. But, or you just...
Then you just misassess the actual risk, that's all.
That's it.
Isn't there a difference between misassessing the risk and executing a trade at your stop? That's slippage.
That's not actually a mistake, it's slippage.
I mean, it's one thing if you say, I'm going to lose a dime or 15 cents.
Maybe
You take the trade out at 15 cents, but you don't get filled. I mean, you were still true to your cause.
That's right. There's...
The bid changed and there just wasn't anything.
Hey, you know what, Greg? Greg, guess what? Anything can happen. See, Greg, if you didn't believe it before, you believe it now, right? Yeah. The extra 15 cents proved it to you.
And you still got to go back to give it away.
That's right.
Just happen. Because it sometimes just happens.
That's right.
Trades.
Okay. Missing out. Repeat the plus no more function command procedure from above, then redirect your thoughts. Alternative beliefs could be the markets are in perpetual motion and will stay that way until everyone agrees on value. Therefore, there is always another trade.
Amen.
I accept that my results are a perfect reflection of what I've learned and how well I can act on this knowledge. This acceptance allows me to extract the insight out of the experience to determine what I need to learn to do better. So in essence, you really can't miss out on anything. If you had the capability of staying in that trade or putting that trade on at the time, you would have done so. It's that simple. If you allow yourself to get, to tap into whatever it means, let's say the negative connotation of what it means to miss out, then you're not helping yourself.
I don't know, this goes back to number 2. It was number 2 here. Yeah. And I don't know if this would be, I always thought it was useful, but maybe in the context we're talking about, maybe the way it was worded wouldn't be. But I used to work with a trader who was a good trader, very carefree, good attitude and whatnot. And whenever he lost money on a trade, if it was like, let's say the bid fell away really hard as opposed to just losing 5 or 10 cents, the first words out of his mouth would be like, geez, man, I didn't think that was going to happen. And it just seemed like a very calming way for him to, and he'd be right on to the next
That would be
trade.
good for Greg. You see, that would be perfect for him. I didn't think that was going to happen.
Writing it down.
Yeah.
But he'd say it in a very jovial way.
Mhm.
Like, jeez, didn't think that was going to happen.
How can you use this, if you're not taking your trades consistently, right? How would you incorporate it?
I'm not.
I'm not sure if that really fits with this as well.
Well, I'm not really fits with what.
If you're not taking your trades consistently, so you're getting a signal and you take it sometimes you don't.
Do it whenever you're in the moment, whenever that is. Whether you're taking your trades consistently or not, it's really not a function of using this.
All right.
Whenever you're in the moment, that you feel these fears of missing out, being wrong, or losing money,
not going
or leaving
in.
money on the table, then you use your function command. Whenever that is.
So in other words, if you like, at the moment when you should be taking the trade, you don't, you use the function.
That's it, exactly. Whenever, remember, capture the thought, okay? Capture the thought and use the plus no more function
Right, that's going to
command.
be based on a fear of some kind.
Exactly, right.
You take it.
Right. And do the best you can. Okay, leaving money on the table. Go through the same procedure. I can't leave money on the table because I know that I will give myself an amount of money that corresponds exactly with the skills I've accumulated in combination with what I believe I deserve. That's the way it works. So I resolve to find out what I need to reconcile to deserve more money. Any questions about how this procedure works?
Yeah, I'm still a little fuzzy. So in the tape,
It'll make more
Of
more
all
sense
people.
after
But,
no, I want to, all right.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
want to get the benefit.
Okay, good.
So in the tape, as he's going through this, these negative thoughts may come to us.
In the tape?
not in
This
the
has
tape.
nothing to do with the tape.
No, but as we, what does
No,
it?
no, no. It doesn't have. This has nothing to do with the tape whatsoever. No, no. When we listen to the other side of the tape, the tape is going to sound exactly like the first side. It's not going to be any different, except the difference is the only difference is that he will install this function command, which is going to be just a few phrases.
Oh, okay.
It's just a tool. Then this tool's in your mind that's
Right.
waiting for you to use it at a conscious level.
Okay.
If you don't use it, it just dissipates basically.
Right,
Okay. Okay. So, like I said, Bob Monroe doesn't know what you want to do. He's just giving
Right.
you a tool to use in a way at your discretion.
Okay, I didn't
Okay.
understand that.
Oh, okay,
Obviously.
good. Okay, yeah, okay, good. I'm glad you asked because maybe
Yeah.
other people didn't either.
How often do you listen to the tape?
As often as you want.
Does it instill it farther?
No,
Just make it more cognizant?
no. It'll just, like I said before, listening to the tape won't do anything to help you neutralize your fears or any unwanted beliefs. It's using the tool that will do it.
Will it make the tool stronger for you to use or better able to use it?
That's what I was going to say.
I would say no. I would say using the tool is the only thing that's going to make it stronger.
It's not like having a
Because, see,
dull
the-
knife and then sharpening it when we're listening to the tape.
The only thing that's going to make the knife sharper is using the tool. Your conscious decision to use that tool.
So you only have to listen to the tape once.
That's
never
it.
have to listen
No,
to
you don't have to listen to this tape ever again after today. You can listen to it as much as you want because you like it, okay? But like I said yesterday, and I'm going to say again today, listening to the tape has nothing to do with this process. It's using the tool. When you believe in the tool, it will work. And the only way you're going to believe in it is by using it and seeing the benefits. And the more you see the benefits, the more energy that you're going to put into it, and the faster it will work.
Is there a way for us, for example, the first time I listened to the tape was really relaxing, I was totally into it. The second time I was very distracted. it didn't work the same way as the first time.
Okay.
Now, when I listened to the second one, is there a way for me, after I listen, to know that I actually have this tool, or it's just like I didn't fall asleep the first time or the second time? Would I know that they have the tool?
Just, Daniel, just use it and see what happens. Okay? Go through this regimen as I've given to you and use it and see what happens. And if you feel like you need to listen to the tape some more, well, then listen to it. But just use your own discretion about it. Okay? That's really, because like I said, the only thing that's really going to convince you that this works is by using it. And then the more you use it and the more benefits that you see from it, the stronger it becomes and the faster it works. So it's self-perpetuating. Remember I said that it won't work unless you believe it? So the whole idea is to use it and then believe it. It's self-perpetuating, self-prophesizing, as people might say. Greg.
So I guess, so as I'm sitting there trading away and I have a negative thought come into my mind, what I do then is say, plus no more, and then
capture the thought. Go through the instructions. Okay? Capture the thought. Make it as tangible as possible. Then with as much conviction as possible, say plus no more. Okay?
You have to make the tangible thought negative, almost as though you're saying it to yourself, to seize it, and then do the plus no more to chase it out and put the new thought.
Well, it's already negative. You don't have to make it negative.
Yeah. I know, but I mean, in the middle of the day and the markets are going crazy and you have this fleeting thought, if you're trying to do it on the fly,
yeah,
you got some problems. I mean, it's almost like you take that moment and say, I had that fleeting thought of disruption, so let's bring it back because it's gone. Let's bring it back and make it tangible that I actually thought through the process.
If it's gone and you want to bring it back and do it that way, yeah, you can do it. Chances are it won't be gone. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, once it pops into our brain, unless it gets reconciled in some way, it normally doesn't go away.
Right, so as soon as you become conscious of that thought,
yes,
capture it and say the plus no more, and redirect.
Right. I'm glad to see all this enthusiasm. This is good. No, it really is. I'm not being facetious. I'm being quite sincere. That's nice. But I think it's time for lunch.
Yeah.
Good.
Quick one, or what are we doing for
Yeah, just an hour for lunch, that's it. Okay. An hour or a little less, whatever.
Did they set us up?
Same place,
Like, for
same back
example,
channel.
my two problems with not taking the signals consistent. Yes?
Ask it again.
Ask it again.
If what coming, let's put it this way. If what you got out of coming here was just the impetus to do that time exercise. In other words, if you could walk out the door in a couple of hours with just the conviction to do that exercise alone, it was well worth your while to be here.
Well, I think it was worth my
No, you don't have to say that. That's not what I'm saying. Okay? That's not what I'm getting at. I want you to. I really want you to see, to kind of grasp what I'm getting at. Is that if going through this experience for 2.5 days caused you to come to the point where you've made up your mind just to do the one exercise, that one exercise about staying in, helping you with your patients, and putting a time constraint on the amount of time that you stay in a trade, that you either stay in that amount of time or get stopped out. If it just caused you to get enough conviction to walk out and do that exercise, then it was well worth your while. Because if this is what it took, if it took all this just to get you to come to that, ask yourself how long it would have taken otherwise had you not come here.
Yeah, good point.
What's it going to produce for you?
I would definitely do it. I've made up my mind.
Okay.
Making me start.
But do you see what I'm getting at?
I do.
If it took all this stuff from Friday night, all the stuff we went through yesterday, and all the stuff this morning to get you to the point where you say you finally made up your mind to do it, then that's what it took.
Right.
And that's why you came here.
Right. That's true.
Okay? Now all the rest of the stuff, just put on the back burner until you get done with this. Because by doing just this one exercise, and this is what I'm talking to all of you, not just Jake. By doing this one exercise, it will give you a resource to do another one,
Right.
if it's necessary.
Interesting. Sure.
And see, one of the reasons why people focus in on all of it, in other words, like, okay, well, what about this? And what about this? And what about this? Like you kind of have this tendency to do, okay? In a way, what you're really doing is kind of sabotaging the whole process by focusing on trying to grasp all of it. You won't do any of it. And therefore, because the implications of doing just one small slice of it is so powerful, and you know that. Subconsciously, intuitively, you know doing the one exercise will have very powerful implications in your life. So therefore, to keep you away from those implications, you'll focus in on, what about this, 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 and this, end up not doing any of it, and end up not getting anywhere. Okay?
No, I got it. Definitely.
Okay.
I agree.
The smallest incremental step. That exercise right now is the smallest incremental step.
That's what you said basically anyway. That's how you got to do it.
Right.
Break it down to small steps.
Right.
One step at a time.
Right. Go ahead, Greg.
I guess I'm a little bit more of an intuitive trader, but I'm working on my patience, which the exercise has great implications for me. How do I just got to shut while I'm doing these exercises, just kind of turn my intuition off?
Yeah, your intuition doesn't really have anything to do with this exercise, you might say. The intuition would have to do with how you set up the exercise. If you get an intuitive impulse about how to set this up, or how to set it up directly for you, like if you were to ask the question, how do I need to set this up, let the question go and wait for an answer, that would be using your intuition as part of this process.
Okay.
The process itself is somewhat mechanical because what you're doing is going through a set of steps to neutralize any resisting or conflicting thoughts.
Yeah, I guess because like one of the things that I have developed is if I start feeling comfortable that I can hold this for an hour or 2 or 3 or a day, it's an immediate cell signal. It's feeling that comfort. That's it. It's an immediate. I'll just hit the bid or get out.
Yeah.
And that's worked for me.
Well, the other thing too is what we're about to get into is scaling out. Scaling out will also. Do you do that?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
That's not an issue.
That's part of your regimen?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then what do you have a problem with on the last portion of of your position? Letting it ride, letting the last.
Yeah.
Do you have points you project out in the future that where it might get to?
Sometimes.
Well, they can't be sometimes.
It gets there.
Well, what do you mean to feel bad?
Well, it's like the other day I was like, damn it, I knew it was going up. I knew it was going to go to 19. All I had to do was just sit on my hands.
With part of your position. You've already got most of it off?
Generally, yeah.
No, well, not generally. I mean, that's the whole point. You've got to have a regimen where you've already booked a substantial amount of profits from the move.
Right.
You've got a small portion left.
Yes.
That small portion should be virtually meaningless. Meaningless. Now think about it. You've already booked a bunch of profit. There's no possible way you can lose on the trade, even if it comes all the way back to your entry point, because at that point you just scratch it, right?
Right.
Okay. So where's the significance here?
I guess in what goes through my mind is
you don't have to answer it now. That's a question you can ask yourself.
Okay.
Why it can't be completely a risk-free opportunity for you? Because you can project your point out to the future. I mean, project your point to where you think it might go. If it either gets there or not, it gets close to there, you can get out anywhere you want. And the other thing too, if your point that you're projecting it to has a possibility of it getting there, if it gets there and starts to back off, but it looks like it might blow through it, and you've gotten out, you can always get back in as a breakout trade, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait for it to break out and confirm.
Yeah. Wait for it to pull back a little and buy it back.
Right.
Day.
Exactly. That's what I used to do years ago when I first moved to Chicago and I was trading silver a lot. When I would ride a move up to a significant reference point and get out close to the top. You know, book all the move on the last portion of my position, and then if it was something like this, you know, like I had, and you know, I had a significant reference point. Let's say on a daily chart, the market's coming up here, and I'm going to go over this again in a little bit. But basically, what I said to myself and the clients that I had, you know, also in silver trades, is that, you know, if I got in somewhere down in here, I don't know if the market's going to get through this resistance or not. But what I do know is that if it does, it could be significant and keep on going. So basically, what am I risking to find out if it gets through there? In other words, people want to be on for the big move. They want to be on for the big ride, okay, as big as they can get. Now, I've already got most of my position off anyway, so what I did is that I just always took my position off close to this high right here, and then had added it back on as a buy stop up here. So if it went, so what I was basically risking, I was risking not getting the opportunity to book that much profit and saving myself, or booking that much profit just to find out if it was going to break through. In other words, this is what I'd be risking to find out if it was going to break through. I didn't want to risk all that. So I would forego the possibility of getting this much profit if it did go through and I hung on, as opposed to getting out and taking my profits and reinitiate the position right up here.
Alternatively, many times they pull back and then they go again, especially right toward the end of the day.
Yeah, well, it depends, you know, it depends on your methodology and how much you need to, in other words, you say it goes through, it pulls back a little bit, and then does this, okay? Well, you know, that's just a function of how much you need to risk to be into this trade.
Okay.
Yeah, once it breaks through, how far are you going to let it go back, you know, back past this line to tell you that it's possibly not going to work? That's all that is. And there are a lot of different breakout methods that'll tell you exactly how much you need to, you know, how much you need to risk in these cases. And it depends on the time frame you're doing it anyway. You know, 2-minute chart's going to be a lot different than if that were a daily chart or even an hourly chart. Okay, the part that I'm just going to briefly go over this because I've already really covered a lot of it, except for a couple of points that I want to make. And that's on page 6 of section 5, the practical philosophy for change. Remember, we've talked about how we're in a universe that is constantly expanding. And if that universe is conscious, I mean, we're conscious. There might be certainly other aspects of the universe that's conscious. There might be a consciousness at, let's say, the macro level. And if that universe is conscious, it would seem as if that universe has a desire, this universe has a desire to expand. It is doing so, definitely. And we are expanding. We are evolving. Animals evolve. Insects evolve. Plants evolve. Even the earth evolves. So if you just kind of look at this from a practical perspective, what do we got? We got a universe that's constantly expanding. We got a universe that seems to, if you know, this might be making a huge leap in terms of an inference, but I'm going to say a universe that even desires to expand. We exist at the micro level. We're a part of this universe. And it would seem to me like if we are in harmony with it, our lives would be infinitely easier, simpler. And if you look at the evidence of that, there's an abundance of evidence to suggest that what we need to do is continually expand. And why do I know that? Why look at the emotion of excitement. What gets us excited? What gets us excited? What?
Learning.
Learning gets us excited. What does learning imply?
Change.
Expansion. A mind once expanded can't go back to its original form. A mind once expanded cannot go back to its original form. You can't be who you once were once you've expanded yourself. Learning excites us. Starting a new project excites us. Starting a new job, unless we're dreading it for some reason, we're acting out of desperation, excites us. There's some powerful implications here in relationship to a kind of life philosophy. If all these things excite us and create a sense of satisfaction and happiness, then not doing it would imply what? Not expanding, not learning. Would imply what? That we ain't going to feel so good. It's called depression, hopelessness, feeling sorry for ourselves, stress, anxiety. What is stress? Simply our beliefs, our inflexible beliefs in relationship to an environment that is changing, and we refuse to acknowledge the changes. Right? Environmental forces that are in conflict with our beliefs, and we are refusing to be adaptable to the extent that we are feeling stress. Now, at the same time, look at it like this. We have one external source of information. I say one, meaning all the forces in the universe that exist outside of ourselves is an external force generating information about its nature and characteristics. But we have three internal sources of information. And if you look at it from one perspective, it would seem like if we're in a universe that's constantly expanding, where every moment is truly unique because atoms and molecules are in motion, and as a result of being in motion, they're in a constant state of change, making what's really out there constantly changing. But at the same time, everything we experience and record in our mental environment as a memory remains static, and the beliefs that we acquire as a result of these concepts that we end up formulating about the nature, or how we describe the nature of the way things exist, if they remain static, it would seem as if, and to be happy requires being adaptable and adapting and expanding, it would seem like the universe has played a cruel hoax on us. Right? Except for what? Is there a compensating factor? Is there something that assures us that we can change and adapt?
Our ability to decide.
Our ability to think. Remember, our willingness to think. It all boils down to our willingness to think. Our willingness to think, the thinking process is not bounded by any constraints whatsoever. It's only our lack of willingness that keeps us from asking a question. You can ask a question about anything. If the question's honest and sincere, you will get an answer. I thoroughly, 100%, unequivocally believe, ask and ye shall receive.
So all the answers are out there, it's a matter of opening yourself up.
That's right.
Right?
All the answers are out there. Whether they get dumped in your brain, as inspiration, or whether, you find yourself opening a book or turning on the TV, some synchronistic thing, or overhear a conversation, as long as you are open, I guarantee you, you will get an answer.
Well, I think too, things come into our life when we're ready to learn them too, right?
That's the sincere openness. Okay? That's just another way of saying I am sincerely open. Because this part we've got what relates to this would be, see how we got that set up. So good. Yeah, we've got beliefs and memories. See, at these two levels right here, we have beliefs and memories and associations. Well, I don't have to write it down. Beliefs, memories, and associations, which can all remain static. But we also have, and the way scientists also relate to this is left and right brain. This could be left brain stuff that's rational. Everything that's rational has to do with something that already happened. A rational thinking process is a process bounded by our past. But creativity definitely exists. And by definition, it means bringing forth something
be used to trust the intuitive level more, meaning you may enter the trade based on some intuitive idea, but yet you're rigid enough to know that you'd employ money management and all objective parts into that idea.
Absolutely.
So that could be a way for you to trust that intuitive aha.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's a good point,
Could you
too.
repeat that? I kind of got it.
What I was basically getting at, I just basically had, it just occurred to me when we were talking about this. There's many times, and I think it probably more center relates to it as to when I'm trading. There'll be many times where I'll see an opportunity, but it doesn't meet the traditional objective criteria used for it. And as a result, I can't justify it, and therefore I don't take the trade. I was just thinking to myself, if there's a way for me to take the trade based on that impulse, that intuitive impulse, reinforce with the concept that once I'm in the trade, I use all the traditional measures I used from trading objectively day to day anyways, meaning money management rules. How can I get burned any worse than if I'd taken a trade based on purely objective measures? It would give me valid reason to take that trade, provided I immediately kicked into gear with all the other measures I use on a day-to-day basis to keep me out of trouble every day.
Which is exactly what you need to do, which is exactly what we're going to cover anyway. When you said we're getting ahead of ourselves, you're kind of right, because that's how you counteract euphoria. You could be in a completely euphoric state of mind, and in essence riskless, but yet you'd still have to have a mental mechanism, a monitoring mechanism, for you to notice that you're breaking your rules.
The piece that I'm not obviously at yet, I've made the connection, I think. What I think I would need to work on is getting myself now to put the trade on, understanding full well that the other rules will fall into place right after. I've never made the connection up to this point, and I still know if that's going to be the solution at this point in time.
It probably will. All you got to do is say, how much have I got to risk to find out?
Right.
If you're willing to accept the risk, then you'll take the trade.
And wouldn't part of it just be doing it, and then if it's working, it's something that you can trust, and if it's not working, then you know that it isn't working, and not to take those trades in the future?
Well, see, it depends. See, the problem is this is the kind of thing we have to watch out for when we start mixing levels of development. In other words, you know, what we want to do right now is just stay focused in our own level of development, whatever that is. If I've got to trade mechanically because there are certain skills that I need to acquire, like learning how to think in probability, carefree state of mind, objectivity, if I don't have all those things, you know, at a functional level in my mental environment, then we shouldn't even be having this discussion. It's irrelevant. It really is, because like I said before, you can get intuitive impulses, and I'm saying notice them, write them down, don't act on them. Don't act on them until you've got all these other skills in place, firmly in place. And there are ways to know that you do. We're going to go over that in a minute. So there is some, you know, it can create confusion about, you know, what stage of development you're in and what you need to do as a result of that stage of development. I'm going to dispel that confusion right now, hopefully. But, you know, just the important thing is to stay focused on where you're at and where you need to be. Because look at it this way. What he will find out, hopefully to answer your question, Jeff, what Dave would find out by taking a trade like that is that if it was really an intuitive impulse, it'll work. If it wasn't, if he was manufacturing that impulse because of something else going on in his life, okay, then he's going to find that out too, because I guarantee it's going to be a loser.
When you say that,
How can I say that? I just,
the trade works, but I mean,
No.
it could still be.
no, you're going to say, how can I say I know it's going to be a loser? I just, because.
Yeah, but does
Okay, that's
if it's a loser, does it mean that the trade wasn't the right thing to do? I mean, we never know.
No, I
that's
didn't
gonna
say
be
it was right or wrong. I just said it wasn't intuitive. It wasn't a true intuitive impulse.
So you're saying that every
Yes, that's exactly what I'm
intuitive
saying.
trade is a winner?
Every intuitive trade is a winner, yes.
Okay.
That's what it means to be in the zone. You're in complete harmony with your environment.
Just because you're in harmony doesn't mean that the trade's going to work out. I mean.
Oh no, when you're in harmony, that's exactly what it means. When you're in harmony, it's going to work out. There's nothing else that could happen.
No other trader could come in.
When you're in harmony, it will work out. Nothing else can happen.
I'll stop asking questions.
question anyway.
When you're in the zone, what you do in relationship to what's going on will be virtually perfect. That is definition of being in the zone. Perfection. If it was a true intuitive impulse, it will be perfection. If it was something else, it won't be. That's what it means to be in the zone. When you see athletes in the zone, what are you seeing? What are you seeing?
Perfection.
Perfection.
That's
right.
It's easier to understand when you call it the zone, but you can have perfection in everything in life that they're not to be wrong. But if you call it a zone, then I understand that you're saying it's going to walk.
Yeah, you can have different See, the thing is, you can have a different connotation for the word intuition, and mine, my definition, your definition might be different, which maybe obviously is, and your definition might include things that wouldn't be included in mine. But and that's one of the problems even doing a workshop like this, is because I can be using words that we think we're sharing meanings on, and we're really not. So by me saying the word zone, then now you related that it's unconflicted, that's just an example of how that kind of thing can work. But by definition, Jeff, what I'm saying by definition is perfection. Okay? And if it didn't turn out to be perfect, then I can say that by definition you weren't in the zone. You may have thought you were, but you weren't. Now, I'm glad we went through this, because there was obviously some misunderstandings about it, I guess, right? Or was there? No? Well, anyway. Okay, let's, so are we done with that part, that kind of philosophy about, just a little practical philosophy about changing? That was on page 6 and 7 of section 5. And I've already gone through this really plenty of times, so we can move on, can't we? Mm-hmm. Okay, good. Okay, let's create and grow the most ideal beliefs about trading.
Do we need to do the tape first?
Oh, no. We'll do that last. Here's what we're going to do. Well, I want to finish up the material here. We'll do the tape, and then if you guys want to go through some trading patterns, I don't normally do that, by the way, and I didn't really know the consistency of the group before I got here, and I was planning on putting up a bunch of charts and patterns, just kind of some fib patterns and AB equals CD patterns. I normally don't ever do this, but if you guys want to, later on, after we get done with the rest of the stuff, we can. Okay. But I'll make sure we get done with all the rest of it, because Sean has to leave by what, 3 o'clock or 3:30? Okay.
We'll wait till 4. We can start trading Nikkei futures.
Hey, great.
Young people work with him.
No, I got a magic pen.
Okay, what's the primary objective? What's the primary objective? I mean, it's written in the book, but, What's that? The what?
Consistently successful trader.
You forgot 2 words, 2 big ones. You forgot the 2 biggest words.
Phrase it in a sentence, Alex.
Yeah. The 2 biggest words, I am. That's our objective, to install that belief unconflicted. Install that belief unconflicted. Go ahead,
Will
Sean.
it have the same effect if you say, for example, I will trade consistently and successfully? Or
No,
do you
that
have
implies
to say,
future.
I am?
I go along with Lewis here. I wouldn't use the word I will. I'm not saying that can't work for some
I
people.
trade consistently and successfully. Just wondering.
Semantics is really important. It really is. I don't know if I can answer your question, really, but other than just to say that I would stick with I am.
I would say trust it. The idea.
I'm not saying that saying it your way wouldn't work for you. I don't know that, Sean. There's no way I could know it, really. All I'm saying is that I agree with Greg. Trust the I am. Okay, so consistency is a function of a carefree, objective state of mind where we're making ourselves available to perceive and act upon whatever the market is offering us from its perspective in any given now moment. Okay, that's a mouthful in terms of a statement, right? There's a lot there. So this is a very complex process that we have to go through to get to this, to get to the primary objective of one, installing that belief unconflicted, because basically it means that I will be able to function in a carefree, objective state of mind. Carefree, meaning fearless. Objective, also implying that I completely and absolutely trust myself to act in my own best interest without any reservation or hesitation or internal conflict, under all circumstances, where we're making ourselves available to perceive and act upon whatever the market is offering us from its perspective in any given now moment. That means no potential to associate this now moment with anything in our rational mind as a memory, and no potential to perceive or no potential to define or interpret market information in a threatening way. How are we going to get there? I've got 7 principles of consistency on the next page. How are we going to get there? How are we going to install these 7 principles of consistency in our mental environment? 1, I am a consistently successful trader because I objectively define my edges. 2, I predefine the risk of every trade. 3, I completely accept that risk or I'm willing to let go of that trade. 4, I act upon my edges without reservation or hesitation. 5, I pay myself as the market makes money available to me. 6, I continually monitor my susceptibility to making errors. 7, I understand the absolute necessity of these principles of consistent success and therefore never violate them. How are we going to get there? We need a 5-mile rule. Anybody got any ideas? If we're going to set up an exercise, to do this, what might you do based on what you've learned so far?
Start small.
It could start small, yeah. That could be part of it.
Trade mechanically.
Trade mechanically. Ah, okay. What benefit is that going to be?
If you follow any definite rules, you're not guessing.
Okay, but how is that going to help you be objective to trade mechanically?
Because your mechanical system will probably have many of these rules implemented into it.
Get you to trust the rules.
Well, it could do all those things, but that's not really. What does it mean to be objective, guys? That's thinking in probabilities, right?
Right.
Okay, and what is thinking in probabilities? Anything can happen. Every moment is unique. I don't even know what's going to happen next to make money. There's a random distribution between wins and losses, and they give a set of variables that define an edge. And was there a last one? Did I get them all?
You need a flashcard for that.
There you go.
That is printed in the book in the beginning somewhere, verbatim, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Fine.
Page 5?
No. You're going 5.
Did I say 5 or did I say 4? Did I say all of them is what I'm asking?
It's section 3, page 5, there's 4 of them.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, anything can happen. Every moment is unique. There's a random distribution between wins and losses on any given set of variables to define an edge, and you don't need to know what's going to happen next to make money. There's actually 4. There's a sub one of number 3. Okay? That's what it means, okay? Now, how are we going to get those 4, let's say, fundamental truths of what the market is into our mind at a functional level. What are we going to do? We know, let's put it this way, we know that there's going to be some sort of conflicting energy inside of us, right? We know that because our minds are inherently designed to associate, and we have all these probably cultural beliefs that are going to cause us to have the potential to define and interpret market information in painful ways. So we don't even have to know exactly what those beliefs are, but if we set up an exercise or a regimen that causes us to confront one of these, regardless of what they are, at least we know that we're experiencing conflicting thoughts, something different than what our objective is, well then we can eventually dissipate the negative energy and build up the positive energy. Now what might we do to do that?
You know the answer.
Well, go ahead, if you know the answer, say it.
Trade mechanically for a certain period
Be
of time.
specific. Be specific.
Trade mechanically for a certain specific period of time. Until the point you have no confidence in it.
Okay, you're going to do a time exercise. This particular, what we're talking about now is not necessarily dependent on time.
A sample size.
Wait a second, is there a problem with this?
Yeah, you popped it off there.
I did? Oh,
No, I meant the sample size, not time duration.
oh, okay, so you mean trade and sample sizes?
Right.
Okay, so here's what Jake is talking about. The way you can install these 4 or 5 fundamental truths about the nature of the market, which comprise the principles of what it means to be objective and stay in the now moment, is by going through a specific trading exercise. One that will cause you, by the merely by the way that it is designed, it will cause you to confront any internal argument that will come up into your consciousness, causing you to want to do something different than what your objective is. The objective will be this. First of all, you have to have what your entry signals and your exit signal on a loss have to be precise, meaning that there can be no subjective decision making as to whether or not the variables that you use to define your edge are either present or they're not. They are either present in the market based on a specific set of variables, or they are not present. You have to know exactly. And the reason why why would you have to know exactly? I'm going to ask you, why would you have to know exactly?
Otherwise it's subjective.
Otherwise you don't really know if it's internal resistance or you're saying, oh, well, this really isn't a signal. Okay? Precise. And then you commit yourself to trading in sample sizes. Sample sizes meaning 20 to 25 trade sample sizes. So instead, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, so what you say to yourself is that instead of taking the next trade, the next time these set of variables roll around in the market, the next time my edge appears, instead of taking just the next trade, I am committing myself, this is the 5-mile rule, I am committing myself to take the next 20 trades. To take the next 20. Why is this? Oh wow. Can you guys still see that? Is everybody all right? I'm going to commit myself to take the next 20 trades. Now, what is that going to do for you? I'll set up the details of this in a second. What is this going to do for you by having to take the next 20 trades?
Force you to confront everything.
Yeah, because see, even though you may have a methodology, your edge may work, let's say, 60% of the time. And by the way, I want to stress, the edge that you use for this exercise does not have to be particularly good. It can be very mediocre. It doesn't matter. It's doing the exercise that counts. it doesn't really matter what your win-loss ratio is. I mean, except for the fact you don't want to hit 20 in a row as losers. I mean, you know. But here's the important part of this. What do we know about the nature of the market? That anything can happen, that every moment is unique, and that there's a random distribution between wins and losses, and I really don't need to know what's going to happen next to make money. Doing this exercise appropriately will convince you of every single one of those statements. Every single one of those concepts you will be thoroughly convinced of if you subject yourself to this exercise. You want to know why? Because you don't know the sequence to wins and losses on this 20 trade sample size. You don't know what it's going to be. It could be win, loss, win, win, loss, 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 loss. Now what do you do? No, it doesn't matter. Just say no. Now, hey, you've just taken 4 losses in a row.
It doesn't, you still have to take the trade.
Yeah, you still have to take the trade, but what is your rational mind going to be screaming? I know what's going to happen here. I know this trade is a loser.
Right.
And when you put this one on, and it turns out to be a winner, and I will say that in almost all cases it will be. Really, I'm serious.
Mm-hmm.
It will be. Then what?
Then
You just added energy. You just added energy to a belief that says, you know what? I thought I knew what was going to happen. You know, I didn't. Like anything can happen. Every moment is unique, meaning that okay, I don't know. It only takes one trader somewhere in the world to negate the positive outcome on my edge. And I thought that one trader or more was definitely going to do it. But the reality is, it didn't happen that way. Anything can happen, meaning winner or loser. And you know what? Since I didn't know what was going to happen next when I thought that I did, I really don't need to know what's going to happen next to make money. And you go through this exercise, well, let's put it this way. You go through the exercise, all 20, as best you can. If you can't get these trades on perfectly, that's all right. Because the whole idea is to do this until you can. So if it takes 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 of these 20 trade sample sizes or more, it's going to take as many as it takes. And keep on doing it until you can do it. What? How do you know when you're done?
Do it without giving it thought, or you don't have your trade carefree.
Yeah, you can do it without any conflicting or competing thoughts. That's how you know you're done. You can say, I've arrived. I have arrived. When you can go through one whole sample size without anything in your mind telling you to do anything different other than what you set out to do. That's how you know you've dissipated all the conflicting energy. Is that making sense to everybody? How you know you've dissipated all the conflicting energy is simply, I can get through a whole sample size, and you know what? I didn't have one conflicting thought. Every time my edge appeared, I did exactly what I needed to do.
You scale down your size to your comfort.
That's right. Now, we'll get into the details in a second. But yeah, I just wanted to get conceptually what was going on here.
So if you get through those first maybe 6 or 7, and then you just say, I'm not doing this next and I don't care, do you just go ahead and finish your 20, or do you start over?
No, you finish your 20.
Well, I'll go through.
And see, the thing is, here's what I mean by finish your 20 is that if whatever set of variables you use to define your edge in this 20 trade sample size, you can't change in the middle of a sample size. However, once the sample size is over with, you can go back and look at your results and say, you know what? You can tweak your variables at that point. And that's why we limit the number of trades, because you just might have a really dysfunctional set of variables to define your edge, and you don't want to keep on going indefinitely. What you want to do is you want to make the sample size large enough to adequately test your edge, small enough so that if it isn't a good edge, you're not losing an inordinate amount of money before you find out. So in the middle of a sample size, you can't make any changes whatsoever. At the end of a sample size, you can go back and then use your creative juices and possibly getting some inspiration on how you might change your variables to improve your results.
I think that's really important, because I think even with myself in developing my own system, I would get stuck, but I wouldn't have enough sample size to really wait. I'd change things in between.
Can't change things in between. Finish the sample size. If you don't get this trait on, then when the next time it rolls around, do your best to get that one on. Just keep on doing it until you can do it flawlessly.
The execution of mental thought flawlessly, not the results.
Yeah, not the results. Yeah, the results might be the results might be quite mediocre, as a matter of fact. As a matter of fact, if you can do these and end up scratching, paying for commissions, I think you're doing great. No, just think about what I said. You can do a sample size and scratch or even pay for commissions, you're doing great. Okay? Great. I didn't say good, I said great. If you just do well enough to pay for commissions, you're doing great at the end of a sample size. Go ahead.
Like two things kind of occur to me. They have two different sample sizes with two different strategies or techniques that I'm trying to perfect within myself. Can I mix them or just work on one at a time?
I don't know, you confuse me.
Okay, one of the things I want to do, and that I do now, is buy on the bid, buy a strong stock when it's pulling in on the bid, and I want to hold it against me longer.
Okay, that would be a set of rules for one sample size.
Okay.
Now what's the other one?
Hold my last 100 shares to go. Just hold it longer.
Why can't you do it in the same sample size? Because one's two different functions.
Well, that's why I don't.
Yeah, because one's a function of taking profits. You're not mixing anything. We haven't gotten into taking profits yet. I haven't gotten into the details on how to do this. I'm just talking about the concept right now. So it seems to me like, based on what you told me, unless I still have misunderstood,
I don't think you have.
You can do both those things in the same sample size.
Okay.
But you'd only have one setup in the sample size?
Only one setup. Right.
Only one edge.
Only one edge.
Right. That also be my question.
Okay. So, for an example, what I'm proposing is that, because a lot of you guys are stock traders, I trade futures, so if you trade futures, you're going to have to trade 3 of something, because what I'm proposing is that you, to satisfy one of the principles, is you have to pay yourself as the market makes money available to you. What I'm proposing that you do is learn how to scale out, which we'll get into in a minute. But I had to say that to set this up. So that means you have to trade at least 3 of something, so that you can scale out in thirds. Go ahead, Jake.
Can I go ahead and do this methodology before I do the time thing, or at the same time? I'm not quite sure what to do.
Well, you can do, yeah. Damn it, that's like, yeah, you can do really, you can do it at the same time. I can say you could set this up where you could satisfy both of them when you get right down to it.
That's what
okay?
I was supposed to ask.
You're just adding a time dimension to your edge.
I think I can. I agree.
Yeah. Okay. Now, you don't have to trade 3 contracts. I mean, you can do this with 1 contract. Although, if you trade futures, but if you trade stocks, it's really easy, because you can divide the number of shares you trade into any fraction that you want. I mean, you can divide it into quarters, into thirds, or.
How can you do it with less than 3 contracts? Futures?
Just do it with 1. If you can't afford it.
Scale out.
What? I know you can't scale out, but that's, but if you're not at a point where that's the part that matters, what difference does it make? Just doing it 1 step at a time. Jake, when you get right down to it, if you can't stay in the market with a contract more than a tick or 2, what difference does it make if you got 3 on?
It's times easier.
I'm sorry, Jake, but it's like, it doesn't make a lot of difference, okay? You just might as well do it with 1.
Or do it as many as you can. If you
What?
can do it with the 3, then fine.
No, I would just do it with 1.
Do it with 1.
Do it with 1. It's all right, okay? 1 will satisfy the objective of your exercise. Okay? However, it will not satisfy one of the principles one of the principles of consistency, but that's all right, because when you can do that exercise and do it flawlessly, then you can move to 3 contracts and then integrate the money management part of scaling out into it, okay? One step at a time, Jake, okay? See, that's where your impatience comes in. You wanna which is good. See, it's good. I'm glad you're here. You see, if you didn't come, you wouldn't get this, would you? That's right. See, listening to the tape, if someone like Jake weren't here, see, you wouldn't get any of this. I'm sorry, Sean, go ahead.
I just said that's harder to do than it looks.
Believe me. I tried.
Is that an understatement?
Well, you just write it up there. So, oh yeah.
Yeah, right.
I know it's
Yeah, it could take people a year to make up their mind to do this.
More.
Easily, a year or more to get to the point where they make up their mind to do this. Easily. I would be surprised, actually, if there were more than 1 or 2 people that could walk out of this room and start doing this.
No, I could attest to that.
I'd be shocked. I really would. Go ahead.
I was going to say, in your book you mentioned about the fact that there are sites, or there is one site where you can do...
Wait, run a little bit louder, because I can hardly hear you, and I probably know the people on the tape probably can't either.
In your book you mentioned that there's one sort of site where you can probably go through this without actually placing live trades.
Oh yeah, you can use simulated brokerage accounts, or a simulated brokerage service, put it that way.
So that's not
that's not true. No. If that's where you're at, If that's where you're at, then that's where you start.
You're not dealing with any of the real emotions.
Oh, yes, you are. That's not true.
You think so?
Oh, absolutely. No doubt about it. There are people that do not have to have the real money involved, and they feel exactly the same way, whether they're putting on a simulated brokerage account or a real one.
Really?
No difference whatsoever.
Is there a site you could?
Oh, there's AutoTrack for one thing.
You don't have to be a customer or anything?
Oh no, well no, that's what they do. That's their whole purpose. Their whole purpose is our simulated brokerage accounts.
AutoTrack?
AutoTrack,
D-I-T.
What? Say it again?
A-U-D-I-T.
Yeah, AUDITTRACK.com.
There's 2 people talking. A-U-D-I-T.
Audit.
Audit. Oh,
yeah.
I'll just buy the book.
All right.
I can't afford it until I I can't afford a book till I make money off of this. Okay.
Okay. The other thing too is that there are a lot of brokerage firms that have online execution services that'll let you use them for 30 days without opening up an account.
Also free, I was in a couple of competitions, stock competitions, and you can do that. You just do, I can't remember the name, but there are a couple of them. You do a search and they do free, but they have a deadline for the end of the competition, and you can just trade,
Go ahead.
In setting up the sample, the only thing that has to be consistent throughout the 20 is the edge.
Yeah, the edge for entering the trade and how you define what a loss is. They have to be absolutely precise. Absolutely precise.
You can have different stocks.
You can have what?
You can trade different stocks.
You can trade different stocks. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily recommend that you do so. You can trade different stocks, but the edge has to be consistent, whatever the stock is. And again, it has to be precise. Entry and exit on the loss side have to be absolutely precise. Now, the other reason why a simulated brokerage account or like something like AuditTrack would be good for people is that it's a good way to forward test your edge. See, before you want to put your real money on the line, you may want to do 20 or 30 trades or 40 trades using a simulated account so they can see how well it works. Because some people don't have the sophistication to back test, and they don't have they don't even have the proper software, or want to go through the learning curve of learning how to do it appropriately anyway, or pay a back testing service. You don't have to do that. You can just forward test in a simulated account.
Can I just ask a question about
Sure.
AutoTrack?
Yeah.
Is it basically a service whereby you're seeing live price data and you're putting the trades into a fictional account with X amount of dollars in it?
I don't know that audit. See, I haven't it's been many years since I've even seen their site. And so I don't really know what they have available right now. It's probably pretty sophisticated, but I just don't know that, okay? But I do know that there are, like I said, there are brokerage firms that allow you to use their online execution, which will give you live data, and executions really live, but there's just no money behind it. It's it's a simulated account, and it's a perfect way to test a set of edges or an edge.
Okay.
Yeah.
If the strategy that I want to do the sample on, if the strategy that I'm trading now has 3 different edges, let's just say, breakouts, pullbacks, and something else. For the purpose of the test, I'm just choosing breakouts. Is that right? I'm just choosing one.
Pick
out of
one.
whatever.
Pick one you like the best.
Just wanted to make
And if you
sure.
want to do 2, then do it based on
different
2 different sample sizes.
Just want to make sure. Thank you.
Now the other thing is that since our loss, what we determine we need to risk, to see if our edge is going to work has to be precise. We can actually calculate in advance exactly how much I need to risk on all 20 trades, if all of them turn out to be losers, right? If under the unfortunate circumstances you had 20 losers in a row, which is pretty unlikely, but it's possible. Under those unfortunate circumstances, the accumulated amount of money of 20 losses in a row, you have to be able to afford, obviously.
Utilizing a mechanical stop. You couldn't get there if you were using breaks the low of the 20 day because you don't know where
The stop has to be precise.
Yeah.
Okay, so in each case, so it has to be something that you can define in advance, that amount of money, and it should be consistent in each case. It really should.
So like a dollar stop then?
Well, I'm not saying picking an arbitrary dollar stop. It should be a stop based on technical indicators. Okay.
Yeah, but even if it's using the prior day's low, you can just change your share size so you're risking $100 per trade or $200 per trade.
That's true. You could do that too. Good point. Very good.
Would you repeat that?
Even if your exit is going to be the prior day's low, so for every trade it'll be a different fraction. It'll be 30 cents on one and 50 cents on the other. You can make each trade. You can say that you only want to risk $200, so that each trade you'll vary your share size. So if you're closing out at the prior day's low, you're still losing the same set of the same dollar
value. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Thanks, Jeff. That's good. Everybody clear so far? And why are you doing this exercise? Why would you even consider doing it if you do decide to do it?
Confront everything head on.
Yeah. Create a head-on confrontation. A head-on confrontation with every conflict that you have inside of you about what it means to think in probabilities. And that's exactly what you want. We're not avoiding this confrontation. We are looking forward to it. Because the sooner we get through it, in other words, every time I act in a way that's consistent with my goal or desire, I am adding energy to a positive belief about what it means to think in probabilities. I am detracting energy from all the other conflicting beliefs. It's that simple. We are looking forward to the confrontation.
Ready for a rumble.
Is there like a support group we can call?
Not a bad idea, actually. You want to create one, go ahead.
How many people come out the other end?
What's that?
How many people come out the other end?
How many people come out and what?
Come out and
make it through.
Make it through.
Oh, make it through the other, I don't know. Not that many people will even do it, really.
I tried. Once.
It's tough. It's a hard thing to do. As simple as it is, it's hard to do. It's hard to get to the point where you're willing to do it, put it that way. And then do it until you can do it without conflict.
Especially after the third loss.
I can see the wheels rolling in Dave's brain. He's going to make everybody in his office go back and do this.
Well, actually, I was thinking back to a time when I first gotten started as a trader. Someone who was far more experienced said to me, "You're never going to learn how to hit fastballs by hitting softballs." And I don't know if it really relates directly to that, but there was an element of truth to that, with the exception of the fact that you can't. What he was really defining, or what he was trying to point out to me, is you should trade larger on a per trade basis. But if you don't have the skills necessarily, you don't want to go in there swinging 1,000 shares if you're still learning. But maybe what he was trying to get through to me was something like this, or something on this level.
You could do as many trades in one day as come up.
Yeah.
In other words, you could theoretically get through it in a day.
You could. Yeah, that's true. You could.
Dave trades 1 minute charts. He can do this in.
Good trade style.
He can be through this in
I've been through
Jeez. Jake.
What did he say?
Jake's a scalper. Anyway, go ahead.
If you were trading 5 or 10 minutes, then it might be a couple of days before you do all 20 trades.
Sure. Sure.
If on the other hand, your
daily
edge
charts
only does once a week.
That's right. It could take you 10 weeks.
Wouldn't be any difference in terms of.
Well, it just depends on how fast you want to learn. If you use daily or weekly charts to generate signals, and they don't come up very often, it's going to be tough to do this exercise. You want to go down to an hourly chart or something, so you can at least get 4 or 5 trades a week.
Get the paid out of the way.
It's your free program.
That's the way I'm looking at
It actually, remember I said when you're doing this sort of thing, attitude is everything. Getting comfortable with being in a state of discomfort, getting comfortable with being in a state of discomfort would help you a lot. Because the more comfortable you are or get with being uncomfortable, the faster the discomfort leaves, or it just becomes a natural sequence of events, meaning that I intend to neutralize this belief, install this belief, and there's no discomfort at all anymore. Whereas initially in this process, neutralizing beliefs can create some degree of discomfort for a while, because in some ways it can be a little disorienting. It's like if you really effectively knock the energy out of something, it's like a part of your identity is gone for a little while, and you kind of get used to it and everything's fine, and you just kind of say, okay, this is who I am now. But the more you do it, the easier it gets, and the less discomfort there is. And in fact, there doesn't have to be any discomfort at all.
Can it create feelings of anxiety as the beliefs are like?
Well, I guess it's hard to say. I mean, everyone's probably going to be a little bit different. Just underline, even if you did feel that way, just know that, and just say to yourself that you're going to be fine. That, you're just stepping into a new version of yourself. That's all. Because you're going to be fine. I'm just stepping into a new version of myself. Okay, a much greater version. I'm stepping into a greater version of myself. And I will be fine. And you will. You really will. You guys ready to go again? Yeah. One of the things we were talking about while everyone else was talking was that John also did Evelyn Wood's reading dynamics, and I asked him to experience the same thing. And go ahead, John.
Oh, yeah, and actually the comprehension I was mentioning, comprehension was better too, but it was the same thing. Once I stopped reading, I got out of college, I stopped reading. But
I went home for the summer, came back in the fall, it was gone.
I don't think I ever got to the point.
And one other thing I mentioned too is that years later I saw a TV program, one of these kind of amazing feat kind of TV programs where they took a guy who claimed to, I guess they measured him at about maybe 25 to 30,000 words a minute. And what they did to confirm it is that they picked out randomly some books, some very obscure books out of the Library of Congress or something, and then put him in front of a video camera to have him read the stack of books in a very short period of time, or something the equivalent to how many words there were, based on the amount of time, and then asked him, detailed questions about what he read, and he did it.
You turn the pages at that rate.
That's another thing you got to learn how to do is turn pages really fast. And they were also big books. That was it too. It was very small print and really big books. So he could, in fact, like where you could have like several thousand words on a page, so that you don't have to. That's the other thing I remember. They were really big books. What?
The big pages make it easier.
Yeah, the big pages make it easier to turn. So otherwise, you couldn't be reading these pocketbook novels at 30,000 words a minute because you couldn't turn the pages fast enough.
And is that as effective as actually just reading the book normally in terms of the retention of the
Ask John. That's what he just said.
You're more effective.
No kidding.
The faster you read, the more you comprehend.
Is it enjoyable? Like if you're reading just a novel or something?
Yeah.
Well, let's put it this way. Now think of it now. Let's put it this way. First of all, you're reading, let's say, 3 to 5 times faster than you normally do. And so if you enjoyed it the first time, or you didn't feel like you got enough out of it, read it 3 or 4 more times. and you're still doing it faster than what you normally would.
That's when you said you read books 50 times.
No, I wasn't using no, I wish. The other thing is that one of the things that it does is it cuts out the sub-vocalization process. One of the reasons why it's so fast is that you're no longer sub-vocalizing. You're not saying the words to yourself anymore. Okay? So there's a direct see, comprehend. There's no other thought process. That's pretty cool. It really is.
How long is the course?
How long was the course? About 8 weeks? Something like that?
You can take them locally, I assume.
There's videos you can get for this now. I mean, I see infomercials. That's probably the same thing. I know there's other companies that have kind of ripped Evelyn Wood off, basically. But go ahead, John. What?
No, I think the guy that you saw do the Library of Congress actually had an infomercial for you.
Really? Yeah. So I've seen infomercials, and it's probably the exact same process. I would imagine. And I think, does Evelyn Wood still exist?
No.
You don't think so anymore?
People stop reading.
People just watch TV now.
Okay, where are we? Okay, we got this down. Precise entry, precise exit on the. This is starting to piss me off. Precise entry, precise exit on the loss side. So now we're going to do profits. Now, the way when I first I started trading like back in either 1978 or 1979, I don't remember which. And when I moved to Chicago and went to work for Merrill Lynch at the Board of Trade, I was trading a lot of silver. And there were two things that acted, two things that kind of came together that caused me to think about this whole idea of scaling out of a position. In other words, when you put a position on, divide it into fractions, and then take money as the market makes it available. The first thing that happened is that back in the early 70s, it was like 1971 or 72, I went to Las Vegas for the first time. I think I was only maybe, how old would I have been? Maybe 23 years old. But before I went, I got this book by a guy by the name of Dr. Edward Thorp called Beat the Dealer. Anybody know this book? Anybody read it? Okay. John? You? No? Okay. Anyway, this guy was a mathematician. He's the one that started the whole blackjack card counting craze. Edward Thorp's the guy that did it. And what he did is he went through, based on the primitive computers that existed back then, and he said that you could take a basic playing strategy in blackjack. It wasn't actually basic, and based on the consistency of the deck. And how do you know the consistency of the deck? You have to learn how to count the cards. And back in Vegas at that time, they predominantly played one-deck games. So it was very easy to keep track of the cards. So what you basically did was you had to keep track of how many face cards and tens were in the deck in relationship to all the rest of the cards and the aces. And so you had a plus-minus count. You kept this plus-minus count in your mind. And then what he had 4 basic tables that consisted of whatever the dealer's up card was in relationship to your 2-card total, in relationship to the card count, whether you would double down, on double down, whether you would split your cards, you know, if you split 2s, split 3s, split 4s, 8s or aces, and or whether you took a hit or not. So what I did is I memorized all the tables, and then I practiced for months counting cards. I flipped the cards as fast as I could and see how fast I could keep the count, okay? And then I even, and this is like back in the early 70s, I even did my own self-hypnosis tape. And the tape consisted of the fact that I was telling myself that I wouldn't get distracted, that, you know, because the books would say, you know, they're going to give you drinks, they're going to do this, they're going to try to do everything to take away, you know, your ability to stay focused. And so I did the self-hypnosis tape and said I was a winner and all this kind of good stuff, right? So I went to Vegas to test this whole thing out. And I tell you, I could not lose. I really mean that. I had winning streaks of 15, 16 winning hands in a row, getting blackjacks like crazy. I mean, I was just really lucky. I did what I needed to do. I mean, I shouldn't say I was just, not only was I lucky, I mean, I was following my rules, I was doing all the right things. However, I didn't have any money management, meaning that I was just betting one unit at a time. I wasn't increasing my bets. I wasn't taking advantage of the fact that I had all these great winning streaks going. And the next thing that I did, too, which was typical, is that once I was winning in blackjack, I started pissing around with craps and roulette and other games and pissed my money away, okay? So I did. I lost almost all my money on all these other games. And so, and this really could be like out of a movie. I swear, I look back on this event, it was really like out of a movie. And so it was like, my dad and I went with my dad, and we had about maybe an hour or two left before we had to leave for the airport. And I only had like, I think maybe 50 or 60 bucks left. That was it to gamble with. And so I sat down at a table with a guy who was playing from $100 to $1,000 a hand. He had all black, he was playing black chips, they're $100 chips, I don't remember the casino we were at. And so I sat, I don't know if I sat exactly right next to him, but we played for a while, and we were the only ones at the table. And he saw the way I was playing, and he probably assumed I was counting cards or something, I don't know. But he really liked the way I was playing, and he got up from the table and kind of tapped me on the shoulder, and he kind of put his arm around me. He was a professional gambler, he was a professional blackjack player. He was like, you know, hey kid, I'm going to teach you something here, okay? I like you, I like what you're doing, I'm going to teach you something. You listen to me, follow me, right? And so why are you pointing at John? What's going on here?
I did this. I actually took lessons from a guy who took me under his wing and funded the team and everything else, so we all shared this event.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
I used to count cards, but not like he did.
So you know exactly what I'm talking about here. Okay. So anyway, he taught me this money management technique called 1, 2, 3, 5, 5, 10. And here goes. I should have set this up in advance. So it's going to take me a minute. Let's see. think I did that right. Okay, here's the concept behind this. Now, he didn't explain the concept, he just told me how to do it. And then, interestingly enough, about 3 or 4 years later, I was a charter subscriber to Gambling Times magazine, and this system was in here. It's called 1, 2, 3, 5, 5, 10. And basically, the philosophy behind it would be like this. Winning streaks and losing streaks occur. Okay? In other words, winning can come in streaks and losing can come in streaks. And the whole idea would be to take maximum advantage of a winning streak and lose the least amount on a losing streak. The problem is you don't know if you're on a streak basically until it's over, one way or the other. Is there a way to mechanically handle maximizing your profits on a winning streak and minimizing your losses on a losing streak? This is one way of doing it. Like I said, it's called 1, 2, 3, 5, 5, 10, and it works like this. You divide your available capital into 100 units, whatever it is. So let's say you've got $1,000 to gamble with. You're going to divide it up into 100 $10 units. And so you always start out with 1 unit, which would be $10 in this case. And if you lose that unit, then the next hand you put down 1 unit again. And if you lose that unit, the next hand you put down 1 unit. So in 3 losing hands in a row, you've lost 3 units. But if you win, here's what you do. So I'm playing this. This is a hand 1 in this case. I bet $10. So yeah, this is a hand 1. See, 1, 2, 3, 5, 5, 10. That's how you know how the system works. So I bet 10, 1 unit. Bet 10 is equal to 1 unit. I win a unit. I have $20. I don't rake off anything. I put that $20 in the next hand and let it ride. I win 2 hands in a row. I've won $20. I've got 40. I rake off 10, which now I have my original unit back with 2 hands in a row. I've got to win 2 hands in a row to get my original unit back. But I've got 30 that I'm betting with. I win 3 hands, I win it again. I've got 3 hands in a row. I've got $60. I take off another 10. Now I need 3 hands in a row to make a 1 unit profit. But on my 4th hand, I've got $50 bet. I make $50. I've got $100. I rake off 50. So 4 hands in a row winning, I've got 7 units or $70. On the 5th hand, I bet 50. I make 50. I get 100. I don't rake off anything. On the 6th hand, I've got 10 units riding. See, 1, 2, 3, 5, 5, 10. That's the number of units riding. I've got 10 units riding. I make 10. I've got 200. I rake off 10. I've got 170 or 17 units. And I keep that 10 riding until I lose it and go back to 1. It automatically takes care of the winning streak by maximizing my profits on a winning streak without me knowing that I'm on a winning streak, minimizing my losses on a losing streak without even knowing it, because on a losing streak I'm only losing 1 unit at a time. Using this kind of, and you can do any combination you want, by the way. He taught me 1, 2, 3, 5, 5, 10. You can do other combinations of this. And mathematically, I don't really know what's best. I really don't. All I'm saying is that, but this does work. If you go to Vegas or someplace where there's a casino and try this out and follow the rules, do it. It works, it really does. Because what this is not taking into consideration, this particular example, it isn't taking into consideration the times, for an example, you might have 100, you might have 100, or might have $50, 5 units riding, and you get an opportunity to split your hand or double down and you win again. Stay with it, just take the additional profits off. But see, those circumstances, in this area right here, when you've got 1, 2, 3, or 5 units riding, in any of these circumstances where you get an opportunity to double down or split your hand and win, it just magnifies the outcome. as well as magnify the outcome on the loss side if you're, if you happen to double down and lose under these circumstances too. So, from this experience, after I went to Chicago, and like I said, one of the things I traded the most was silver. I really liked the silver market at that time. It was really volatile. Number one, if anybody remembers back then, one of the reasons why it was so volatile is because gold and silver were still a real significant part of what people thought to be the monetary stability. And at that time, in like 1982 especially, there was the threat of an international banking crisis because a lot of the South American countries were going to default on their loans. Does anybody remember all that crap? Well, as a result, the silver market gold and silver were particularly volatile. And one of the things that I did is when I would go back and review all my trades and analyze all my trades, I found that it was really rare. Say 1 out of 10 times. I don't remember the exact statistics. But let's say it was rare that I entered into a trade where the market went against me and stopped me out without giving me anything first. Nothing. Just, I put my order in, my order gets hit, and I get stopped out. The market never even went 1 tick in my favor. Maybe 1 out of 10 times. Then I looked at how many times did I actually end up getting stopped out where the market may have gone 2 or 3 ticks in my favor before stopping me out. And then it occurred to me, and I said, you know what? What if I divided my position up into thirds and took my first third off religiously after I got 2 or 3 ticks? So what would end up happening? Oh, maybe the same. This isn't going to be so good. So what would end up happening is that if I put on 3 contracts right here at support, if I got, let's say, 5 cents on one of them, I took that 5 cents off every single time. Not only did it reduce my risk if I ended up getting stopped out on the last 2/3 of my position, it ended up overall paying for my expenses. Doing this every single time without hesitation ended up paying for my expenses.
In the event you got stopped out.
Yeah, I don't mean in this particular trade. It wouldn't pay for my expenses because the amount of profit right here wouldn't pay for the loss on the last 2/3. That's not what I mean. I mean overall, accumulatively, yes, whatever. It ended up paying for my expenses by always taking this first third.
So you take a third after 2 or 3 ticks, did you say?
In silver at that time, I think it was 5 cents.
So
it's going to be different every market, by the way. I'm not.
Some percentage then of.
Yeah, some small percentage, right?
Percentage of what your stop is.
No, it had nothing to do with where my stop was. It just had to do with the way the volatility of the silver market, and my assessment of what generally the possibilities were in most cases. In other words, based on the way I defined support at that time, I would almost always get at least, except for under rare circumstances, always get at least 5 cents before it stopped me out, if it was going to stop me out at all. Which, let's say that happened, let's say 40% of the time. And then the other 10% of the time, I got stopped out without getting anything. Where I got stopped out on my whole position. Now, this whole concept was based on what I learned from this guy in Vegas. Because I'm thinking to myself, when I get into a trade, I don't know how far this market's going to go in my favor. And so what I wanted to do was maximize, from a philosophical perspective, basically what I was thinking, I want to maximize my profits on a winning trade, minimize my losses on a losing trade, when I don't know how much I'm ever going to get.
So one thing I've never quite figured out, is how do you really minimize the losses when you're going at a trade at once?
Well, I'm not sure if
when you're initiating the trade with your full amount of contracts, right?
Yeah.
You're going in with 3.
Right.
So if you're like, like you say, get into like a series of losses because of the markets or whatever, how can you minimize that?
You just can't, only in relationship to your risk to reward ratio. That's, in other words, it's not minimizing it the same as in the example. The example that I gave you for the blackjack was just philosophically.
I know that.
Okay. But I'm still not sure what you're asking me, Jake.
No, just wonder if there's another way besides going in, like scaling in, or do you have to just go in with your full?
You can scale in. It seems to me to be a lot of trouble to do that, but it's, if you want to. But see, the problem is, Jake, is this: it's not a matter. You wouldn't even be asking the question if you've accepted the risk. Now think about why you're even asking this question in the first place. What are you trying to do? By asking the question, what you're in essence saying to me is that I'm trying to avoid the risk in some way.
Or minimize the risk.
Well, so is what you're saying to me is that you can't afford to trade?
No, I just was wondering if you ever thought about another way of getting into it without having the full position of it, that's all.
Well, no, you can scale into a position, but again, it's like take the available capital that you have to trade with, and if you can afford to lose that available capital, then reconcile. Don't trade until you're reconciled that you can spend that amount of money. Then you won't even be worried about whether or not you're minimizing your risk. You minimize your risk based on your ability to make an assessment as to how far the market has to move against you to find out if that edge is going to work. That's how you minimize your risk. Now, from a money management perspective, if you're uncomfortable, if you're legitimately uncomfortable trading more than, let's say, the minimum amount for this exercise, which was 3, then don't do it. Really, don't do it until you're comfortable. And that's the only way that I know of to minimize the risk, other than the way you define an edge consistently gives you at least a 2-to-1 to 3-to-1 risk to reward ratio.
Yeah, so in other words, you tested it enough in your own trading with Silver to know that most of the time it's going to work.
That's exactly what I said. Yeah, that I analyzed my trades. And found that if I was going to get stopped out, let's say that 50% of the time that I ended up getting stopped out of the trade, the market gave me something first. It just didn't go. I just didn't get in here and it did this.
Right.
It went like this and then this. Okay. And I thought, you know what? If I take off a percentage of my position when I get this, that it'll make a huge difference in my results overall. And it did. Because remember, now I'm only getting stopped out on 2/3 of my position. I've eliminated 1/3 of the actual risk. And I've also booked some profits.
Right.
Okay? Yeah, so it really minimizes my losses.
Right.
And so now I've got 2/3 of my position still on. What am I going to do? I'm going to take them off at predetermined points, or as close to predetermined as I can. And I don't, like when Daniel brought up trailing stops, I thought to myself, because I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to let it go and then maybe let it only come back this far against me and get out. I didn't like that at all.
Did you work it on a percentage basis or just based on the market itself?
Yeah, based on the swings that I trade. Based on the time frame that I was in and swings that I trade, right, exactly. Because I, like everyone else, wanted to be in a big move. And I'm thinking to myself, how am I going to assure myself of ever being in a big move if what normally happens is that if I don't book any profits, if I let this market go up to here and then come all the way back down to my entry point, which it could happen, without having taken any profits along the way, I will blow out of this position without really even knowing for sure whether or not it's just coming back down to test support and make a double bottom, then go right back up again. And that happens a lot. And so it happened enough times where I said, that really pissed me off. Because it was extremely difficult to stay in, because I didn't want to break a rule that says I'm not going to take what was a winning position and let it go into a loser without having taken any money at all. It was bad enough I didn't take any money. I'm not going to let it go into a loser. So even though, based on, let's say, my technical expertise, I could have said, well, it's probably just making a double bottom. Emotionally, I couldn't let myself lose money on that trade. And so I'd get out of it until I started scaling out. And then if it came back, I didn't care. Because at the very least, if I wanted to scratch it, I would. In many cases, I wouldn't even do that. I'd still let it define itself based on my original risk point on that last contract, or that last third of the position.
You would never move it to break even?
Oh yeah, I would move it to break even. I'm not saying I never moved it to break even, but after the second one was off, I'd move it to break even for sure.
But taking that first third.
The first third,
was
right.
what allowed you to overcome that.
Yes, right. Taking the first third. And see, the thing is, here's what's really important from this psychologically too, is that one, remember there's a couple of things. One, what's the primary objective? What is our primary objective? Oh, come on, Greg. You did that on purpose, right? Oh, okay. Well, oh my. Anyway, what's our primary objective?
Consistently successful.
What? Yeah. Remember the belief, to create a belief that I'm a consistently successful trader? Remember this? That's where we're at in the book, if you guys recall. All right? Yeah, that was the primary objective. And if that's the primary objective, then for me to install a belief like that, I essentially have to create experiences of consistent success, do I not?
Yes.
And so therefore every time I take part of my position off as a winner, am I not making myself a winner? And by making myself a winner, am I not adding energy to a belief that says I'm a consistent winner? And therefore, that's exactly what will happen. And by doing this, it also gave me the psychological resources, because now I'm in a carefree situation, a risk-free situation. I don't have really any money at risk right now, except the last third of my position based on the amount of profits I have. Those profits are mine, and I do look at that as being at risk. In other words, when I'm in a position, I feel like I'm obligated to make a constant, never-ending assessments as to the risk-to-reward ratio. Think about this. As traders, we are obligated to make trading subjectively, or even mechanically for that matter. And this is what makes trading so hard. This is what makes taking profits so difficult, is because we are obligated to make these constant, never-ending assessments as to what the risk-to-reward ratio is in any given moment. Because as the market's going in my favor, I am at market risk to giving all these profits back, am I not? Mm-hmm. So I have to say to myself, how much of what I've already gotten am I willing to risk to find out if it does this, to find out if it does this, to find out if it does this? And what's the potential? Now, you don't necessarily have to do it to the extent that I'm talking about. Many of these places that you take off your profits can almost be arbitrary. They really can. Educated guesses, edu, E-D-G-U, E-D-G-E-U, educated, educated. Just do it, as Nike would say. Just scale out. But I like scaling out at places where it looks to me like the market will give me a little bit of a retracement, meaning that if I'm going to move from here to here, or if I'm going to move to here, what I'm doing is I've got this high and this low, and I'm looking at my fib, my 786, my 618, my 50%, my 382, and I'm looking how it behaves at each one of these spots. And so I'm saying, what's the potential based on this wave right here of it getting up to a 50% or a 618? And at the very least, I'm going to have my second contract or my second third off by then. Instead of waiting for it to come back as a trailing stop, I'm going to look for it all.
Take it off at 618.
Oh yeah, sure.
Then you've got the rest left over to see if it.
Yeah, the rest left over to see if
100%.
to see if I get at least a 127 up here.
Right.
A 127 of this move right here, like this. See if it even goes through. And other times, what I'll do too, even though I haven't done this in years actually, but I used to do this, is that I would take it off right under this support, this resistance spot right here, and then re-enter on a buy stop. So I was see, because in essence I'm saying, am I willing to risk all this to find out if I can get this? Because if it goes through here, chances are it's going to keep on going and give me a 127, right, at least. But am I willing to risk all that just to see if it does that? In other words, am I willing to give up this opportunity? This is opportunity cost right here. The opportunity cost of this, I'm willing to give up to book all of this.
Right.
And that just made all the sense in the world to me. And I and as far as my, one second, John, and as far as my customers at Merrill Lynch that did the same things as me at that time, this saved us an enormous amount of money by doing this. Enormous. John, go ahead.
So you're just going to take your last third if you have your breakthrough for your next leg up. You're just going to take your
Oh, I'll re-enter the whole position.
Oh, you would?
Oh, yeah. Just as a breakout trade then.
It becomes a new trade.
It becomes a new trade.
Not okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's not like, oh my gosh, it's going more. It's a brand new decision.
It's a brand new decision trade, right? Just as if I take it off at a 786 and I get it, now depending on the swing, if you're trading 2-minute charts, I'm not going to be doing this. And see, the problem is I trade 2-minute charts now. So whereas before I used to trade daily charts.
So what do you do now?
What?
So what do you do now?
A lot of it, I'm out of the whole thing. I'm out of the whole thing at a 618 or 786.
So you're not really doing it?
No. No, but on a daily chart, what I would do is that if I got, say the market did go up to like a 786, I would, if it came back down and I got another swing where I'm getting it like this, I would re-enter the whole position. If I got an isolated low right here, I put on the whole thing again as another trade, based on whatever kind of retracement I was looking at.
I think that's you have to make that decision in your mind that you're not adding to the past trade. It's a new trade.
It's a new trade. Yeah, I'm already out of this though. Keep in mind, John, I'm already out of this. I've already booked my profits. I'm making a decision based on this retracement as a brand new trade. This is the decision-making process that's based as a brand new trade.
But as an amateur, we could make the mistake of not pulling that last third, see that breakthrough, go back in, and mentally get into it's a continuation of the first trade.
If you could do that, just as long as you only added on 2/3.
Right.
You've already got a third on. Okay, so see the problem. Well, it doesn't have to be a problem, but yeah, you're not going to add the whole thing back on. You're not going to add another whole position. You add on 2/3 of the position because you've already got a third on. And the other thing, I'm glad I just popped in my brain again, is that not only are you making yourself a consistent winner, you're creating these experiences of consistency. I am a consistent winner because you're constantly booking profits as the market makes it available to you. The only drawback to this is that if the market really gives you a monster move, you might have the tendency to say to yourself, oh, I wish I had my whole position on. Which I found over the years teaching people this, that's typically the reason why they won't do it. This is one of the most important concepts you can learn as a trader. Other than all the other stuff we were teaching about thinking in probabilities, in terms of taking profits, I can't stress how important this is.
What if you're like on a 5-minute time frame? You maybe do two units and still try to get some of that concept to work?
That's the question's too vague, Jake. I don't know what you mean. When you say a 5-minute time frame, I don't know what kind of swings you're trading.
No, I said like for example, you mentioned you're using 2-minute time frame.
Right.
Now, so
I trade a 2-minute chart. Yeah.
Right.
I trade the patterns that a 2-minute chart gives me.
Right. So it's hard to scale out 3 units on a 2-minute time frame, right?
No, it's not hard to divide into thirds. I just don't do it the way I did it on a daily chart, based on these retracements that, because this, in a lot of cases, is just noise. If you looked at what I'm giving you as if it were a daily chart, a market coming back to this point right here, let's say, which would be, let's say, a 618 of this move right here instead of this move right here, 618, that would probably be a good place that the market's going to reverse, and I'll just add the whole position back on. On a 2-minute chart, if the market does this, or let's say, the market does this on a daily chart and comes back to this, that would still be a good trade. On a 2-minute chart, that might only be, 2 S&P points. It's not, there's not enough there. That's what I'm saying, okay?
I think on that 2-minute time frame, I can relate really well to that. If there's no need to put a stop. The market stop going up.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, and I don't put stops in the market. I just get out, Now, if you don't trust yourself to just get out, then you got to put stops in the market. Now, the other thing that makes it so important is that if you resist, you find yourself resisting scaling out, and this is predicated on, you understand the underlying dynamics of what I'm saying here in terms of its importance to establish a belief in your own consistency, and you find yourself resisting doing it, what would that tell you about your mental makeup? Or in any given moment, if you're in the market, you're in a winning trade, and you find yourself, resisting doing it. The conflict, yes, but that what?
Your belief.
You're convinced it's going to keep on going.
Oh,
okay? You would virtually have to be convinced it's going to keep on going, which in essence means that you think you know what's going to happen next. Just like people who would add to a winning position, there are floor traders that I've worked with that were psychologically nimble enough to add to a winning trade. As the market was going in their favor, they were actually adding to it. But they were psychologically nimble enough that if it came back a certain percentage, they'd blow out of the whole thing, and, with their profits, normally, if they had the opportunity to. The problem is, from a psychological perspective, as you add to a winning position, you're becoming greater. You have a greater and greater psychological commitment to that market, for that market to keep on going. You don't know how far it's going to go. And the greater your commitment, the less the mental flexibility. And the chance of you making a trading error are almost 100%. How are we doing time-wise?
3:20.
3:20. Oh my. Longer than I thought. Okay.
Don't trade stocks.
Well, first of all, I use the 1, 2, 3, 5, 5, 10 just as a concept, as an analogy to show conceptually why it was so important to use a money management regimen that did it for you automatically. In other words, what I'm really saying is that do I really have to know how far a market is going to go in my favor to be able to book consistent profits? No, I don't. Just like I didn't have to know how much of a winning streak I might get in blackjack to book consistent profits. And to maximize it at the same time. Now, based on what I just said, what is your question? Because I didn't understand it.
I understand how you'd implement something like that with a single hand of blackjack, because you only have one. You're only making one bet at one time.
Okay.
But if I'm making 10 bets at one time, how do you?
In blackjack or in trading?
I'm trading stocks.
Okay, then relate it to the stocks then. Just tell me.
I've got 10 different positions I'm putting on in 10 different stocks.
For 10 different reasons, 10 different edges?
It could all be the same edge.
All the same edge, okay.
I don't know how many of them are going to be winners.
Right.
But
what do you know?
At the time I put them on, I don't know what's going to happen.
But what do you know? About anything. What do you know? What do you know? When you put these 10 positions on, what do you know?
They meet the criteria of my edge, and so I put those.
And what else do you know?
I know how much of at risk. I know what my targets are.
Then again, I don't really know what you're asking me.
It sounded like maybe I didn't understand the way the 1, 2, 3, 5, 5 work, but it sounded like you were increasing your risk as you generated more profits. Or did I understand that? Oh
no, yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, now I understand what you're saying. Okay. Don't relate this directly one-to-one. It's just a concept that just using as an analogy. You're right. Based on the 1, 2, 3, 5, 5, 10, it would seem as if I am actually increasing my position if I relate it to trading. Right. And I'm not doing that. I'm actually doing the opposite. The difference is the only thing that really relates directly is the fact that we're talking in terms of streaks. A streak of wins in blackjack relates to a trend, a streak in your favor. That's all the analogy gave you, okay? Was streak for streak. But in this case, I'm scaling out of the streak in my favor, using a scaling out money management technique to assure myself that I will be a consistent winner. And then, but what this example gave you was that it assured you that you would minimize your losses on a losing streak, okay? Not necessarily completely maximize your winnings on a winning streak, but give you so much more in a winning streak than what you lose on a losing streak that overall you're going to come up on that winner.
Right. You could apply that if you just traded one position. You could apply that same thing.
I'm not sure how. I don't know.
Are you not raising your risk there when you're playing blackjack with each hand?
No, not really. No, absolutely not.
Profits, but
well, how can I be raising my risk if once I'm past the second hand, I've already booked. By the second hand, I've already booked 10.
Agree.
So
raising your bet.
I'm raising my bet, but not my risk.
Right.
See, the difference between what you were saying is if you raise your bet in a stock, you turn over one hand, you're always at risk to that you put.
I can raise my bet. I can raise my bet. The problem is if I put on 10 positions right now all at once, then I have no idea where I fall. It doesn't. I was just curious.
I think you have the same problem I have. I still haven't really reconciled how to really do this yet. Because if you put on your full position, you're at maximum risk.
Well, it's not the full position.
Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean, in order to decide how much to bet, you have to know what happened in the last hand, right?
It's predicated on the last hand, absolutely.
Right, but if I put 10 positions on, I don't have the last hand until one of them starts to come off.
Okay.
And that's all.
The only thing I say, George, is do not relate trading to this, okay? In your case, forget this, okay? Just do it with blackjack, okay?
I thought you had some way I could just continue to raise my bet, so.
Yes, there is. No, there is. And would you bring up a very important point? Because doing it this way, what it does is that as you increase this, the strength of this belief in your mental system that I'm a consistently successful trader, what you do then is increase your size.
Sure.
So instead of starting out with 300 shares, let's say, and dividing them into thirds, after you get to the point where you can do this and do it without error and do it without conflict, then you divide 1,000 share position up,
right.
And then you go to 3,000 shares, and then you go to 10,000 shares or whatever.
Percentage of capital, and as the capital goes up, then you
exactly
maximum dollar loss per trade.
Exactly right.
Divided into shares.
Right. So that when you do get some of these moves, even that last third, you're piling up some big dough. So does that help you, Jake?
Well,
I'm not sure where you're still confused.
No, I'm just trying to, because of the time frame I'm in, because I'm just trying to figure out how do I really utilize.
Jake, but the thing is, Jake, you already know what to do. There is nothing else you need to do right now, and I'm serious about that.
You can't really scale out with 3 contracts in a supply.
Jake, you shouldn't even be trading 3 contracts.
I know I'm not going to do that immediately. We're talking about
Jake, then don't worry about what you need to do later on.
Okay.
Just do what you need to do now. Okay, I'm really serious about this.
Okay.
1 contract, do the exercise, forget about everything else.
Okay.
Okay? Because I'm telling you, Jake, the only reason why you're going through this mental masturbation is you're trying to talk yourself out of doing this. You really are, and I'm serious about this.
Probably right.
Here, write him a prescription. The Dr. Douglas says.
Okay?
Okay.
When Jake, as these things start to come to your mind, your task now is to say to yourself, I understand, I may not understand exactly where this is coming from, but I understand the implications. You should be writing this down, Jake. I may not understand where these thoughts are coming from, but I understand the implications. And I am committed stay on my chosen path of trading one contract using the time exercise as you have already designed it.
There's your prescription.
So, Jake, when these conflicting thoughts come up, just say that to yourself. Just refocus, redirect your focus.
Okay.
Because that's what they are. They're just conflicting thoughts, in essence, trying to talk you out of what you need to do. Trying to talk yourself out of what you need to do.
Count breaths.
Okay? You're welcome.
I just have a quick announcement. If there's anyone who hasn't checked out yet, it's almost 3:30. They're gonna be changing the locks soon.
Okay, let's take about a 15-minute break. That'll give you guys enough time, 15, 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Come on back. Excuse me, we'll finish up.
Okay.
Mom?
Yes.
I'm going to tell my wife just to come and get one.
She can come in the room. She can come in if you want to wait.
Yeah, you can either call them and they can serve it for you, or you can get under.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Okay, I've got some things here under trading mechanically that will that I just want to review. We really talked about a lot of this already. You're going to commit yourself to trade a mechanical system in predefined sample sizes to cause this head-on collision between the variables that define your edge and any mental forces that are in conflict with the 7 principles of consistency. Effectively working through these conflicts will create a resolute belief in probabilities and build a sense of self-trust that you will always, without hesitation, act in your own best interests. These are some additional tools that I'm giving you to help you work through some of the difficult moments. Frequently review and memorize the 5 fundamental truths. Does everyone know what they are? I don't refer to them as the 5 fundamental truths here in this manual, although in Trading in the Zone I do. They're in section 3, page 5. I think it's page 5 or page 6.
Anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen. Every moment is unique. You know, there's a random distribution between wins and losses, and I don't need to know what's going to happen next. And then the sub one about an edge is a higher probability of one thing happening over another. So what you want to do is you want to keep those things in front of you all the time. You really do. So that you can review them, at least memorize them or keep them in front of you. 2, courage is its own reward. Meaning it feels good to be courageous by stepping through your fears. We don't really need any more of a reward other than the fact that we were courageous in any given moment. So that if you can muster up the courage to expand yourself in some way, it will feel good. I mean, an interesting thing. No, in that moment. Anybody watch The Fear Factor?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, in one of those shows, I remember they had to when they had to eat. When they had to eat some of these bugs and worms. One of these they had to eat these disgustingly thick grubs or whatever.
Those beetles.
No, not the beetles. It was a grub one. It was a bad one. It really was. Anyway, did you notice? Now, there was no doubt about the fact that there was a huge conflict with every single one of these people, right? That they had to, what did they do? They had to make up their mind with enough conviction to work through not only the physiological aspect of, the resistance, but the mental resistance of eating these disgusting things alive, right?
Mm-hmm. Money.
Whatever the reason, it doesn't matter. They made up their mind. Every single one of them on that program, that particular night, did it. And what were the results? Every one of them were in a state of euphoria afterwards. Did you notice that?
Yeah. It's because the bugs were good.
Yeah, right. Every one of them did it, and every one of them were in a state of euphoria. Courage is its own reward. Monitor your thoughts and actions and constantly ask yourself, is this who I am? When you're monitoring your thoughts and about to do something based on what you're thinking, and now you're catching yourself because you're doing that counting exercise, you can ask yourself, is this who I am? Is this who I want to be? Is this an expression? Is this an expression? Is what I'm about to think, say, or do an expression of who I want to be? Because if you want to be that consistently successful trader, if that's what you want to install in your mental environment as a functional part of your identity, then what you're going to want to do is constantly be asking yourself, is what I'm going to do in this moment going to contribute to or detract from that belief? Because everything we think, say, or do contributes to a belief in something. Everything we think, say, or do contributes to a belief in something. So if you want to be that consistently successful trader, you want to start paying attention to make sure that you are thinking, saying, or doing something that contributes to that belief. And if not, at least make sure that you're not thinking, saying, or doing something that detracts from it. Trading subjectively. Once you've accumulated, we've already talked about a lot of this, by the way, I'm just going to review it a little bit. Once you've accumulated the appropriate mental skills, you can move into the subjective stage of trading. In this stage, you can use everything you've ever learned about the nature of the market to do whatever you want to do. So there's a couple questions that I've given you can ask yourself to stay focused in the market's perspective. The chart represents what traders believe about the future. Is there any symmetry to this collective behavior? Look for symmetry. Trade charts that have symmetry. If the markets aren't acting in a symmetrical fashion, don't even bother with it, because chances are the relationships that you look at aren't going to work anyway. I'm getting looks here. Roman, you got a problem? Do you know what I mean by that?
Just explain a little bit more on the symmetry side.
Okay. Not all markets are going to be trading symmetrically every day. In the S&Ps, these AB equals CD relationships and Fibonacci patterns that I trade, some days they are right on. I mean, every single relationship is a fib, and then other days you hardly get one or two of them that work. You'd have to sit there all day to catch the one that does. And so you just look at it and say, based on the present symmetry, where is there likely to be the greatest degree of imbalance between traders who believe the market's going up and those who believe it's going down? Because that's all it really is. All price movement is a function of what traders believe about the future. So you can draw even a trend line. Just draw a simple trend line. And the longer the line, meaning in the higher the time frame, the more significant if the market trades below or above that line. Because that line represents symmetry. That line represents where the imbalance is in a particular direction. If the market can all of a sudden start trading below a really valid trend line, that's powerful. The symmetry's been broken. And therefore, what you've got is a high probability that the imbalance between buyers and sellers has shifted dramatically or significantly enough for you to put on a position in that direction. Always ask yourself, what's possible? How probable is each possibility? And how much is it going to cost me to find out? And take the obvious and easy trades. Really, just take the easy and obvious ones. They're there. They really are. Don't make it complicated. Sometimes it seems as if some of the trades are so obvious that it just can't be real. And we've already talked about trading a lot, so I'm not going to really get into it anymore. I don't really know that there's anything I can even add to what we've already gone over, unless there's any questions about it. Otherwise, I put these affirmations in here because what I would suggest that you do is take these affirmations and read them into a cassette yourself. In other words, empower these words with your voice. You can go to somebody else if you prefer, but I would prefer that you not, because you would be empowering yourself as opposed to giving the power to somebody else to speak these words for you. And I'll just read them. I acknowledge there may be aspects, components, and principles of successful trading that I may not be aware of. As my awareness grows of what it means to be a great trader, I will not take for granted or assume that these new awarenesses have integrated into my mental system in a way where they are completely functional or not in conflict with anything else I've already learned. Therefore, the words I'm about to speak to myself, I willingly and wholeheartedly give the power to enhance and change the structure and content of my mind. I accept these enhancements and changes enthusiastically and lovingly let go of any reservations or resistance. I empower these words to become my internal and external reality. My methodology identifies patterns in market behavior and gives me signals to do something. It is normal for my mind to think these signals are telling me what's going to happen next. But to be a consistently successful trader, I realize that I have to train my mind to think in ways that don't feel normal until these new ways of thinking become a functional part of my mental environment. During this process of integration, I may find the rational part of my mind in one way or another arguing for knowing what's going to happen next. I resolve that when I find myself in the process of either thinking, assuming, or believing that I know, I will gently refocus my thoughts on my new understandings about the nature of the market and trading. What I know now is every trader contributes to the overall behavior patterns of the market, and therefore everyone who trades is a market variable that has the potential to confirm or invalidate any pattern and any signal. What's that?
That's huge.
Believing this makes it easy for me to think my signal as simply an edge where there's a higher probability of one thing happening over another. Do you guys need for me to stop?
No, but you know, if you could raise your mic up a little bit, you're hitting the paper's hitting it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, some paper's hitting it. Thanks.
Okay. As a result, I no longer place any particular significance on each edge that presents itself. Each day it becomes easier and easier for me to put less significance on each edge, because I now believe at the very core of my being that I don't need to know what's going to happen next to make consistent money. I just need to keep my mind focused on the probabilities. Therefore, I am always asking myself, what's probable, what's possible, how probable is it, and how much is it going to cost me to find out? Meaning, what does the market have to look like, sound like, or feel like to tell me this trade isn't working in the time frame I trade in? I know now that every market moment is truly unique regardless of how similar it may look or feel to something I've already experienced. Therefore, every time I find myself connecting what is happening now in the market with something that is already in my mind, I will actively disconnect the two, my past and the present moment, and refocus my thoughts on the fact that anything can happen. All I need to know is A, is the market conforming to my definition of an edge? B, what is the risk of finding out if the trade is going to work? And C, can I accept the risk? If the answer to questions A and C is yes, and if I have a plan for taking profits, then I resolve to enter the trade without reservation or hesitation. I know now that I am not responsible for what the market does or doesn't do, nor am I responsible for predicting what the market will or won't do. What I am responsible for is making sure I'm in the most conducive state of mind to be able to objectively perceive what is possible from the market's perspective and behave in a way that is consistent with my objective of making consistent money. Therefore, I resolve to pay attention to the quality of my state of mind by asking myself, am I in the best state of mind to be objective and trade without the susceptibility to making an error? If not, then I resolve not to take the trade or scale back in a manner that corresponds, or I resolve not to trade or to scale back in a manner that corresponds with my diminished capacity. Each day I'm getting better and better at making these assessments about myself because I know that mistakes exist in my life to point the way to success. I was not born with a definition of what it means to make a mistake. Children do not have a concept of what it means to make a mistake until they're taught. These concepts are learned, and more often than not they are learned in painful ways. It is natural to avoid pain, and therefore natural for me to avoid taking responsibility for anything I've learned to define as a mistake. However, there's a problem here. Mistakes point the way to success, fulfillment, and satisfaction. Contained within each misstep is the insight I need to find my way to that success, fulfillment and satisfaction. If I continually avoid making the connection between my perception of information, the actions I take as a result, then I will likely stay in a cycle of emotional pain and dissatisfaction, wondering why the world seems to conspire against me. I resolve that it is now time for me to reverse any cycle of pain and dissatisfaction by accepting my results as a true indication of my level of development. My goal is to make myself into a consistently successful trader. The process of doing so has several steps, but most importantly, Jake, it has a first step. And that first step has to be consistent with my true level of development. Where I am right now, not where I would like to be or assume I am, based on what I would rather not face about myself. To find that most important first step, I have to be willing to stop beating myself up. I have to be willing to truly accept that I don't need to be perfect, but at the same time acknowledge that every outcome is a perfect reflection of my level of development. I resolve and give myself permission not to have to prove anything to anybody, especially with my trading. I just need to give myself permission to learn. I willingly and wholeheartedly give myself that permission now, knowing that by definition anything I need to learn does not yet exist inside of me. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to learn it, which means that I am not yet the person I'm about to become. The consistently successful trader I can imagine myself to be is a future projection of myself. I will grow into that future projection step by step, accepting my results along the way, not as mistakes, but simply indicating what I need to learn to get to where I want to be. And with that, guys, we're done. What?
What should we do with the tape?
With what tape?
The other side. The Morris, is it?
The what? Oh, we didn't listen to the tape. Oh, you know, I forgot all the... Yeah, do it at home. Yeah, okay.
Anything
Yeah.
special we can miss?
No, just listen to it, and then then do the techniques that are in the book. The techniques. Remember the techniques that are in the book? Here.
Is this
Page.
Is slide 2 about half hour as well?
Yeah, they're all about 28 minutes. On page 3 and 4. No, 4 and 5 of section 5. Page 4 and 5 of section 5. Page 4 and 5 of section 5.
So numbers 1 through 4?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, numbers 1 through 4.
Repeat, okay.
That's
Repeat plus
what. Yeah,
number
that's how you use the tape.
Okay.
Okay.
That's how you do it.
That's how you use the tape. Were those techniques that I gave you for that? Okay, Jake. See you, buddy. Okay, I'll see you. Okay.
Take care, Jake.
Yeah. See you guys. Good luck. Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
Mark, you mentioned
Fibonacci. Yeah.
What about, you mentioned something else you used, ABC?
Well, that's yeah. I wish we'd have had more time because I planned on actually demonstrating these patterns to you. But they're really and it's really tough to demonstrate this way. It really is. You really have to see them because they're there all the time. But yet, until you train your eyes to actually pick them out, they can be right in front of you. Even me, I had to go through a process of several weeks, if not months, of just drawing highs and lows, and connecting them until I saw these patterns pop up all the time. Now, these patterns I did not find myself. I don't even know if they were developed by a friend of mine, but I learned them from a friend of mine by the name of Larry Pesavento. And he's written about 5 or 6 books on Fibonacci relationships. Although I used to use Fibonacci relationships almost from the time I started trading back in the late 70s. Because they've been around for a long time. But this AB equals CD, I don't know who actually developed that. But basically what you're going to find is this. What? GAN, you think? Oh, is that a GAN thing? Okay.
GAN 50% rule. Known as GAN 50% rule.
Yeah, that's a 50% retracement rule, though. I'm talking about what you have is any high and low in any time frame. It doesn't matter. Any high and low in any time frame. So I have a market that's coming down to make a low. I get and then it did this. Okay, I got this. I'm starting here. This would be my A. Doesn't matter. Pick any high or low. This becomes a high, and I know that because the market started to go down further. Now, what you need is for the market, this swing right here, this B swing to be, it can be really a 0.318, a 50%, a 618, or a 786, but mostly what you're going to get are 0.618s. So, and what I mean by this is that if you measure the point from here to here, from this low to this high, the market retraces 61.8% of this distance, okay? In fact, I'm going to do it. Here, let me do it here, because it's not really. I'm going to do it big, that way. Okay. Now. This is A, this is B. Now when the market starts to do this right here, I take this line, this distance right here, A and B, and my software will allow me to click on this line and it'll clone it. The exact line at the exact angle. And then I put this line right here. And this becomes D. Now the market hasn't done that yet. And I can watch the market and how it trades around this line, if at all. And so what I'm saying is that I will sell D. And D will be a 127% of BC. A, B, C, D, and then A, B equals CD. The AB line equals the CD line, you sell at D. Especially if D in a lower time frame comes in at a point that's a Fibonacci relationship from a higher time frame. But the best way, just get one of Larry's books. Just go to Trader's library or something, and he's got like 7 books on it. But you can get Fibonacci relationships and patterns for stock traders. Right. I think that's probably the one that, and all this is explained. Go ahead.
Just don't read it once.
Yeah.
One time.
Well, what you really have to do is you have to start picking out the patterns. Have to just start drawing the highs and lows and seeing how these patterns work.
It didn't all sink in the first time.
No. Okay. Yeah, I've been working with Fibonacci relationships for like 20 years. So go ahead, John.
Friday night we discussed when we were talking about fear how we narrow our focus to concentrate on the most.
It causes us to, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And within that first page, you were writing up, down, higher lows, lower bottoms.
Right.
And you said when we get to Sunday, I'll show you how to stay in these trades and fight that off. Was that taking size off?
Yeah. Oh, if that's what you meant. Yeah. That's just how. Yeah. How to scale out. That's all. That's what I meant.
Okay.
Yeah. That's all I meant. Was just how to scale out of trades like that. If you're in them on the right side of the market.
Correct.
Yeah. Not like the guy we were examining where. Yeah. Okay. If that's it, guys, we can go. This can be it. This is going to be a wrap. Thanks a lot for coming.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.